Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had living parasitic quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku didn't take the usual route home after class. He hadn't for a week. Not since blinding agony, broken bones, and terror from a group of former Aldra classmates. They were trying to help him show off his miracle quirk by beating him senseless and breaking the fingers on his right hand. While Bakugo had gradually faded from the sea of antagonists with age and ego, others had only grown more bitter as reality of their lack of future prospects loomed, when they noticed the worthless Deku got better grades than them. Izuku was the prime scapegoat and punching bag since no one cared if a quirkless person got hurt or disappeared. But he'd made the grave sin of showing off on live television, bringing him back to the minds of those he thought he escaped. Being a hero student came with rules, official and otherwise. The legal standards for self-defense were stricter for them, harsher. Sometimes more so than if they were normal vigilantes. It was meant to prevent overeager trainees from going rogue. All it did was make him easier to hurt. So he grit his teeth and took it. Even with a quirk, Izuku was still powerless. Still the same easy target he'd always been. The same boy they laughed at for dreaming. His guts had twisted and raged at the reminder, even as he'd curled up and protected his head and neck with practiced, pathetic efficiency. A week later, his fingers still lanced with phantom blows. Every time they ached, he thought of the sports festival. Todoroki's flames, the heat blistering through the air, the crowd cheering like it was a show and not two barely adults breaking apart for approval. His bones snapped again, and still he kept standing. Still he smiled like it didn't hurt. Recovery Girl's warning echoed like a verdict. She wouldn't heal self-inflicted damage anymore. It was intended as an ultimatum to All Might for not training him right. Izuku knew that, past the sting of familiar thorns. He didn't blame her. It was easier not to think about it anyway. Easier to stay quiet. Easier to smile when no one was looking too hard. He turned the corner toward the campus side gate and froze. Two figures. One leaning against the rusted fence like he belonged there, hood shadowing his eyes but not the annoyed slouch. The other stood stiff, arms crossed and posture all wrong, like he didn't know how to look casual even when he tried. Shinso. Todoroki. The ache behind Izuku's ribs pulsed once, sharp and sour. His instinct was to run. They didn't speak at first. Just looked at him. Like they were trying to decide whether to call out or back off. Izuku's smile was practiced and automatic. It cracked anyway. Didn't think I'd run into you two here, he said, voice light and awful in his own ears. Shinso replied, dry. It's the route people take when they're avoiding attention. Todoroki's gaze moved slow, like it had weight. Like he was cataloging every inch of Izuku. As was common of late, his mismatched eyes drifted towards Izuku's arms and hands. You didn't answer my messages, he said, neutral and direct. Izuku shrugged. Must have missed them. Right, Shinso muttered, unimpressed. Like you've been missing every lunch, free training block, and support check-in. I've been busy. With what? Todoroki asked. Not accusing, just blunt. Honest. It was worse somehow. Unable to meet their eyes, Izuku stared at the ground. I'm fine. You don't look fine, Shinso said, sharp. You look like you haven't slept in a week and you're trying to hide it under sarcasm and a hoodie that hasn't fit since first year middle school. Izuku flinched. His hands balled in his pockets. You haven't spoken to anyone in class. Even Uraraka and Ida, Todoroki continued. But you're talking to yourself again. That one landed. Izuku's throat closed up. He stepped back. His fingers itched and burned. He could feel it again, the thing behind his ribs, crawling, restless, waiting for a moment to escape. Not yet. Not now. Not in front of them. I'm just tired, he said. I have homework. I'm fine. You're not, Todoroki said again, stepping closer. You don't even believe that. What do you want from me? Izuku snapped, voice cracking. You want me to say it hurts? That I can't sleep? That I keep thinking maybe if I just take a SWA dash. He cut off. Swallowed it back. Too late. His eyes stung without permission. He'd almost admitted more than he could ever take back. Shinso's eyes narrowed at the aborted words. Todoroki blinked, slow and steady. None of them moved. Mentally backpedaling, Izuku shook his head. It's stupid. Forget it. You shouldn't worry dash. Drink, Shinso interrupted, pulling a bottle of water from his bag and holding it out. Izuku stared at it. That's not going to fix anything. No, Shinso said. But passing out from dehydration would make it worse. He indicated the wet tracks on Izuku's cheeks. All of 1A knew that Izuku was capable of a disturbing amount of tears when he got going. Izuku took it. Todoroki stepped beside him, shoulder to shoulder. Not blocking. Not hovering. Just there. Izuku didn't speak again. But he drank. And somewhere inside, the thing behind his ribs purred. They didn't talk much on the way to Izuku's place. Shinso kept pace with a lazy slouch that somehow never faltered despite still sporting lanky limbs from PBRTY. Todoroki walked like a ghost. Soundless, but his bearing was too regal to be ignored. Izuku didn't even question it when they followed him to the front door. Didn't question the weight of their presence. It was either this or crumble. He hadn't invited them. He hadn't expected them to care. They'd barely spoken a dozen words to him before the sports festival. Now, they walked beside him like it was the most natural thing in the world. He didn't have the strength to push them away. The apartment smelled like grilled fish and lemon disinfectant. Too clean. Too sharp. It used to smell like cinnamon and miso and the faint singe of burnt rice when his mom got distracted watching dramas. He couldn't pinpoint when it had changed. But it hadn't smelled like home in years. His mom's voice floated in from the kitchen. Izuku? Is that you? I made oh. She turned, hands still damp from the sink. Her smile was bright, practiced. Todoroki-kun. You placed first, didn't you? You were amazing. A mild frown tugged the corners of Todoroki's lips but he gave a shallow, polite bow. Thank you, Midoriya-san. Inko beamed. Then her eyes landed on Shinso. A beat passed. Her smile dimmed. You're the boy from Izuku's first match. Shinso. The brainwashing quirk, right? I should scold you for scuffling like toddlers. Poor Izuku's nose was all crooked. She said it with a small laugh, like it was a joke. Like she didn't mean anything by it. The bored expression Shinso normally sported turned stony. It's fine now, he said flatly. Thanks to recovery girl, Inko needled. I hope you're being a good influence for my Izuku. Shinso didn't respond. He darted a glance at Todoroki, then Izuku's plainly bared arms and hands. They were more scar tissue than skin. Noting the double standard as well, Todoroki's jaw clenched. The temperature of the room dropped several degrees but he gave no other indication of his feelings. Izuku's head lowered to stare at the floor. His stomach twisted, feeling like eels were tying knots inside. His mother hadn't looked at him once. Not really. Not since the festival. Not since he came home with injuries too deep to explain. Well, she continued, dinner's almost ready. Todoroki-kun, would you like to stay? I always make too much dash. I'm not hungry, Izuku said, strained. Inko blinked. Sweetie, you need to eat dash. She didn't look at him when she spoke. She hadn't looked at him in days. Like if she didn't acknowledge it, it wouldn't be real. Somewhere in the yawning pit of hurt and depression, something darker sparked. It burned where it lodged in his chest. It built like a physical force, pressing up his throat until he couldn't stand it. I said I'm not hungry anymore. Shame on you for insulting a guest. The low fury coursing through him was hidden under quiet disappointment in his voice. The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt tense, like the calm before the storm. The other two men braced to witness an argument or punishment. Distantly, the smell of grilled fish was starting to make Izuku sick. The ache behind his ribs pulsed once, sharp and sour. Lately, the sensation had started humming at odd times. Usually after battle, before sleep, when his blood was loud in his ears. Like now, at his own mother's blatant quirkism. The consequences of backtalking didn't even cross his mind, smoldering anger in Shinso's defense giving him strength. Said man opted to remove himself from Inko's sight and stepped into the living room without asking. Todoroki followed a second later, wordless. Inko gave them a grimace of a smile. Boys, she said. Make yourselves at home. She disappeared back into the kitchen. The silence she left behind scraped like a dull knife. Izuku stood in the doorway for a few more seconds. Breathing shallow. Shoulders locked. She means well, he mumbled. That's the worst part, Shinso said. He looked resigned. Inko's reaction seemed to be normal to him. The realization didn't sit right with Izuku, but he couldn't bring himself to address it. Not right now, though he filed it away for later. He weakly gestured to his bedroom door before leading the way, to escape Inko's disapproving specter. The room was dim when they entered. He didn't bother turning on the light. The glow from a street light outside spilled just enough through the blinds to paint outlines across the walls, posters faded with time, edges curling, their colors dulled. Hero merch lined one corner of the room like a tarnished shrine, dusty and untouched. All Might figurines. Model suits. A cracked acrylic standee of Sir Night-Eye. This room used to be his sanctuary. Now the walls felt like strangers watching him hold together with tape and routine. He hadn't dusted the All Might shelf in months. Couldn't bring himself to touch the symbols of hope that didn't feel meant for him anymore. The only shelf that still saw use held nearly 30 notebooks of quirk theory and battle tactics that he had filled to the brim in his 18 years. Shinso glanced at the merchandise with a raised eyebrow, voice softly amused rather than condemning. You still keep all this? Izuku sat on the bed and shrugged. Habit. I've been meaning to get rid of it. Todoroki stood by the window, curiously taking in the room. You used to believe in them. I still do, Izuku said. Then added, quieter, sometimes. Silence stretched. Shinso lowered himself into the desk chair, spinning once without looking at anyone. You don't have to talk to us. But you could try not lying to our faces after he gestured between himself and Todoroki. Told you our truths. That'd be a good start. A bitter edge tainted his tone, he pulled an apologetic face at it slipping through. Izuku didn't respond. His fingers picked at a loose seam on his blanket. I'm not good at this, Todoroki said suddenly. But I don't want to watch you fall apart. So, if this is where we sit in silence and pretend that makes it better, then okay. But I'll be here again tomorrow. Shinso nodded. And the next day. You're stuck with us now. Izuku looked up. Slowly. Eyes shadowed but not empty. Why? Because, Shinso said, we saw you. Now we can't unsee you. And you bled for us. Todoroki's gaze drifted down to Izuku's hands. You never asked why we didn't stop you. They each fell into their own brooding thoughts. Later, after the others left, Izuku climbed onto the roof. He didn't remember using his quirk. He just was there. Staring down. Counting the stories between him and the pavement. 10 floors. Give or take. The city below blurred into motion. Cars, lights, people scurrying like ants. It felt paradoxically safe from up here. Distant. Like nothing down there could reach him. UA's roof had been his hiding place since day one. Quiet. High enough that he could breathe. But that was before. It had been days since he could draw a full breath. The roof of the main building was locked now. Maintenance, they said. No one mentioned the blood on the railings. Nightmares and stress after the USJ had driven him to coping habits he'd thought he'd grown out of. He'd gotten careless one day and bled more than normal. A noise from the stairwell had spooked him into leaving before he could clean up the evidence. The wind slapped his face, cold and sharp. It didn't hurt as much as it should. He remembered All Might's face. The disappointment. The doubt. I'm sorry, young man. You can't be a hero without a quirk. He remembered his mom sobbing, begging him not to go to UA. Saying he should do something safer. Saying heroes got killed. Saying he should stop making her worry. They were all wrong. Or maybe he was. He didn't know anymore. He exhaled, shaky. The breath stuttered on the way out. No one noticed until he shattered. No one looked until he bled. He wasn't planning anything. Not really. He just wanted to see what it would feel like to lean. His foot shifted forward. Just an inch. Then something pulled. Not hard. Not panicked. Just a nudge, barely there. Pressure at his ankle. Cold. Damp. Firm. He froze. The wind kept blowing, but the world went still. His heartbeat stuttered. What dash? The pressure moved, curling around his leg like a lazy snake. Holding him steady. Preventing weight from shifting any further. He stumbled back instinctively, away from the edge. Away from what? Nothing was there. He'd expected a concerned hero but only air greeted him. His chest heaved. Fingers clenched at the fabric over his ribs like he could tear it open and make sense of what he felt. Something had touched him. Was still touching him. Something inside. Another breath. Not his. Calm. Controlled. Watching. Then, finally, words. Not out loud. Not quite. Just there, in his skull. That was close. Izuku's legs gave out and he dropped to a crouch. What the hell, he whispered. No. No, dash. We didn't mean to scare you. The voice came again, thick, low, and steady. Familiar in the way pain sometimes is, though Izuku had never heard it before in his life. We didn't want you to fall. He pressed his hands to his head. His fingers were shaking. His breath hitched. That wasn't a stray thought. That voice wasn't his. You're not real, he muttered. This is stress. This is a breakdown. You're a hallucination. You're dash. And somewhere, beneath skin and scar and bone, something coiled tighter. Not demanding. Just, present. Holding on. What dash? His back hit the rooftop. Cold concrete scraped his palms as he scrambled away from the edge. Who's there? No answer at first. Just that same presence. Warm, steady, coiling behind his ribs like a second heartbeat. We noticed every time. When they didn't. When they wouldn't. We wanted to speak. But you were so hurt. So loud. The voice complained. Stop. Stop it. His voice cracked. He pressed both hands to his ears, like that would shut it out. You're not real. You're just another hallucination. I'm not. I promise. Then show me. A pause. Heavy. Considering. You can't handle us yet. Something slid against his wrist, cool, damp, steady. Not painful. Not threatening. Just there. It was the same as what held his leg to keep him on the ledge. Izuku flinched like it burned anyway. His breath hitched again, shallower this time, caught between instinct and reluctant fascination. We don't know who we are anymore, the voice said. But you called us power. We want to be more than that again. He stared at his arm. Nothing visible. No marks. Just a lingering pressure, like being held underwater with no splash to explain it. His ribs ached. No, something inside him shifted. Slow and deliberate, like it was stretching for the first time in years. The part of him that wanted to scream stayed locked behind clenched teeth. The part that wanted to understand kept breathing. Is this a quirk? He rasped. No reply. Just a soft hum in the back of his skull. Not words, but intent. Protective. Watching. The wind cut sharper now. The rooftop felt colder than before. He didn't get up. Didn't speak again. Didn't trust it. He wasn't sure if he was alone anymore. And that was worse. The pain in his fingers had dulled again overnight. Not gone. Never gone, but quieter. Less sharp. Bearable. Maybe Recovery Girl's last session helped more than he thought. Maybe his body was just adapting. Compensating. Getting stronger, like every article he read about nerve damage kept saying it would. He didn't question it. He didn't want to. He'd already convinced himself the most recent psychotic break was a delayed side effect from the sports festival. Everyone had seen the footage. His arms snapping like twigs as he stood through it with a smile. It was easy to let them think that was the cause of his latest funk. Easier than explaining ex-classmates a day later, reopened fractures, and fists swung in alleyways. Easier than explaining how sometimes, the bruises faded faster than they should have even as the scars bit to the bone. He hadn't slept again. Hadn't really slept in days. And yet, awareness ebbed and flowed in the dark like tidewater. Disassociation, he noted, somewhere in the back of his mind. Another checkbox on his ever-growing list of things wrong. He came back to himself on time, made his lunch, packed his bag. His face in the mirror was pale and hollow-eyed, but his uniform was neat, messy red tie accepting. He smiled, practiced and painless, and walked out the door like nothing had changed. Like he hadn't felt something on the rooftop. Like he hadn't been trying to fall. He wouldn't tell anyone about the presence. Of course not. Hallucinations? Sleep deprivation. A stress-induced episode. It had happened before under pressure. He remembered that strange vertigo after the USJ. The feeling of his body reacting without his input during the entrance exam. The moment after the sludge villain, too. Missing time. The way the world had seemed just a little off. He'd chalked it up to nerves. Or one for all's instability. Shock. Quirk backlash. Anxiety. It was easier to believe that than whatever he'd felt. It had to be the only logical explanation for the voice. Nothing could have touched his leg, held him there, steady, right when he'd leaned too close to the edge. It wasn't real. But he'd felt it. And worse, a small part of him had been relieved. Wanted the soft restraint and unflinching contact back. That unbidden desire scared him more than his own questionable sanity ever could. The morning news buzzed from the convenience store near the station. He caught it while passing, sound low but clear. Another attack late last night in Shizuoka. Police suspect a violent villain targeting underworld rivals. Victims were known members of the Futaba trafficking ring, each found decapitated with heads missing. No suspects at this time. Izuku didn't stop walking. All he could think of was how quickly the media moved on since Stain's attack on Ingenium. Yue was calm. Too calm for Izuku's discordant thoughts. Todoroki didn't press him. Neither did Shinso. But they watched him. Quietly. From a distance. He didn't know if they were giving him space or waiting for him to crack after their talk yesterday. They weren't exactly friends before the sports festival, so their sudden interest in him was weird. Everything hurt, but in that normal way. Like he was always sore. Like he never got better from the festival. Or the fights or the beatings in alleyways. The ache settled in his joints like a low fog. But some things weren't hurting as much as they should. His wrist bent too easily this morning. No swelling. No bruising. The day before, he couldn't hold a pen. It made him sick to think about even as he felt grateful. Writing had always been his only debatably healthy coping mechanism over the years. He forced the dull thoughts from his mind as Aizawa introduced the day's syllabus and a guest instructor for homeroom. The air in the classroom buzzed with excited chatter as Midnight gave the instructions, hero names, people. You've got 30 minutes to brainstorm. Remember, this will shape your public identity. While you can change it later, young heroes often get saddled with their initial choice because of the news and civilians. Izuku barely registered her voice past the static in his skull. He was too busy trying not to pass out from the ache behind his ribs and the whisper of phantom pain in his fingers. Uraraka plopped down beside him with a grin. You thought of anything yet, Deku? Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. His mind was a blank whiteboard smeared with half-sentences and fog. He shook his head instead. Uraraka hummed, tapping a pen against her chin. What about Full Gauntlet? Or maybe Shockwave? Oh, how about Hopeborn? Since you always push through everything like Dash. Deku's fine, Izuku mumbled, too quickly. I'll probably just go with that. Uraraka tilted her head. Are you sure? I know you said it's fine for me to use but... He smiled automatically to make her feel better. It's fine. It suits me. Like you said, I can do it. The words tasted like bile as he stared at Katsuki's back to avoid her kind gaze. Minutes passed. Other students filed forward with boards raised and identities declared. Tentacle. Can't stop twinkling. Uravity. Izuku sat frozen, his board still blank despite his words. His hand hovered above it, marker cap off, tip trembling. Midoriya? Midnight called. You're next. His mind screamed static. And then, a ripple. Not sound. Not thought. Just pressure. A shape in the haze. A word surfaced from somewhere deep inside, soft enough that he barely comprehended it before it faded. Venom. He blinked. Venom? The marker moved before he registered the motion. The letter scrawled clean and bold across the board. Venom. Izuku stood, legs locking awkwardly as he made his way to the front. He didn't hear Kaminari's confused, edgy, or Siro's snort. He didn't see Todoroki's subtle frown or Shinso's narrowed eyes from the sidelines. He held the board up with both hands, shoulders tight. Venom, he said. It just came to me. I guess, it's something dangerous, but not evil. Survivable. Something that changes you, but doesn't kill you. Like how some venoms can be used for medicine. Or how antivenom only works if you've survived the toxin already. It's about endurance. Transformation. The words tumbled out like half-remembered philosophy. He barely believed them. He just wanted the staring to stop. But something deep inside him, beneath ribs and bone and scar tissue, purred in satisfaction. Midnight blinked. Bit dark, but, okay. Venom it is. He returned to his seat in a daze. Uraraka blinked at him. I thought you were gonna go with Deku. Izuku shrugged weakly. So did I. Shinso leaned forward to tap his shoulder, voice low. I like it. Can you help with mine? I got nothing. Izuku didn't respond at first. Not because he didn't want to help. But because he honestly didn't know where the name came from. After a concerning amount of silence, Izuku got himself back under control. Shinso didn't comment about the lapse, he kicked Uraraka's shin to keep her from mentioning it as well. Brainwashing felt like I was a fish, he started lamely. But not like a fish on a hook. More, mesmerized by a light in the darkness. Like an anglerfish or something. He twisted and pulled on his own fingers as he struggled to articulate half-formed ideas. He slid down in his seat as embarrassment hedged out the lingering confusion. Shinso tilted his head as he considered the words. He stayed silent until his turn was called. And then? Angler, Shinso proclaimed to the room. Izuku didn't know how to feel about having his suggestion taken seriously. He barely remembered what he said to Shinso, past calling him a fish. The rest of the day passed in a similar haze. He went through training motions like a puppet on strings, barely hearing Aizawa's critiques or Kaminari's jokes. Even lunch felt unreal. Noise, bodies, smells blurred into one overwhelming mess, like watching someone else's memories on a broken TV. When school finally ended, it was a relief. He walked home alone. No detours. No distractions. The city buzzed around him like static. He didn't look up once. He didn't want to see his reflection in the windows. That night, the rooftop called him again. He didn't go. Instead, he laid in bed and stared at the ceiling while the quiet around him stretched long and hollow. The voice didn't return. Not with words. But something shifted within him again. Familiar. Present. Like it was waiting for him to acknowledge it. The train rumbled beneath his feet, rhythmic and soothing in a way nothing else had been lately. Izuku didn't look up from the city map in his hands. He'd memorized the route already, twice, but focusing on the names and lines helped drown out the phantom ache in his fingers. Helped muffle the lingering scream of impact his bones remembered but his mind had learned to block. Gran Torino snored beside him, open-mouthed and half-slumped against the wall. The old hero hadn't said much that morning beyond a grumble about breakfast and a warning not to puke in his suit again. Izuku didn't take it personally. He was pretty sure Gran Torino had actually started liking him, in his own terrifying way. Some part of Izuku was starting to like the old man too, having caught on to the ploy to separate him from All Might's shadow. Izuku was no Toshinori. He never would be. That realization had prompted him to obsessively develop full cowl when insomnia weighed his eyes open despite bone-deep weariness. All Might's methods were never going to work for him. Not in this body. Not with these scars. The first 2 days had been chaos. Kicks to the ribs. Quirk drills at breakneck pace. Lectures barked between mouthfuls of taiyaki. Gran Torino had somehow hit all of Izuku's major triggers without once crossing into cruelty. Just relentless, ruthless. Training. He reminded Izuku of Aizawa. Izuku hurt everywhere. But the pain was honest. Earned. It distracted him from the other pain. The fog. The cracks he couldn't explain, not even to himself. He didn't think about the rooftop. Or the name. Or how his fingers bent too easily now despite still being crooked. Or the moments he woke from a blink to find the microwave beeping and a real fish head in his mouth instead of taiyaki. He especially didn't think about the murders on the news. The ones cropping up in nearby cities. Places he dreamed about the same nights the victims died. The train hissed as it slowed, platform markers flicking past the windows in a blur of blue and steel. Izuku didn't move. Didn't blink. Just traced the station name with his thumb until his vision cleared and the letters stopped writhing. Gran Torino snorted awake like a dying engine, one eye cracking open. HNNPH. We pass Shibuya? 2 stops left, Izuku replied automatically. The old man grunted, shifted, scratched at his scalp. TCH. You look worse than yesterday. You sleep at all? Izuku forced a shrug. Enough. Liar. But there was no heat to it, just quiet observation. A beat passed. Then? You getting nightmares? Izuku froze. Gran Torino yawned wide enough to crack his jaw. Saw your foot twitching like a rabbit on a live wire last night. Izuku swallowed. Just stress. Torino didn't press. Just reached into his coat for another taiyaki and chomped down like a shark tearing into flesh. Izuku turned back to the map, hoping he wasn't visibly shaking. He had dreamed again. During the scant 2 hours he'd been unconscious after training full cowl. A face he couldn't quite see. Limbs that didn't move right. White, predatory eyes staring from the dark. He dreamed of teeth and blood and hunger. Terror had gripped him in the dream, but in the quietest recesses of his mind, he'd admired it. The glint and slick of blood-tainted saliva dripping from its too big mouth and jagged teeth. The way it moved with fluid purpose. How those pupilless eyes had crinkled in recognition as they stared back at him. The jolt of the train nearing another platform knocked the thoughts from his head. Across the aisle, a PRGNNT woman stood in anticipation of her stop. Izuku automatically moved to help when she stumbled, unable to stop himself even through the fog. He reached toward her shoulder to steady her. Then, boom. The world whipped sideways. Metal shrieked. Lights died. The floor dropped out from under Izuku's feet as the train screamed to a halt mid-platform. Sparks exploded overhead. Emergency lights flickered on, casting the cabin in pulsing red. Izuku slammed into a pole, arms wrapped securely around the shrieking woman he'd intended to help. He took the brunt of the crash for her, grit in his teeth and blood pounding in his ears. The side of the train looked like a can opener had been taken to it. A wide, gaping tear. Through the chaos and debris, something moved. A massive figure stumbled to its feet just outside. Muscles bulging. Brain exposed. Teeth jagged. A Nomu. Izuku's breath caught. It advanced on a costumed hero, likely the one who'd managed to throw it, but before the creature could strike, Gran Torino exploded into motion. He intercepted the blow and blasted the monster back with a speed that blurred the air. Stay here, he roared at Izuku, before rocketing off again to harass the Nomu away from the civilians. The wounded hero was already barking orders, dragging civilians to safety by the time Izuku managed to peel himself away from the woman. But the command to retreat barely registered. Flames erupted beyond the platform. Smoke climbed over the rooftops of Hosu. Ida was here. Stain was here. And even if they weren't, he couldn't just stand there and watch. Gran Torino had told him to stay back. Told him to let the pros handle it. But Izuku Midoriya didn't know how to be a hero that way. And if he did, he wouldn't deserve the title. Sirens echoed in the distance, their pitch warbling with the static still ringing in Izuku's ears. He stumbled from the train car, smoke curling around his legs, cries and shouts overlapping into white noise. The PRGNNT woman he'd shielded was already being guided away by the wounded hero and a rail worker with a bright vest. Izuku didn't follow. He turned the other direction. His legs burned. His chest ached. But the air was sharp and alive, and that meant people were still in danger. He sprinted up onto the platform and into the street beyond, full cowl flickering faintly through his limbs like low voltage, guiding his reflexes. A crumbling storefront door was jammed. He kicked it open and hauled out a trapped barista. Another alley revealed an older man hunched over a limp dog. Both of them hobbled to safety after Izuku pulled debris off their backs. He wasn't tracking time. Only motion. Push. Move. Save. Don't think about the ones too still to pause for. Smoke blackened the sky above Hosu. And still he ran. He was crossing another narrow alley behind a blown-out convenience store when he heard it. A weak flame pretending to be justice. Your brother was the same. Izuku skidded to a stop, nearly crashing into a wall. That voice. Low. Measured. Tainted with contempt. He crept closer, ducking behind a dumpster, one hand braced against the scorched concrete. His breath caught when he peered into the alley's far end. There, slumped against a graffitied wall, was Ida. Bloodied. Bruised. Barely conscious. And standing over him, blade in hand, was Stain. Izuku's stomach dropped through the ground. I do this not for hate, the villain continued, voice reverent and terrible, but because fakes must be purged for the sake of the Real. The strong. The worthy. Izuku's grip on the wall tightened, nails biting into brick. His fingers tingled with old pain. He didn't move. Not yet. His other hand slipped into his pocket. Shaking. Fumbling. He opened his phone, kept the screen dimmed, and blindly typed a single line into the last chat he'd been added to. Stain Hosu Alley at Coords. He hit send without checking it and prayed the GPS tagged his location. He didn't know if anyone would see it in time. But he couldn't wait. He stepped into the alley, eyes fixed on Stain, lightning gathering along his limbs. Get away from him. Stain's head turned slowly, like a tiger only mildly intrigued by a mouse. Ida stirred slightly, blood trailing from his mouth. His glasses were gone. His helm was cracked jagged down the visor, doubtless from Stain's sword. Stain tilted his head. Walk away and you'll be spared. Izuku didn't bother with an answer. From reports of his activities, he was too far gone for reason. He just stepped forward, energy flaring, muscles burning, resolve locking into place like iron. If no one else could stop this, he would. Stain rushed forward, blade gleaming red with someone else's blood. Izuku didn't think. He moved. Full cowl surged through his limbs, no, more than full cowl. It was sharper now. Faster. It filled the cracks his control had left open, forcing movement even when his knees buckled or his wrist screamed. He ducked low, green sparks flying off his shoulder as metal kissed fabric. He planted one foot and kicked upward in a wide arc, reflexes honed in blood and desperation. Stain grunted and slid back, dragging his blade along the pavement to slow himself. Izuku was on him again, giving no respite. Strike. Dodge. Step. His body was ahead of him. His mind was chasing his limbs, not guiding them. Left dodge move again. You will break. The voice tore through him like feedback. No sound. Just pressure behind his ribs. Izuku flinched, and that was all Stain needed. The villain moved like a shadow, fast and surgical, blade nicking Izuku's cheek as he twisted away a fraction too late. Blood. Izuku staggered. His foot dragged. Too slow. Stain's tongue flicked. You bleed too easily, fake. No. Izuku surged forward again on instinct alone, a scream that wasn't his own in his throat. And suddenly he wasn't moving on his own. His leg shot up, perfectly timed. His body twisted, was twisted, like a puppet on wires. Pain lanced down his spine, but the strike connected, a solid blow to Stain's side that sent the killer skidding across the alley. Let us in, little host, the voice hissed in Izuku's ear. He gasped, eyes wide. WH what? Let us in before a red one wakes up. It was like breathing static. It was like fire liking the inside of his skin. Izuku choked, one hand at his temple. His vision pulsed at the edges. Stain was rising again. My quirk? Interesting. Izuku blinked. A tendril of something black, tar-thick, alive curled into his sleeve before he could process it. Stain charged. Izuku raised both arms and this time didn't have to think at all. The world snapped into crystal clarity. His body moved perfectly. Too perfectly. Every strike landed. Every dodge was centimeters from disaster, and yet exact. It felt like someone else was wearing his skin. We protect you, said the voice, calmer now. Because you won't. Izuku's breath caught. His foot hit pavement. His elbow struck bone. Stain went down hard, harder than Izuku meant to hit. Blood hit the wall in a spray. He froze. His hand shook mid-strike, arm ped back for a final blow. Midoriya? That wasn't the voice in his head. It was real. Out loud. Fire bloomed behind him. He turned slowly, mechanical. Todoroki stood at the alley's mouth, one arm sheathed in frost, the other glowing red at the fingertips. His eyes were locked on Izuku. Not Stain. I saw your text. Todoroki's voice was clipped. Distrustful. Izuku blinked at the cold reception. He looked down at his arms. At the black web of something writhing to envelope him. He staggered back from Stain's unconscious form. The cold swept in again. Real this time. Todoroki walked forward and didn't say another word. Stain twitched. There was no time to speak. No time to explain. Izuku turned instinctively toward Todoroki to warn him. Stain struck. The villain moved like liquid, rising from the ground with a roar, blade arcing through the air for Izuku's exposed back. Izuku twisted midair, trying to divert his course. Midoriya. Todoroki's fire flared in panic, but it was too late. Something hit Izuku's chest. A knife. Buried to the hilt. His eyes widened. No pain. Just cold. Something burst out of him. Something black. Something massive. A mouth opened where there shouldn't be one, wide and grinning with too many teeth. Stain didn't scream. There wasn't time. The jaw clamped shut and the alley echoed with a sickening crunch. Shoto staggered back in horror as Stain collapsed. The blade clattered to the pavement. The thing, Venom? Stood over him. Its eyes were white and wide, its lipless mouth smeared red. It turned. Midoriya was in there somewhere. Shoto opened his mouth to demand answers, to fight, but something tore through the smoke above them. A screech. A flying Nomu dove from the rooftops, talons extended for Midoriya's new, hulking form. Venom looked up, snarled, and surged forward. In a flash of motion and black tendrils, it leapt into the air, intercepted the Nomu mid-dive, and ripped it in half. Blood rained down onto the street. And still Venom moved. It flung the carcass halves away from Shoto and the other bodies in the alley as it landed hard, chest heaving. Shoto stood frozen at the alley's edge, mouth parted in disbelief. Venom, whatever it was, turned back toward him. Shoto's jaw clenched. He didn't raise his hands. Not yet. But his fire sparked again. Then it spoke. We protect him. Then it crouched down and began to fold in on itself until it was gone, absorbed back under Midoriya's skin. Leaving only Midoriya. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. Like a puppet with its strings cut. And blood. And silence. Shoto didn't move for a long time. The first thing he felt was pressure. Not pain, not exactly. Just something heavy pressing down on his chest. Distant and muffled, like the world was underwater. Then came the sounds. A steady beep. A soft hiss. A chair creaking. He blinked. White ceiling. Too bright. His head listed to the side. Slouched in a chair beside the bed, arms crossed with a troubled expression, was Todoroki. Izuku opened his mouth. Tried to speak. Don't. Todoroki's voice was too flat. Too steady. You're not supposed to move yet. Izuku swallowed. His throat was raw. His whole body felt scraped out, like someone had hollowed him with wire and salt. Where? Hospital, Todoroki said. Private wing. Police locked it down. They're giving us time. A memory was clawing up through the fog. Ida. Alive. ICU. Stain. Todoroki didn't answer. He didn't have to. The memory slammed into Izuku like a freight train. The alley. Blood. Pain. His body, no, something inside it, snapping forward. A mouth too wide. Too many teeth. He gagged. Twisted sideways and dry-heaved until bile scalded the back of his throat. Todoroki didn't move to help, though his arms jerked like he wanted to. I didn't mean to. Izuku croaked, voice frayed. I wasn't. Trying to dash. I know, Todoroki said quietly. It wasn't you. Izuku clutched the edge of the bed. His hands were shaking. What was that? He didn't expect an answer. But part of him still waited. Listening. For the low growl. The barely there hum. The slither of something awake under his skin. Nothing. The silence inside him was too clean. Like the air after an explosion. Like the absence of a scream. Something's wrong, he whispered. I don't feel it anymore. Todoroki didn't answer right away. I saw it, he said finally. It spoke. Izuku's stomach clenched. It said, we protect him. Izuku looked down at his hands. Bandaged. Clean. Too clean. They didn't feel like his. I don't remember anything after, he swallowed. After Stain. Todoroki stared at him. You shouldn't be alive. I know. Izuku closed his eyes against the memories leading up to Stain, as they filtered in. A shaky breath, maybe a laugh, escaped Todoroki. It startled Izuku more than the silence had. There was a flying Nomu, Todoroki murmured. Venom? He said it like it tasted wrong, trying to name the horror with the only alternative he knew. It tore the thing in half. Like a butterfly. Izuku felt the words hit and break against him, mind numb. Todoroki hesitated. Have you had it, since the USJ? The question wasn't sharp. It wasn't even accusing. It almost seemed like it wasn't intended to be voiced yet. Izuku recoiled as if struck. Had he? Could he have done something then? A wet plop hit the floor behind Todoroki, something falling from the vent above. They both half-turned, too slow. A slimy black mass lunged past Todoroki. Before either of them could react, it was already gone, absorbed through Izuku's chest like oil through water. His back arched against the strange, cool, pins and needles sensation it caused. A gasp ripped from his throat when it settled fully inside him, the presence akin to knowing when someone is looming over your shoulder, only somehow physical. Then silence. Todoroki's hand flared with delayed heat. What the hell? Izuku clutched at his chest, panting. It's okay. He's not attacking. A voice buzzed under his skin. The same as from the night on the roof. The machines. Sound at 4,000 to 6,000 hertz is lethal. We had to hide. Todoroki stared, jaw clenched. Izuku blinked rapidly, trying to get himself under control. He left because of the test equipment. The sound hurt him. The being was there like he'd never been gone, more pronounced than before. An equal occupant instead of a distant passenger. Just watching. Coiled. Waiting. Izuku felt it like a weight under his ribs. Not hostile. But not calm, either. Todoroki didn't lower his hand. Stain's last moments opposing the creature flashed through Izuku's mind. Venom didn't relax. His agitated movements made Izuku's skin prickle with phantom needles. He clenched an overwhelmed scream behind his teeth. His breath hitched. He couldn't tell if he was still breathing, or if it was the creature moving under his skin keeping his lungs moving. Izuku's pulse started to climb. The lights were too bright. The walls too close. The blood still too fresh behind his eyelids. His fingertips went numb. Vision tunneled. He couldn't breathe right. Too much input. Too much noise. His fingers twitched against the blankets. He wanted to sit up. He wanted to run. He wanted. Todoroki saw it. Midoriya-kun, he said, stepping forward, fire dimming. You're okay. You're here. Just breathe, all right? He floundered, out of his depth. Any answer lodged in Izuku's throat. Then Venom stirred. A ripple down his spine. A twitch of the skin as Venom unfolded from Izuku's back. The cool slickness almost felt soothing, but Izuku dismissed the notion as soon as it registered. Todoroki tensed. What's it doing? Venom's head pushed free from Izuku's back. Towering on writhing, sinewy tendrils of darkness. Grinning. Too many teeth. Too sharp. All of them bared. We, the voice rumbled, are not an it. We are Venom. He confirmed the origin of Izuku's hero name. Todoroki flinched, eyes narrowing. Izuku's breath hitched. Stop, please don't. He didn't mean it that way. Stain's head disappearing into the maw flashed through his mind. Not a thing. Not a parasite. Venom's eyes narrowed. Say it again. We will bite. Todoroki didn't speak, eyes laser-focused on the creature. Venom slowly absorbed back into Izuku's body, muttering, rude. The silence that followed was stunned. Izuku finally found his voice. Todoroki-kun, he's not trying to hurt you. Please stop fighting. His voice warbled, to his embarrassment, and tears prickled his eyes. Of all the things he hadn't grown out of or learned to mask. Izuku shuddered, clutching the blanket like it could anchor him. His chest still ached. His throat still burned. But it was the emptiness in his head, it was his inner self that hurt the most. The space where he expected panic to roar anew had gone. Oddly quiet. Not still. Not peaceful. Just quieter. Breathing wasn't easier, but it was no longer like drowning on sludge again either. Todoroki stepped forward, more gently this time. His quirk dissipated completely and he lowered his hands to his sides. Midoriya-kun, look at me. Izuku hesitated but obeyed. I'm not going to hurt you, Todoroki said, voice low. And I don't think. He is either. You're spiraling. Izuku's mouth trembled. I didn't mean to kill him. I saw what happened, Todoroki said immediately. You didn't kill him. Venom did. Stain literally murdered you and was going to kill Ida next. A haunted shadow darkened his gaze. You were dead in the ambulance, Midoriya-kun. His hand hovered near Izuku's wrist but didn't touch. Like touching might shatter the whole fragile piece. Inside, Venom stirred again. But this time it was different. Not defensive. Not bristling. You are shaking, he murmured. A pause. Then, clumsier, you didn't kill him, we did. He confirmed. And we could heal you to full if you'd stop fighting us. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Why did you come back? You are our perfect match. And you were alone. A beat. You looked like you were asking for help. Todoroki responded as well, unknowingly echoing words Izuku said to Katsuki months ago. It made Izuku realize he was speaking to Venom out loud, while the being was speaking only in his head. Despite everything, a soft breath hitched out of Izuku, halfway between a sob and a laugh. Todoroki's voice cut in, gentler still. Whatever that, he is, you're not alone. You forced me to realize that. We are not a thing, Venom insisted to Izuku privately, but with less bite, at the near slip. More out of habit than anger. Another long silence fell. For the first time, it wasn't suffocating. Then, cautiously, you are afraid of us. Venom's voice was low again, under his skin. You think we will take over? Izuku didn't answer at first. You did take over. Todoroki looked at him strangely, prompting a blush. He can talk in my head. You finally let us. Before, you locked us out almost completely. You suppressed us like we're an infection. He almost sounded like he was sulking. Izuku blinked, heart thudding once more. You let us in, even if you didn't mean to. A pause. Then, we kept us alive. Izuku wanted to argue but the words caught in his throat. Because it was true. He'd felt it. The knife piercing his chest, entering his heart, even through the fog. That overwhelming presence. That brutal clarity. He hadn't wanted to die. Hadn't wanted Ida to die. And someone, had answered. Izuku exhaled, shaky but measured. What happens now? Now? Venom said, with something like a smirk in his voice. Now we recover. We eat chocolate. We make rules, humans love those. Then, we see who else needs biting. Izuku almost laughed but it caught in his throat, raw and fragile at the absurdity. If not for Todoroki confirming Venom was real, Izuku would think he'd fallen completely off the deep end. Todoroki shifted his weight. I'm not going to tell anyone. He said it simply. A fact. Unless he tries to hurt someone unjustly. Izuku looked at him, startled, then nodded. Inside, Venom murmured, almost to himself. We do not hurt the innocent. Not unless they ask for it. A pause. He's smarter than he looks. Izuku's lips twitched, momentarily disarmed by the backhanded compliment. It wasn't a smile. Not quite. But it was close. You don't have to trust me yet, Todoroki added, ignorant of the creature's words. But I'm not leaving. Izuku's shoulders sagged in increments, tension bleeding out with reluctance as the perceived danger seemed to pass. Venom settled too. Quiet. Present. Not demanding control. Not pulling strings. Just there. Finally, you were afraid. That's okay. We were, too. Red ones are the worst. Izuku closed his eyes. He could still feel the weight of blood. The memory of blades. But it didn't feel quite so sharp. He didn't sleep, not exactly. But for the first time in weeks, he rested. Izuku wasn't asleep. Not really. Time just lost meaning again. But his body had stopped bracing like it was waiting for an attack. His eyes were closed. His breathing had evened out, ragged but stable. Venom was quiet. Coiled but calm. No whispers. No teeth. Just there. Todoroki hadn't moved from his seat. His arms were crossed again, his posture a little less ironclad. Occasionally he would stretch or check his phone, frown pursing his lips at whatever he saw. Eventually the door eased open with a soft click, startling Izuku into waking fully. Aizawa entered without ceremony. He looked more worn than usual, hair tangled and capture scarf half unraveled around his shoulders. Guarded black eyes darted around the room, taking in Todoroki, the machines, and finally Izuku. Stress lines made the new scar under his right eye more pronounced under the fluorescent lights. A twang of guilt fluttered in Izuku's stomach. That man had been through hell for them all at the USJ. He'd almost died. The phantom crunch of bones grated in Izuku's ears, the remembered noise of Aizawa's body from the USJ overlapping briefly with Izuku's personal first-hand knowledge of how arms could twist and shatter from the inside out. The thoughts made his heart race. So noisy, Venom grumbled, low and resentful. You'd lock us out again if you could. Izuku didn't respond. Not out loud. But the throb in his chest, guilt, fear, shame, confusion, seemed to answer for him. The being stayed quiet after that. Aizawa's gaze settled on him. Neutral. Measuring. You stable? Izuku nodded, throat dry. He didn't trust his voice yet. Aizawa turned his attention to Todoroki. I got your message, he said simply. Took longer than I wanted to get here, most of the roads are still closed. Not your fault, Todoroki replied, expression unreadable. There was a brief, taut pause. Then Aizawa asked, voice flat, what happened? Endeavor dragged me to Hosu chasing Stain, so I was nearby? The Nomu attacked and I was helping evacuate civilians when I got the text from Midoriyukuin. I told Endeavor the location and ran. He was fighting a different Nomu at the time. Midoriyuku had stayed down when I found them. The first traces of emotion choked through his practiced mask. I thought Izuku was dead. I thought Native was dead. Mismatched eyes gravitated towards Izuku's. Then Stain stabbed him too. He blinked rapidly and bowed his head. Someone attacked Stain and decapitated him. A flying Nomu tried grabbing Midoriyuku but the same person killed it too. It was too dark to identify them. They were at least as tall as All Might, and faster than Stain. Who's Native? Venom sounded puzzled. Izuku knew the name but he hadn't been in any state to notice if there had been anyone else in the alley. He'd been too focused on keeping Ida alive. The older man stepped closer, drawing Izuku's attention to a tray by the bed that held a pitcher of water and glasses. He filled one and offered it to Todoroki while nodding pointedly at Izuku. I need both of your statements. Izuku's throat was dry and sore, so the consideration was appreciated as Todoroki helped him raise the head of the bed enough to drink. After taking a few sips, Izuku felt steady enough to try speaking. Gran Torino and I were going to Shibuya for patrol. We were passing through Hosu when a Nomu derailed the train. Gran went after the Nomu and I went to evacuate civilians. I heard Stain in, he swallowed thickly. I can't remember what happened exactly. I think something went wrong with his quirk, so he wasn't expecting me to keep moving after he cut me the first time. It had something to do with blood. I heard Todoroki and tried warning him but he looked down and pressed his palm flat to his chest, over thick bandages and the echoes of death. His voice thinned. I don't remember anything after the blade. Aizawa's expression didn't change but his hands threaded through a loop of his scarf to hide the tension in them. He turned toward Todoroki. Did the one who intervened speak? Todoroki hesitated for the briefest second before nodding. They said something about protecting him, then retreated. They sounded masculine, but I can't say for sure. The teacher regarded them both for a long moment as the words processed. Finally, he nodded. I'll tell the detective in charge, but they might want more interviews because of the bodies. He let out a quiet huff and rolled his shoulders as he seemed to change gears. There are talks of trying to pin you two and Ida with vigilantism. Hosu is looking for good press and a quick solution to appease civilians in the aftermath. Izuku jerked hard enough that a jolt of pain lanced up his spine. Todoroki stared in honest shock. Aizawa held up a hand to belatedly try to diffuse the impact of his words. UA won't allow it. But Hosu police can't let an unknown villain or vigilante take credit. Endeavor will be credited publicly, since he was the first to respond. The details will be withheld from the media because of the gruesome nature of the deaths. But be prepared if they catch your scent later. It's for the best. Izuku whispered. His hands felt cold and clammy just thinking of having to talk to a reporter about what happened. A tremor racked through him. A beat passed before Todoroki nodded grudgingly, mouth a displeased grimace. Fine. The idea of helping his father's career was unsavory, but Izuku's visible distress curbed his tongue. Both of them just wanted everything to blow over so they could figure out what to do about everything. The pro-hero rubbed his eyes, allowing a small sigh of relief at their easy acceptance. If the police talk to you, don't let them scare you into signing anything. I need to go talk to Ida, if he's awake, and your mentors. The two younger men nodded at the warning, though not needing it. Just as abruptly as he arrived, Aizawa left. In his wake settled an almost stifling quiet. Izuku stared at his hands, flexing his fingers rhythmically as if to make sure he still could. And to try getting feeling to return to the cold tips. Venom remained quiet, but slowly that subtle pressure under his ribs shifted and coiled into his arms as well. He couldn't see anything on the surface, but underneath, Venom rubbed firmly but gently along the muscles and tendons, forcing his hands to relax. His skin tingled faintly along where he could feel the movements. The sensation wrung a startled gasp from Izuku, drawing Todoroki's attention. Are you okay? For a moment all Izuku could manage was a tentative nod. He feels physical in here. He raised a hand to indicate himself. But, not? We are physical. Venom supplied. We're in your nervous system and brain. You don't leave much space in here. The other man looked puzzled. What is he? A quirk, like Dark Shadow? The question prompted the strange sensation of venom partially emerging from Izuku's back. Humans used to call us symbiote. Now we disguise ourselves as quirks. It's easier this way. Venom drifted over Izuku's shoulder, just close enough for him to glimpse absurdly long tongue and razor teeth from the corner of his eye. Nerve spiked but he swallowed, fighting to pay attention to the voice instead. Are all quirks like you? He dearly hoped not. But it seemed unlikely, unless this one was an uncommonly violent and chatty example of his species. When Venom shook his head in the negative, Todoroki relaxed as well at the news, fire hand easing from a white-knuckled fist. The being's next words undid the reassurance. There is only one me. Many symbiotes though. The renewed tension dissipated with a grumble from Todoroki's stomach. An inappropriate giggle escaped from Izuku. If he didn't find something to laugh at, he'd cry and likely not stop. You should take care of yourself. He didn't want the other man to leave, but the concern was genuine. In addition to Izuku needing some time to himself, as alone as he could be now, he felt like his brain was trying to leak out his ears and he couldn't process anything with distractions, as welcome as Todoroki was. A protest clearly formed on Todoroki's lips before he pressed them into a thin line to stifle it. Will you be okay? Despite questioning, he levered himself to his feet. He wavered, unsteady, cementing Izuku's suspicion that he needed to eat and rest. As fine as I can be. Izuku tested reaching out for his abandoned glass of water. He successfully grasped it, but when he drew it towards his mouth his fingers went numb and a tremor racked his arm. Before the glass could fall into his lap, an inky black tendril furled out of Venom's mass to save it, pressing the edge to Izuku's mouth for him. Todoroki stared at the tendril for a moment. Not alarmed, but clearly unsettled. I hate this, he muttered under his breath, unclear if he meant the situation, Venom, or the way his stomach betrayed him in the middle of it. Izuku gave a small, crooked smile around the rim of the glass. Me too. Another long pause. Then Todoroki finally moved toward the door, slow and reluctant. I'll bring back food, he said, hand lingering on the handle. Do you want anything? Venom rumbled like a cat with gravel in its throat. Chocolate. And heads. A dry exhale rushed out Todoroki's nose that almost counted as a laugh. I meant Izuku, but sure. He paused near the door, waiting for the human to answer. To appease the not-parasite, Izuku took a drink of the water before gingerly pushing it away. Venom dropped the glass back to the tray for him. Just rice, please, Izuku belatedly answered. He wasn't hungry but knew he needed to at least go through the motions to keep his physical strength up. One last distrustful glance at Venom was accompanied by a nod of agreement. I won't be long. Then he slipped out, shutting the door behind him with a soft click that still managed to feel way too loud in the silence it left behind. The glimpse of Venom in his periphery grew clearer as the being craned around to stare face to face. Izuku's stomach jolted at his appearance, and so close. Saliva dribbled slowly down Venom's proffered tongue and gleamed along his gums. The milky white eyes conveyed judging weight despite not having human features. Unable to handle the quiet gaze for long, Izuku found himself blurting, Thank you, he said into the thick silence, unsure if it was gratitude or habit. A small snarl curled Venom's mouth at the words. Thank us by letting us heal you. A cool tendril lashed out to coil around Izuku's wrist. This never should have happened. Izuku flinched away from the sudden movement but stilled when the slime-like appendage just traced along the scars from the sports festival. Venom didn't speak at first. The tendril paused, tightening slightly around his wrist, not enough to hurt. Just to feel. Just to connect. You nearly got yourself killed. His voice was low, teeth still bared but not threatening. Not anymore. And you didn't even ask for help. Izuku blinked hard, eyes stinging. I didn't know I could. Raw frustration surged at the criticism. Izuku looked away, jaw clenched. I thought I was losing it, he muttered. Like something was wrong. Venom hummed a deep, bone-vibrating frequency that made Izuku's ribs ache. Now you know. You can stop being stupid. He shifted, melting more fluidly over Izuku's shoulders like a second, sinewy, skin. No teeth. No claws. The size of his head shifted to slightly smaller than Izuku's, where it hovered slightly out of focus. Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. Instead, he found himself thinking about how Venom's external form felt. It was different from when the symbiote moved under Izuku's skin. Venom's skin was cool to the touch and left a faint sheen of slug-like slime behind as it flowed over Izuku's frame. Venom's amorphous form looked like ink, interspersed with white and gray veins that shifted with the rest of the mass. How does healing work? He focused on the least painful topic he could think of. Escaping the hospital faster was preferable. The being snorted. We're already working on it. You're not dead, after all. But you're fighting us even now. An annoyed hiss and tongue flick accompanied the words. Not sure what else to say, Izuku looked away. I'm sorry? Continuing to argue seemed like it would only lead in circles. He just didn't know how to fix the problem if he wasn't told how. Venom seemed to deem the conversation done. He settled back into the space behind Izuku's heart like smoke curling into a bottle. The spot where he entered felt chilled and tingly, but otherwise fine. Izuku leaned into the pillow, head aching with too many thoughts and not enough answers. Venom pulsed once before settling. Not a demand. Not a threat. Just presence. Izuku didn't know if it made things better, but it at least didn't make them worse. It took Todoroki barely 20 minutes to return. Balanced on one hand was a serving platter stacked with a modest amount of food and a couple drinks. After nudging the pitcher aside on the bedside tray, he sat a bowl of rice and broth in front of Izuku. A bowl of cold soba stayed on Todoroki's end of the surface, along with jasmine tea. When it came to the last dishes, Todoroki hesitated. They didn't have many options for Venom. I did my best. That turned out to be a small slice of chocolate cake, chocolate milk, and a whole fried fish. Exactly as requested, if not in the intended forms. At the offering, Venom emerged to investigate. It will do. His tongue extended to wrap around the cake, drawing it into his mouth in a flash. Thanks. With the sentiment expressed, he scoffed down the milk and fish as well. Venom devoured the fish with more enthusiasm than Izuku expected from someone who eats humans, bones and all. His tongue flicked out to clean the last drops of chocolate milk from the inside of the glass with disturbingly thorough intent. Do you actually taste things? Todoroki asked, cautiously curious as he picked up his tea. Venom tilted his head without moving his body. I taste chemicals. Sugar. Fat. Hormones. Fear. He grinned, sharp and wide. His tongue lolled from his mouth, trailing thick, glistening strands. Todoroki stiffened. Stop antagonizing him, Izuku muttered, poking at his rice with a spoon. Venom coiled back into Izuku's body, leaving behind only a faint cold patch on Izuku's skin. I like him, he decided in private. Izuku swallowed a sigh. And please don't eat anyone else. Unless they ask for it. His tone was non-committal. Todoroki didn't relax. His chopsticks hovered, suspended halfway to his mouth. He seemed to switch gears after a moment. Endeavor is demanding I return to the agency. Will you be okay? The alone with him went unsaid but hung heavy between them. Something like a laugh wedged in Izuku's sternum. He appreciated the sentiment, but I think I've had him for a while without knowing, and nothing's happened. The most concerning part to Izuku was the opposite from Todoroki. Endeavor won't be happy. Todoroki's jaw flexed. He won't be happy, he echoed, voice rough with something caught between exhaustion and contempt. But I don't care. Izuku looked up. He didn't save anyone in that alley, Todoroki continued, quieter now. He didn't see you or Ida or Native. He saw Stain and the Nomu. That's all he cared about. The air thickened. Venom remained still, simply observing. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. So he didn't say anything. Todoroki drained the last of his tea and began picking at his soba with a bit more intent. I can delay going back until tomorrow, he offered suddenly, hesitant. Say I stayed to help recovery efforts. Izuku's fingers tightened slightly around his spoon. You don't have to go with him at all. The observation was hollow even as it spilled out. His own mother flashed through his mind. He prayed the hospital didn't call her. Let her think any lapses in communication were because of training. I know. Todoroki released a controlled sigh through his nose. Some fights aren't yours, Midoriya-kun. The words were delivered gently but firmly. They focused on eating after that. Izuku forced as much rice down as he could before nausea had him pushing the bowl away. A few moments later Todoroki did the same, his soba only half eaten. They sat in a silence that felt comfortable for the first time, until Todoroki's phone buzzed. A grimace pulled his lips when he checked the screen. I need to go. He stood with obvious reluctance, gathering the dirty dishes back on the serving tray. Did you have your phone with you? He had to think. Getting ready at Gran Torino's place seemed like years ago. Yeah. An inner pocket of my jumpsuit. Hatsumi had added a reinforced phone pocket to Izuku's suit after he kept accidentally shattering his in melee. I'll make sure a nurse brings your things. They had to cut your suit off but they're supposed to keep everything. He hesitated a moment longer before turning to leave without further comment. They were both socially awkward enough that the abrupt departure didn't seem rude. Izuku didn't move for a long while. Then, with a weary sigh, he pushed the tray aside and let himself sink back into the pillows. His body ached. His brain felt like mush. Venom pulsed softly in his chest. Not words, just pressure. A check-in. You're still afraid, the symbiote murmured eventually. Izuku didn't answer. After a while, Venom spoke again, this time with something strange in his tone. You asked us not to hurt your friends. Izuku nodded slightly. We won't. That comforted him more than it should have. The hospital lights dimmed as evening crept in. Venom didn't fill the silence. He just remained. And for the first time in years, Izuku didn't feel like something was about to break inside him. He let his eyes close. Not because he meant to sleep, but because staying awake felt like more effort than he had left to give. His limbs were leaden, thought sluggish. Even fear had grown quiet. For a few minutes, he drifted in that twilight place between sleep and wakefulness, too drained to move but too wired to fully rest. That's when it started. A flicker of sound. A static buzz behind his eyes. Not in the hospital. Not now. You're a F up, Brock. The voice wasn't his or Venom's. Neither was the name. Izuku blinked, but the hospital was gone. A fluorescent-lit newsroom swam into focus instead, glass walls and cheap carpet underfoot. Somewhere overhead, the lights buzzed like angry flies. He wasn't standing in the room, not really. More like, floating. Watching from behind someone else's eyes. The man who spoke, tall, tense, furious, was yelling at another man. Dirty blonde. Desperate. Familiar in a way Izuku couldn't place. And something was boiling beneath his skin. Something dark and sharp and hungry. He heard us, a voice whispered. Not from around him, but inside him. Curling around his lungs. He humiliated us. He left us to rot. Izuku's heart stuttered. That wasn't his memory. That wasn't him. He tried to pull back. To wake up. The vision fought him. It stuck like glue. Heat. Shame. Rage. None of it his, all of it too much. Let go, a sibilant growl coaxed, oddly gentle despite the weight behind it. Not the man yelling. Not the man being yelled at. Venom. Something cool spread through his ribs like water on fire, not sedating, but dampening. The world tilted. The fluorescent lights collapsed into black. Izuku woke hours later to the soft mechanical hum of hospital monitors. His throat was dry. His muscles, sore. His mind, fuzzy. What was that? He rasped, barely above a whisper. Phantom images from his dreams teased his mind but they vanished like fog under sunlight as he tried to grasp them. Venom didn't answer right away. Then, a memory, he said simply. Old. Not yours. Eddie Brock, Izuku guessed, slow and uncertain. The name rolled off his tongue and a wave of nostalgia washed over him, raw and directionless. The foreign notes were utterly unfamiliar in meaning despite the flood of emotion they caused. He didn't know where it came from, reminiscent of Venom as his hero name. A pause. He was the first who didn't run. Then, quieter, you don't need to understand yet. Izuku didn't push. Not now. Not in the tentative calm between them. It was the symbiote who broke the silence again. You should discharge yourself before I heal more. It will look suspicious. A wry smile twisted Izuku's lips. More suspicious than coming back from the dead with no side effects. Not that he disagreed. Medical settings and Izuku had never mixed well. He'd much prefer recovering at home with his notebooks and computer. The dry, sterile atmosphere only made him anxious and his nose burned from too much disinfectant in the air. Venom emerged from his chest, a single tendril arcing out to snag Izuku's battered phone from the tray. The screen was cracked but it still worked when he pressed the button to turn it on. He must have slept through a nurse visit. That a stranger came in without his knowledge was concerning. A flood of notifications and messages popped up. Some from Hitoshi, but also a few from Aizawa, All Might, and his mother. Dread curled low in his stomach as he skimmed through the missed calls and unread messages. The most recent blinked at him, still unopened. Please talk to me, baby. Izuku swiped it away before he finished reading. Instead, he opened Hitoshi's contact. He wasn't quite sure what to say at first, but eventually settled for a simple, I'm fine. The phone buzzed almost immediately, startling him. He nearly dropped it but this time, his own fingers caught it before Venom had to. Bullshit. The single word glared from under Hitoshi's name. Izuku could even imagine violet irises and white pupils flashing with exhausted annoyance. Izuku debated his next move before sighing and hitting the call button attached to the bed. The nurse who arrived looked tired, but was kind. She didn't ask many questions when he requested to be discharged, only nodded and said she'd check with the doctor. He added a quieter inquiry, are the police still waiting to talk to me? She paused at that. They came by yesterday but you were asleep. They said they'll follow up later if needed. That sounded ominous, but not immediate. Which was, fine. Probably. Has anyone from my internship stopped by? Gran Torino? The nurse pursed her lips. Old man, tiny, mean? Yeah. There was no denying that description. She nodded. He's in the lounge. Been asking about you on and off. I'll let him know you're awake. Later, after the paperwork had been rushed and a doctor rubber-stamped his release, Izuku found himself dressed in a borrowed hoodie and scrubs, walking stiffly beside Gran Torino down the hall. No one stopped them. I leave you alone for 2 seconds, and you get yourself filleted. Gran's voice was flat, dry, but not entirely unkind. I didn't mean to run off, Izuku offered, not sure it mattered. Either way, he wasn't sincere. Gran didn't respond right away. Just stared ahead as they passed a nurse station. I was told you got into it with both Stain and Inomu. That endeavor pulled your butt out. More or less, Izuku muttered. A grunt. That's what I figured. Too clean. Not enough third-degree burns. Izuku winced. Not even out of the hospital, and he'd already given away that there was a cover-up. He doubted he could lie to save his life. They reached the elevator, and Gran finally glanced at him. You don't owe me the details, kid. Just don't die until you're too old to be interesting. Izuku barked a tired laugh. I'll try. The elevator dinged. And you're done for now, Gran added. As they stepped inside. Internship's basically over. Rest. Heal. Tell Toshinori to call me. Izuku didn't argue. He was too tired. And maybe, for once, he didn't want to. Gran was nice enough to share a taxi to the closest functioning station and buy his ticket to Muzurifu, but there they parted ways. It was only once he was folded into a seat on a train that he forced himself to pull his phone out. He spent a while evasively looking up the news. Thankfully there was no mention of Izuku, Todoroki, or Ida, in relation to Stain. A couple survivor interviews mentioned seeing Shoto and Izuku helping civilians, describing them by costume for lack of names. The scrolling wasted an hour of a 2-hour trip. Finally, he couldn't justify putting it off any longer. His thumb hovered over his mom's contact. Closing his eyes, he drew in a steadying breath before skimming down the history. Behind his ribs, Venom coiled in agitation but seemed content to let Izuku suffer without comment. According to the time and date, he had been in the hospital for around 2 days. He had texted his mother when he arrived at Gran Torino's 5 days ago, but not since. The longer he stared at her messages, the tighter the knot in his chest twisted. She texted every day, multiple times a day. Nothing indicated she knew he was involved with Hosu at least. I hope you're eating. Let me know if your hero's being nice. It's so quiet without you. They blurred and writhed before his eyes, and it took several moments for him to realize tears were stinging his vision. He blinked rapidly and thumbed a quick, Gran Torino went to help Hosu. I'm coming home early. The read receipt appeared almost immediately. Then, incoming call, Mom. Izuku hesitated. Then answered. Izuku? Her voice cracked just a little, like she wasn't sure she'd really hear his. Hi, Mom, he said, quiet. She paused. I wasn't sure you'd pick up. I'm sorry, he said, guilt crawling down his spine. I should have called sooner. I've been so worried, she exhaled. Are you okay? What happened? Nothing, he lied, robotic but practiced. Gran Torino got called to Hosu, so the internship's kind of on pause. I'm coming home early. Oh, thank goodness, she breathed. I'm so glad you didn't get dragged into that mess. It's horrific, what they're showing on the news. Something clattered in the background. A startled gasp followed. Shoot. Sorry, sweetie. I was getting ready for work. I love you so much, but I have to go. I just needed to hear your voice. Okay, he said softly. I'll see you later. I love you. Love you too, Mom. He ended the call before the silence could stretch. Before she could say anything else. Before he could. The apartment felt oppressive to Izuku when he finally stepped through the door. A waft of acrid floral scents made him GG. His mother stress-cleaned again while he was gone. Exhaustion bowed his shoulders as he kicked off his shoes, stumbling to hold the wall when vertigo struck. His knees buckled and he shuffled over to collapse onto the couch. The hospital-provided bag of his belongings spilled onto the floor next to his feet. He needed to hide it all in case his mom came home early. But he'd just rest until the dizziness went away. It wasn't a dream. He knew that as soon as the screaming started. Not his voice. Not his body. The weight was wrong, heavy, limbs too long, head too low to the ground. Veins writhed slick beneath a membrane that wasn't skin. The alley was narrow, damp, filled with trash beneath a sickly neon glow. A human stumbled. They ran. He stalked. The thrill came first. The joy of the chase. Muscles coiled like springs. Reflexes surgical. Tongue lashing out to snag a fire escape, launching forward. Contact. Teeth split flesh, crunching through bone. The body buckled like cardboard. Screams cut short with a wet gurgle. Blood hit his tongue. Salt, iron, electric with adrenaline and sweet with cortisol. He felt the way the throat tore open under his shifting teeth and rumbled in satisfaction. He felt how hot the organs were before they cooled. Something stirred. Not rage. Not vengeance. Not even hunger. Amusement. A skull cracked in his jaw. Brain spilled warm across a too long tongue. The ribcage snapped open under pressure. Something chewed. It wasn't about survival. It was boredom. Izuku jerked awake with his pulse hammering in his ears. The room was dark. Still. The taste of blood lingered on his tongue, sweet, metallic, wrong. His clothes stuck to his skin with sweat. He didn't move for a while. Just stared at the gloomy ceiling, heart rattling against his ribs. Venom didn't say anything. But he was awake. Listening. Izuku sat up. Slow. Stiff. Every part of him ached. He crossed the living room on silent feet and entered his bedroom. He claimed the desk chair and pulled his newest notebook closer. The pages fluttered as he flipped through notes on quirks, small team battle patterns, costume designs. He stopped on a blank one and grabbed a pen. Venom, symbiote. Sentient. Intelligent. Amorphous. Opha? All canines, obligate carnivo. His handwriting wavered. He set the pen down. He sat there for a long time. That was real, he observed softly. Venom didn't emerge, didn't move beneath his skin. But the voice came, low and even. Yes. Izuku nodded once, fingers curling into loose fists on the desk. You weren't supposed to see that yet, Venom added after a beat. I figured. It was like the hazy knot dream at the hospital. A silence stretched between them. Heavy, but not hostile. Did you regret it? He wasn't sure why he asked. He already knew the answer. No, Venom said simply. They weren't interesting. Izuku's stomach turned, but he didn't argue. What would be the point of scolding a cat for eating a mouse? Carnivore predatory behavior was hardwired for survival. The voice reiterated, just as even, we won't hurt your friends. I know, Izuku breathed, tired. Eventually he had a moment of clarity, remembering to grab the hospital bag from the couch. It went into his closet until he could return to UA. The support course could determine if anything was salvageable from his uniform, and he needed to go through all the pockets before it got trashed. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed and shrugged off the hoodie and scrubs top at the same time, briefly marveling at how easy it was to raise his arms over his head. He hadn't been able to without pain since the sports festival. He peeled back the bandages to peer at the wound. Only a small, angry red stripe of new scar. Tissue over his heart indicated he'd been fatally injured a mere 2 days ago. He stared at the mark blankly. It didn't look like a wound that should have killed him. Did kill him, according to everyone else. Just a scar. One among many. The ones on his arms and hands were more debilitating and gruesome to look at. The old starbursts on his back and shoulders burned sometimes in the quiet. The neat parallel lines on the inside of his thighs held more condensed pain. What made this new scar so special? It made him think of a near-fatal scar on a different man. Does All Might know about you? He shimmied out of the pants and into a pair of clean boxer briefs. All Might is incompetent. I went dormant for most of them. As much as Izuku loved All Might as a person, and respected him as a hero, there was nothing he could summon to counter the assessment. Instead he focused on the new information. The past one for all users? He wanted to be sure. Yes. Izuku debated pressing for more but bit the inside of his cheek. Did he really want to know right now? Detached fascination tugged at the back of his mind, but it was too much, too fast. He curled up on top of the covers. Too heavy to resist, his eyes slid shut. This time when Izuku woke up, it was to a persistent knocking on his door. The temptation to roll over and ignore it was intense. He felt better, he noted muzzily. His body hummed with only a little more than his usual pain. He was still exhausted, but it was less tainted by everything. Under the surface, the shutter he'd managed to close on the more chaotic emotions was thin and already bowing from the strain of trying to process everything that had happened. All the new information. But he just needed a little breathing room. He almost drifted back off again when the knocking repeated, louder and accompanied by his mother's meek tone asking if he was awake. Izuku's fingers gripped the blanket hard enough that he heard a quiet rip. Swallowing thickly, he forced himself to sit up and reach for a shirt. I'm awake. I just need to get dressed. It took effort to project his voice past a whisper. Any response was lost as Izuku focused on getting dressed. The clean fabric felt wrong against skin that had only been wiped down for bandages. It made him grimace. Maybe he would feel a bit more human after a shower. The passive turn of phrase gave him pause and he had to bite back an almost hysterical bark of laughter. Closing his eyes, he drew in a slow, deep breath. One thing at a time. Seeing his mother was surreal. When he finally emerged, she burst into tears and threw her arms around him. That core of dread that never quite went away turned to ice. Had someone leaked Izuku's involvement in Hosu? I missed you so much, honey. Are you feeling okay? I tried checking on you when I first got home, but your door was locked and I didn't want to wake you too soon. She finally pulled away out of necessity, digging a packet of nose tissues from her pocket and trying to stem the tears when further attempts to talk came out in hiccups. Finally, I left work early and picked up stuff for Katsudon. It's almost finished. Some of Izuku's tension eased at that. It was just the normal type of tears, then. He had a feeling she would be far more hysterical if she found out he was hospitalized fighting an A-rank serial killer. I'm good, Mom. Just tired. Gran is strict about training. He would also be glad to have food that wasn't taiyaki, or bland. Or raw fish heads. That last recollection went right back into the recesses of Izuku's mind. Inko blew her nose and gave him a watery smile. That's good. You should go get washed up. I'll let you know when food's done. She shuffled down the short hallway to the main rooms, leaving him to it. The image in the bathroom mirror didn't paint a pretty picture of his week. He had showered at Gran's, of course, but Hosu more than undid the effort. His hair was a chaotic rat's nest of matted blood and tangles. Dried flecks of crimson rust dotted his skin, almost blending with his freckles where it had faded off on clothes or sheets. How could his mother stand to hug him like this? How did she not notice? He stomped that line of thought out and got ready to wash off. While he waited for the water to heat up, Izuku sat on the edge of the tub to try brushing out some of the knots. It would be a struggle to get the strands wet if he didn't. That's if he could even comb it. He hissed softly as the bristles scraped uselessly at a knot matted with blood and dried sweat. His hands were shaking, not from pain exactly, but from the quiet frustration of it all. You'll tear it, Venom said, the voice curling in his ear like mist through a broken window. Let me help. Izuku frowned at the tiles between his feet. I can do dash. You'll keep tugging like a feral cat until you rip off your scalp. A ripple at the edge of his vision, then a tendril slid from his shoulder, slick and deliberate. It snatched the comb and Izuku didn't have the energy to resist. Maybe the symbiote could do a better job. The item was tossed aside and the tendril simply glommed into the strands on its own. It felt like small, cool fingers combing through his hair, following the motion of the feelers as they branched and webbed in exploration. A sharp, involuntary shiver rolled up his spine when a few individual hair strands were tweaked in tandem. It caused an intense creeping sensation that wasn't entirely unpleasant. A few knots tugged stubbornly before unraveling under semi-solid intent. The curls left behind slowly dried with a sticky residue, turning them stiff like cheap hair gel. But it was an undeniable improvement. With each new section freed from debris and snarls, a tension eased in Izuku's head that he didn't realize was there until the ache behind his temples faded to a dull throb. Genuine gratitude made his eyes sting. Thank you. It was weird, but Izuku knew he'd probably have just cut it all off if left to his own devices. Don't thank us, Venom seemed to finish, because he absorbed back into Izuku's skin with a cool tingle. You are ours. The words registered as ominous but Izuku let it go for now. A soak under too hot water and scrubbing himself raw was a more appealing draw. There would be time to catalog, analyze, and prioritize. Just not now. Not until the water was no longer running pink with blood. Escaping Inko proved difficult after dinner. She was clingy after not hearing from him for almost a week. He couldn't blame her, not really. But every hug, every casual touch, every insistence that he sit a little longer or watch a quick episode scraped against already frayed nerves. It wasn't her fault. She was trying. He just wasn't. Izuku sat through it all with a fixed smile, knuckles white around his water glass. He nodded at the appropriate moments. Laughed once, even. He wasn't sure if she noticed how hollow it sounded. His skin crawled with the weight of her attention. With how normal it all was. Katsudon and TV reruns like he hadn't. Like he hadn't died. Eventually, she dozed off in the recliner, tissue packet clutched in one hand like a lifeline. Izuku tiptoed to his room like a burglar, grateful and guilty in equal measure. The door clicked shut behind him with more finality than it should have. Only once he was alone did the breath escape him, shaky, shallow, clinging to the edges of panic. Venom didn't speak. But he was there. Awake. Watching. Waiting. Izuku didn't turn on the light. Just crossed the room and dropped onto the bed, palms pressed to his eyes. The quiet buzz of evening city life filtered in through the window, too distant to ground him. Yet it all felt too loud. He stayed like that until the nausea passed. The dregs of his favorite dish sat heavy and acidic in his stomach. Then, without looking up, what do you eat? Chocolate and heads, obviously. But why? Venom didn't answer right away. When he did, the voice was level. Factual, like reciting instinct. Brains contain phenethylamine. Choline. Neurotransmitters. We need them to survive. Chocolate helps. Not enough. So it's chemical? Izuku asked, shifting. A nutritional thing? Yes, Venom confirmed. Essential. Without it, we die. Living brains. Animals work. Humans work best. Izuku's throat bobbed. How are you eating? He pressed. Dimly, he recalled the news reports about headless criminals. The faded dreams of neighboring cities he'd never been to before. But he needed to hear it. Venom didn't hesitate this time. We hunted. The words were simple, unflinching. When you were too loud to notice us. When we had to keep us alive. A slow ripple of movement beneath Izuku's skin, like venom was stretching. Low-tier threats. Killers. RPSTS. Ones no one will miss. Izuku's stomach turned. You dash. We were dying. We needed food. We needed strength. And they were. Convenient. A pause. Then, almost playfully, some even ran. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. You killed people. We killed predators. We protected us. The voice throbbed like a second heartbeat in his head, low, resonant, unashamed. You would have done the same if you had teeth like ours. Izuku couldn't refute the words. A fair share of bad days had lent fuel to a few particularly vicious and permanent quirk takedown methods in his notebooks. He was aware of the spark hiding in his chest, the one that exploded into an inferno of furious bloodlust if he let it. It scared him. Not because it was unnatural, but because it felt too much like Katsuki. Izuku well knew what it was like to be on the receiving end of that type of fury. Of not knowing if his assailant knew how far was too far. He never wanted to do that to someone else, even villains. An agitated hiss made Izuku startle. Venom coiled behind his ribs in jerky knots that almost hurt. Katsuki heard us. Izuku blinked, breath catching. He hadn't said the name. Hadn't even thought about it that clearly. How do you know that? A cold flush crept down his spine. We see, Venom murmured. We feel. We experience. When it's loud like that. Izuku turned his face into the pillow, trembling. Stop digging. We didn't dig, came the softer reply. You bled. A pause, then quieter. We bled too. Earlier. It hurt. Another beat. We're sorry. Sometimes it can't be helped. Izuku said nothing. Couldn't. But Venom didn't press. At some point he must have dozed off. In what seemed to be the span of a single long blink, his room dimmed from twilight shadow to pitch black. The streetlight outside had burnt out while he was away. Squinting against the bright screen, Izuku checked the time on his phone. 1 a.m., too late to go out and do anything respectable, too early to go on a morning run. The wall seemed too close, pressing into his unsettled mind. His body demanded action after so much bedrest. He sat up slowly, legs heavy, and started pulling on dark workout clothes. He didn't know where he was going. He only knew that staying motionless felt awful. So he ran. No warm-up. No gear. Just an old hoodie, tight at the shoulders now, and worn sneakers that slapped the pavement too loudly in the quiet dark. The air bit at his throat, sharp and metallic, but he didn't stop. His usual route wove through familiar side streets and pedestrian paths. Muscle memory did the steering, his mind was somewhere else entirely. Focused on breathing. On the ache in his calves. On the fire in his lungs. Venom didn't speak, but Izuku could feel him coiled and curious, a restless observer watching from behind his ribs. Tracking their every heartbeat like it might matter. He made it to the far end of the route, where the trail met the sand and wind of Takoba Beach, faster than usual. Not a record, but close. Probably not safe, either. Too fast on uneven footing. Too reckless on a night like this. But it got him there. The ocean stretched out before him like a void, black and silver beneath a half-clouded moon. The tide murmured against the shoreline in lazy, endless breaths. Izuku staggered to a stop, doubling over with his hands on his knees, sweat dripping off his chin. His breath tore out of him ragged and harsh. The cold air stung, but it felt real. Once the burning in his chest dulled to a simmer, he dropped onto the sand and let his legs stretch out in front of him. The wind cut through his hoodie. The ocean glittered in scattered fragments. He didn't speak. Not at first. The tide crept in. I kept thinking the only way to prove myself was to be better, Izuku said, voice low. Kinder. Smarter. Stronger. The kind of person they couldn't ignore. Like All Might. No response. Just the press behind his ribs. But they didn't want better. They just wanted someone normal. A faint flicker beneath his skin. Venom settling. I tried so hard not to hate them for it. Silence. Then, after a beat, Venom's voice, quiet, they were wrong. Izuku didn't argue. Just dug his nails into his palms and let the silence stretch. The air tasted like iron and nostalgia. Eventually, a cluster of tendrils emerged to form a neck and head. Venom's teeth were exposed, as ever. Not threatening, just not pretending to be human. He seemed to survey the view as well. They sat like that for a while. Izuku finally spoke again, voice calm but brittle. I don't know if I can handle knowing when you eat. A breath shuddered out of him, sharp at the edges. But I know for sure I can't handle not knowing. He turned to look at Venom, really look. Eyes meeting that too-wide grin and those unblinking white voids. Venom didn't move. Didn't answer right away. Just held still, solid in the dark, almost blending with it. Then, quietly, that is fair. The soft lapping of waves against the sand was almost too peaceful for Izuku's chaotic thoughts. He tried to focus on it anyway, grounding himself in the rhythm, anything but the weight of what he was about to say. "When you need to eat," he began, slow and careful, "take me with you." Awake. His fingers dug into the cold sand, nerves buzzing under his skin. He finally looked away from Venom's face. In the partial moonlight his eyes almost looked like pearls. It was distracting. "I won't stop you entirely." A pause. "But if I tell you to leave someone alone, you do. Please." A long silence followed. Then, Venom shifted beside him, testing a clumsy human-like nod. "Agreed," came the answer. Low, firm. Almost solemn. Venom's head tilted, gaze drifting out over the tide. They sat in silence a moment before he broke it. "The last time we sat on a beach like this, someone offered to die with us." A pause. "You're smarter than he was." Another pause. "Softer, not better. Just smarter." The conversation naturally tapered off again. The relief Izuku felt at Venom's easy acceptance of the request almost made the quiet peaceful for once. A break in the clouds revealed a scatter of stars, faint, fractured light over dark water. He exhaled slowly, tension bleeding out with the breath. Beside him, Venom didn't move. Just watched the waves. "We'll figure this out," Izuku murmured, mostly to himself. "We will." And for the first time in days, Izuku believed it. The stillness fractured. Izuku flinched at the sudden buzz of his phone in his pocket, the sound jarring against the hush of the night. The caller ID flashed across the screen, harsh in the dark, "Mom." Irritation surged sharp, instinctive. Couldn't she leave him be for one night? Then guilt bloomed immediately after, bitter and familiar. She was scared. He hadn't called in almost a week. Hadn't texted. And now he disappeared in the middle of the night. She had no way of knowing he was safe, only that he wasn't home. Izuku stared at the screen, thumb hovering over decline. Ignoring her more would make it worse. He was just so tired. Beside him, Venom said nothing. Just watched. At long last, Izuku pressed decline and tucked the phone away. He drew in a shaky breath. "She can't know about you." There was no doubt in his mind she would either have a legitimate heart attack or immediately call the police. "You'd be happier finding your own place," the symbiote commented. The words echoed some of Izuku's most recent ruminations about his mother and the strain of knowing she didn't support him. Not fully, at least. "But I can't afford it. No one will hire a quirkless person for nearly enough money to rent a room, and UA is full-time. We're stuck for now." Even after updating his quirk register to reflect a late awakening, it signaled to employers that he didn't have control. That he was a liability. The sports festival did nothing but reinforce it. They spent a few more minutes watching the tide before Izuku slowly climbed to his feet. It was time to face the music at home, and maybe sleep some more. The next day, Izuku felt almost normal. It was jarring, waking up without dread chewing at his spine. Like wearing someone else's skin. Like his body hadn't gotten the memo that everything was still messed up. After they got back, his mother had fussed but accepted that he got restless after recovering from training. He always had been an insomniac, he'd just never given her reason to check on him in the middle of the night before. It was a workday for his mom, she had already left by the time he dragged himself out of the covers. She'd tapped on his door before leaving, it's what woke him, but he'd ignored it. He sat on the edge of the bed staring blankly at the floor for several moments. Finally, he got dressed and grabbed his phone. He needed to catch up with everything he missed. He wasn't even sure what day it was. While he reheated leftovers for breakfast, he skimmed through the various messages he'd been ignoring. Most were from Todoroki and Shinso, concerned at his lapse in communication. Izuku sent a message apologizing and explaining the sleeping sprees. Next was Aizawa, who let him know that the Hosu police went through with the Endeavor plan. And that Izuku was expected in class tomorrow, apparently Monday, since he left the hospital early. All Might had caught wind of the incident and wanted to meet as soon as Izuku was recovered enough to want company. Several classmates had texted and tagged him in the class group chat, but mostly just to ask how his internship was going or wanting quirk advice. Ida was notably absent from his messages. He stared at the name in his contact list. It wasn't grayed out, not blocked. Just silent. Izuku hovered over it for a moment, thumb trembling slightly, then opened a new message. "I hope you're okay. I asked about you before I left the hospital but you were asleep. Please talk to me." The microwave beeped. He jumped. Breakfast was katsudon from the previous night. He ate in silence, too aware of the flavor, the smell, the way it coated his tongue and sat too heavily in his gut. After scraping the bowl clean with mechanical efficiency, Izuku rinsed it out, left it to dry, and returned to his room. His fingers hesitated on the edge of his desk before he sat. His notebook was open where he left it on a few lines of shaky notes on Venom. He looked over what he'd written, some genuine curiosity surfacing for the first time. In the hospital you said some sounds hurt you? There was a pause as Venom emerged from between Izuku's shoulder blades. He craned around to look at the page. 4,000 to 6,000 hertz is lethal. Fire is deadly too. Only those can kill us. He didn't seem bothered revealing his weaknesses. All two of them. Izuku claimed the pen and added the information. Beside the bullet points he added his own supposition. 4 to 6 kHz, vibrations disrupt cell formation? Fire, dehydration. Prevents healing? How often do you need to eat? He slipped into analysis like a beloved security blanket. The first step to getting a handle on things was understanding. Every few days. Less, if we're healing. Venom drifted into Izuku's periphery, watching the words form on the page. We will need to eat tonight. The news that he'd be witnessing another murder that soon made his writing waver. Animal substitutes? He muscled past the discomfort. The smarter, the better. We need many more animals than humans. Izuku scribbled it down in his tight, messy script. Can I feed you chocolate to delay it? A pause. Yes. But not forever. He grinned wide and let his tongue loll. I need fresh meat. Saliva dripped onto the desk but Izuku tried to ignore it. He stared at the page for a long moment before reluctantly asking the question that had plagued him since the hospital. How do you factor into one for all? Venom didn't answer right away. A ripple of movement ran down Izuku's spine. Then, we are one for all. Come. Certain. Absolute. Izuku's breath hitched. He didn't know what answer he expected. But it wasn't that. How? We hid his quirks. We gave strength and power, they fed us. He coiled to hover over the notebook. Somehow, Izuku thought he looked amused. Before drool could drip onto the pages, Izuku picked up the notebook and leaned back in his chair. As if the distance meant anything when Venom was attached root and stem. How does that work if only a couple knew you? Venom chuckled, not cruelly. But low and resonant, like a rumble in Izuku's bones. That is the point. A ripple curled beneath Venom's skin, no, not skin. Membrane. It moved too fluidly, too deliberately, to be anything truly solid. It was at odds with the subtle, grounding weight of him coming out of Izuku's back. We are hunted. Previous hosts were incompatible. We only came out to eat when they slept. Izuku's fingers tightened around the pen. So you've done this before. Not like this. Not in a long time. A pause. You're our perfect match. The words chilled him. Not a threat, not a promise, just fact. He swallowed, ignoring the instinct to deny it. What do you mean? With Venom's lack of human reasoning, Izuku didn't want to misunderstand the situation. Your body can hold us. Your mind didn't break. You will bound us even as you stole our energy. A few tendrils reach out to trace lightning patterns featherlight over bone-deep scars. Izuku had to repress a shiver as the slick coolness tickled and caused goosebumps. But now you let us speak. You listen to us. It's a start. Confused guilt sparked at the implication. I'm sorry. If I'd known one for all was sentient a firm knock echoed through the apartment, making Izuku startle and drop the pen. Venom snatched it midair and set it on the desk before retreating into Izuku. With some reluctance, Izuku stood to see who it was. To his surprise, Shinso greeted him when he opened the front door. Oh, did you text? I'm sorry, I was working on something. Izuku didn't think his phone had buzzed while he and Venom talked. Nah, Shinso held up a konbini bag. I was just heading home from Aizawa's and realized I was in the area. Internships are officially over. As soon as the other man spoke, Venom shivered? Not physically, not exactly. It was more like a buzz low in Izuku's bones, an involuntary twitch of muscle and nerve. Like something inside him wanted to hum along with Shinso's words. Almost like a cat purring without making noise. We remember this one, Venom murmured, a gentle curl in the back of his skull. He vibrates funny. We like it. Izuku barely kept from startling. Now was not the time to be weird. Do you want to come in? He asked aloud, stepping aside automatically. He was trying very hard not to think about how it felt when a sentient goo monster got flustered by his friend's voice. Especially since Izuku was already weak for Shinso's eyes. The man offered a tiny but sincere smile as he stepped through the door. It's good to see you're dumb but in one piece. Todoroki told me it was bad. His lips pulled into a frown as he invited himself into the kitchen to unpack what appeared to be a meal. Just not how bad. It's really not though. Izuku waved his hands as if to ward off the concern. I'm all healed up and can go back to class tomorrow. That earned him an unimpressed sneer. We both know Todoroki wouldn't call something bad unless it was catastrophic. Apparently the two had been talking between themselves for longer than Izuku assumed. The words gave him pause, not able to refute them. The desire to blurt out the truth was almost overwhelming. I just don't want to think about it, he settled on. The sentiment was accurate. Shinso paused briefly before nodding. He sat at the table and started eating, social graces non-existent. Not that Izuku minded. Having non-judgmental, external, company was soothing. Halfway through his meal, Shinso glanced at Izuku. Do you want some? He gestured to the containers of food. The offer made Izuku blush and shake his head. I ate before you got here. Thanks though. No one had offered to share a meal with him before. Not like this at least. He knew it meant nothing, but it still made warmth spread through his chest. Despite refusing the food, Izuku shifted uncomfortably when an almost painful pang ripped through him only moments later. He fought to ignore a ravenous hunger as it unfurled in his stomach like an angry beast. He knew he was failing to hide the twitches when Shinso glanced at him with a concerned frown. Chocolate, Venom reminded helpfully. We don't want to eat this one. We like his voice. Izuku jerked to his feet with a nervous laugh. On second thought, I think my blood sugar's a bit low. He beelined for the snacks cupboard and grabbed the first chocolate bar he saw. Fumbling to unwrap it, he shoved a full half into his mouth, nearly choking himself. Shinso raised an eyebrow mid-chew. You sure you're okay? Izuku gave a thumbs up, eyes watering as he fought to swallow the oversized mouthful. MMHM. All good. Just, forgot I worked out last night and didn't balance my breakfast right. Izuku mumbled around a sticky mess of nougat and panic. Shinso didn't press. He just slurped a noodle, staring at Izuku with that unreadable deadpan that made even normal people spiral. His gaze flicked to the chocolate bar still clutched in Izuku's hand. Then to the tremors in his fingers. Then back up. Izuku forced another smile. Seriously. I'm fine. Shinso didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, finally, you ever think about lying less obviously? There was no heat to the question, only quiet resignation. Izuku slowly peeled back more of the wrapper. His gaze stayed glued to the snack as guilt surged once more. Sorry. He tested a smile but it turned out wobbly. I have a lot going on that I can't talk about. He shoved more of the bar into his mouth, as if that would plug up the surge of loneliness his own words caused. Shinso chewed a few more bites before setting his chopsticks down with deliberate care. He gave Izuku his full attention. You don't have to explain. Just don't stop answering your messages. That's worse. Izuku blinked. He hadn't expected that. He nodded quickly, almost too quickly. Okay. Yeah. I won't. Good. Shinso leaned back in his chair, studying him with that sideways glance of his. The one that somehow managed to read everything without demanding anything. You look like sheet, by the way. Izuku let out a startled laugh that turned into a cough around chocolate crumbs. Thanks. Anytime. Shinso returned to his food, tone flat as ever. Despite everything, the corners of Izuku's mouth tugged upward. The panic settled, just a bit. And somewhere behind his ribs, Venom purred. They settled into a comfortable silence. During that time, Izuku scoffed down 3 more chocolate bars. He was hyper-aware of Shinso's gaze watching his almost frantic chewing but he tried to ignore it. Once Shinso was done eating, he leaned back in his chair with a quiet sigh. His expression was pensive and distant, as if debating something. Finally, it's okay to not be okay. You don't have to force yourself around me. Izuku's chewing slowed. The chocolate on his tongue suddenly tasted too sweet, too sharp. He swallowed thickly and set the wrapper aside, fingers curling tight in his lap. I'm not trying to force anything, he said softly. I don't know how to feel right now. Things are complicated. Shinso hummed, neutral and understanding. Then don't do anything. Just sit in it. Izuku blinked at him, thrown by the simplicity. You don't have to figure it out today. Or tomorrow. Or ever, really. Shinso tilted his head, one brow raised. But you don't have to lie about it either. You're allowed to be a wreck. You almost died, didn't you? Izuku hesitated. Yeah. He shouldn't be surprised if Todoroki mentioned that detail to Shinso. And something's still wrong. Another beat. Yeah. That earned a slow nod, like Shinso was mentally cataloging it in some invisible notebook. Cool. Then I'm staying for a bit. What? You're twitchy. And weird. And you've eaten more chocolate in the last 20 minutes than should be legally possible. He stood and started tidying his food containers, throwing away trash. So I'm keeping you company until you're sick of me. Izuku huffed a quiet, genuine laugh. That might take a while. Then I'll bring my toothbrush next time. There was no teasing in it. Just a fact. Steady. Sure. Izuku didn't know what to do with that kind of certainty. Instead, he nodded and focused on brushing the chocolate dust off his fingers. He didn't notice the tension in his shoulders until it eased. Venom stirred in the quiet again, gentle as a tide shift. Keep this one. Izuku's throat tightened. He swallowed past it, unsure if it was emotion or hunger or something more ancient curling low in his stomach. Thanks, Shinso-kun, he said, voice thin but sincere. The chocolate wasn't enough. It delayed things, dulled the gnawing hollowness. But by midnight, Izuku could feel Venom stirring, restless and hungry. Hitoshi had left after a few hours of quiet company, warned off by Izuku with a quiet reminder that Inko would be home soon. Neither of them wanted to deal with the well-meaning quirkism again. Izuku stopped in the mouth of an alley just a few blocks from the apartment. The night folded around him like a thick, suffocating shroud. His hands trembled, fingers curling into fists at his sides. He could feel Venom waiting, humming low and eager beneath his ribs, the hunger swelling sharper with every breath. No more stalling. He drew in a breath that felt too shallow, too tight in his chest. Closed his eyes. Okay. The response came before he could finish. A cold surge of ink-black tendrils uncoiled along his spine. He gasped, nearly stumbling, as they crawled over him in a tightening web. It wasn't like putting on a suit. It was like being devoured. The world shifted instantly. His body felt stretched and bound in the same breath, weightless and constricted all at once. Alien strength surged through a frame that wasn't his, yet pulsed with his heartbeat. Slick tendrils curled over every inch of him, molding to muscle and bone like living armor. His senses exploded. Footsteps boomed like distant drums. The air reeked of exhaust and garbage and something sweet that Izuku couldn't identify. He smelled copper on the wind. He felt eyes where he didn't have them, and a long tongue flicked out, tasting the night. Movement came, limbs flexing with power beyond anything he'd known, but none of it obeyed his will. He was a passenger, locked inside a monster using his body. And still, somehow, it felt right. That terrified him more than anything. Izuku felt the creature begin to stalk forward, his own legs forgotten beneath the towering weight. Each step was fluid and effortless. Predatory. A shudder ran through him. He wasn't sure he could stop the symbiote if he got out of control. He sincerely hoped Venom wouldn't force him to try. In a rush of hulking limbs, Venom vaulted up and climbed a building using hardened claws. Vertigo assaulted Izuku as they ascended. He found himself struggling not to fight for control as the dark landscape passed in a nauseating blur. They landed with a heavy thud on a rooftop 3 blocks over. The force of impact barely echoed in Izuku's bones, dampened by the symbiote's frame, but the disorientation lingered. He couldn't feel his own feet. Couldn't feel his center of balance. He was floating inside something too large, too alive, and every movement was just out of his reach. Venom crouched low, their body a seamless shadow in the dark. The city murmured beneath them, traffic grumbling in the distance, a train wailing somewhere far off, laughter bleeding from apartment windows. Then, there. The hiss of excitement rattled around and through Izuku. Venom's attention snapped sharp, their whole body stilling like a predator scenting blood. Izuku felt the focus narrow like a vice. 2 alleys down, a muffled scream cracked the night. Izuku tried to shift his head and Venom moved for him, sudden and smooth and wrong. A woman was struggling with a man twice her size. Her bag was torn, its contents spilling across the pavement. Her hands glowed faintly, a weak light-based quirk, sputtering in panic. The man shoved her into the wall. Izuku's instincts roared. We should help Dash. He didn't have time to finish the words. Venom dropped from the roof. They didn't land. They slammed into the pavement like a meteor, cracking concrete beneath their feet. The mugger froze, his hand still raised. He looked up. Venom rose from the crouch slowly. Deliberately. Fear ghosted across their shared tongue. Sweet. Sharp. Electric. A grin split Venom's face wide, jagged and gleaming. The man took one step back. Venom surged forward. It wasn't a fight. It wasn't a confrontation. It was an execution. Izuku couldn't look away even as nausea twisted his guts into knots. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't stop what was happening. He felt it all, the crunch of bone, the scream cut short, the warm gush that soaked into their tongue and teeth and throat. It was brief. Brutal. Practiced. The man didn't get a second chance. When it was done, the woman was gone, bolted down the street without looking back. Probably didn't even get a good look at her savior. Venom didn't follow. He didn't care, as he ate the body, clothes and all. He stood still for a moment, chest heaving once, twice. Then turned. Izuku felt something drop into their shared hand, a wallet. 3,000 yen, Venom rumbled, pleased. Snacks secured. After what felt like a lifetime of fighting nausea, Izuku found his voice. You didn't even give me a chance to dash. You said you wanted to watch. The voice pressed low and cool around him. You didn't stop us. A beat. Not mocking, just matter of fact. Next time, speak faster. And then he leapt again, dragging Izuku's stunned silence into the sky. Time blurred as Venom prowled the city in search of more. Izuku tried to keep track of their path but quickly gave up, shutting his eyes in a desperate attempt to recenter himself. It was nearly impossible, assaulted by Venom's heightened senses and the rush of near-flight as they vaulted between rooftops. The second one didn't fight. Didn't even see them coming. Venom moved fast, too fast, and Izuku didn't register much more than the shape of a body slamming into brick. A muttered curse. A phone clattering to the concrete. The short, sharp rush of a life ending before it knew it was being judged. Izuku didn't look. Couldn't. He kept his gaze fixed on the flickering neon of a distant Love Hotel sign, counting the seconds between its blinking stutters. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2. He barely noticed when Venom spoke. This one wasn't a screamer, the symbiote murmured, tone almost conversational. Less satisfying. But cleaner. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't even flinch. He couldn't. Not and keep the cries clenched behind his teeth. Another wallet. Another flash of movement. Another alley painted darker. They didn't stop to speak after that. Not to the victim. Not to him. The third one was Messier. Something about the way they ran, the adrenaline, the panic, called to Venom. Izuku felt it building before they struck, that coiling focus, the flex of muscles that weren't his, the pure thrill that crackled beneath his ribs like static. This time, the man shouted. Begged. Called someone's name. Not Izuku's. Just, someone. Venom didn't pause. Just tore through the moment, efficient and exact. Izuku tasted copper and bile in the back of his throat and turned his mind somewhere else. Anywhere else. The stars above were too bright. The ground below was too red. When it was over, Venom crouched on a rooftop like a gargoyle, breath steaming into the night air. Wind tugged at the edges of their silhouette. Below them, the city moved on. Oblivious. A single yen coin clinked on the gravel beside them from wherever Venom was stashing the money he stole. Izuku stared at it. Something inside him cracked. Venom. It was barely more than a whisper. The symbiote didn't answer. Venom, he said again, firmer. Can we stop? Just for tonight. A long pause. Waited. Listening. Then, you are trembling. Izuku hadn't noticed. He was. You are tired. We are full. The voice wasn't cruel. It wasn't even smug. It was something worse. It was understanding. Or at least an attempt at it. We will stop. Venom didn't retreat. He didn't relinquish control. But he stilled. And in the stillness, Izuku found the faintest echo of his own heartbeat. He curled tighter inside the thing wearing his body and let the night move on without him. He didn't know when or how they got home, just that he eventually opened his eyes to find himself in his room. In his own skin at last. He didn't remember removing his shoes or hanging up his jacket, but apparently he had. Venom was curled up in his normal place behind Izuku's ribs, quiet, sated, content. Nausea struck and Izuku bolted for the bathroom. After emptying the lingering chocolate from his stomach, he spent several moments in a daze, just kneeling in front of the toilet. A curious pulse from Venom made Izuku recoil, breath stuttering harshly. Blinking rapidly, he stood and stumbled for the sink, rinsing out his mouth while avoiding looking at his reflection. The water was still running, the sound too loud in the small room, and his knuckles went white gripping the sink edge. Behind his ribs, Venom shifted. You are rejecting us. Not an accusation. Observation. Izuku's jaw clenched. He didn't answer. You accepted us. Still no heat. Still no guilt. Just quiet confusion. A current of hurt. Izuku reached for the tap, turned it off with a sharp twist. His fingers were trembling again. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. The lack of familiar impulse scared him. There wasn't even guilt yet. Just silence. And in the silence, the thrum of Venom's voice whispered, "We did good." That one almost broke him. He braced both palms against the cold porcelain and let his head hang low. Shoulders locked. Neck tight. People died. Bad people. That doesn't make it right. A pause. Longer, this time. Then, you did not stop us. He hated that Venom kept saying that. He hated more that it was true. Back in his room, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, not bothering to undress. The buzz of nausea had dulled, but the aftertaste of bile lingered, metallic, clinging to the back of his throat. Venom was still. Not withdrawn. Not gone. Just, waiting. Izuku shifted forward slightly, elbows braced on his knees. The silence pressed close. I didn't want to feel anything, he muttered. But I did. No response. I didn't want to like it. More silence stretched and Izuku thought the symbiote wouldn't comment. Until finally, you didn't. Izuku's brow furrowed. You felt alive. That landed like a nail hammered through a coffin. He exhaled through his nose, slow and ragged. There was nothing he could say to that. Eventually, he lay down. Not to sleep, that wasn't happening, but because his body had nothing left to give. Venom didn't speak again. Just curled tighter inside him, coiled like a serpent around his heart. Izuku stared at the ceiling until the edges blurred, trying not to think of how comforting the weight in his chest felt, even soaked in blood. Izuku woke up in the middle of class the next day. He couldn't remember how he got there, but his uniform was perfect, sans tie, and his bag was present. Had it been disassociation or venom? The numb question went unanswered as he tried to catch his bearings. It appeared to be morning English. There was a test in front of him, half filled in. The classroom hummed around him. Pages turning, pencils scratching, a cough 2 rows over. Everyone moved as if nothing were wrong. Because to them, nothing was. You didn't stop us. Venom's words from last night sparked like a live wire in the back of his mind. He stared at the test. The questions blurred. A vocabulary section had been filled out in clean English letters, but some of the grammar was off. He didn't think about it. Midoriya. Yamada's voice cut through the fog, concerned. Time's up. Izuku blinked. His hand moved on its own, sliding the paper forward. A faint tremor ghosted down his fingers as he pulled them back. He didn't meet anyone's eyes. The rest of the morning passed in fragments. Someone asked him something in math. He answered without thinking. The halls were loud between PRDS. He flinched when someone brushed his arm on his way to the washroom. At one point he checked his phone. A message from Shinso sat unread, timestamped for the first break of the day. You good? He didn't reply. By the time lunch rolled around, his stomach was a cold pit. He stood slowly, bag in hand, and made it 2 steps out of the classroom before a hand lightly grasped his arm. Not so fast, Shinso muttered. His voice was low, not hostile, but unidentifiable tension laced through it. Izuku turned, sluggish. Todoroki was there, waiting just beyond the door, arms folded. His expression was unreadable. Izuku swallowed. I'm fine. It sounded pathetic to his own ears. You said you wouldn't ignore messages anymore, Shinso shot back. You look like you've been sleepwalking through landmines all day. Izuku's fingers tightened on his bag strap. Behind his ribs, Venom shifted. Not intruding, not pushing, curious. Sorry, his throat closed up and his eyes stung. I had a bad night. A sob caught in a hiccup when he tried to suppress it. The reaction had Shinso's eyes going wide and he glanced around before gently pulling Izuku down the hall and into a back stairwell. Todoroki followed silently, ensuring their privacy. If Izuku had the capacity, and didn't know them, he'd be concerned. He found himself pressed onto a step and Shinso crouched in front of him, gaze earnest and concerned. Behind him, Todoroki leaned casually against the door and gazed upward towards higher landings to keep them undisturbed. Talk to me. You were weird, but fine, when I left yesterday. Don't dash, Venom tried to protest as Izuku's impulsive intentions formed but it was too late. I killed people. It came out as a hoarse whisper. He couldn't look Shinso in the eyes. The silence after was suffocating. No gasp. No recoil. No condemnation. Just Shinso's quiet breathing and the faint creak of Todoroki shifting against the door. The villain, Shinso said finally. Stain? Izuku shook his head. Not just. A beat. Then, barely audible. I don't even know who. He finally looked up. Shinso's eyes were steady. They were searching. Processing. Todoroki spoke, voice low. Venom? Nodding, Izuku's voice cracked, barely audible now. I didn't stop him. He expected shouting. Accusations. Backing away. Instead, Shinso just sat back on the step beside him with a long exhale. Well, he said. Sheet. Who's Venom if not your hero name? The question cut through the fog. Izuku almost laughed. It came out as a strangled gasp. He didn't answer immediately. He stared at the floor, fingers clenched. It was Venom who answered. He emerged slowly, quietly. Just a ripple of black down Izuku's spine. A soft wet shhk as something peeled away from skin and cloth. It slithered up his spine like cold molasses, stretching skin, nerves tingling in its wake. A wide, tooth-lined mouth opened behind Izuku's shoulder, eyes pale like moons in tar. We are Venom, the voice said. Not loud. Not threatening. But undeniably inhuman. Shinso tensed, but didn't move. Hi. He shot a look of barely concealed panic at Todoroki, who simply shrugged, having seen Venom before in the hospital. Hello. Venom returned politely. Shinso blinked, jaw tense. Okay. Creepy. Definitely not hallucinating. He didn't move away, but he did shift slightly, bracing one arm against his knee like he might need to spring up fast. Behind him, Todoroki didn't flinch either, but his eyes tracked every twitch of Venom's movement. Calm, but not relaxed. Izuku saw it. The way both of them were fighting instinct with intention. "We can go," he said quickly. "I'll dash." "No," Shinso interrupted, sharper than expected. "We're here, remember? Not backing out now. Just." He finally exhaled, slow and forced. "Maybe next time, a warning?" "You asked." Venom offered with something like a shrug, multiple neck tendrils rolling in a wave. "You're also not normal," Shinso snapped back. "And I've seen some shit." Todoroki's voice was dry. "So have we all." That cracked the tension just enough. Shinso barked out a low, breathless laugh. "Fair." Venom retracted slightly, head tilting. "We are not accustomed to conversation." "I mean," Shinso muttered. "Not exactly something you open with." Izuku huffed, exhausted but grateful for the levity. Todoroki cut in, voice even. "How did you find him?" Izuku hesitated. "I don't know. Not really. He was just there one night. I thought I was hallucinating." "You were breaking," Venom said calmly. "We came." "You what?" Shinso asked, glancing between them. Venom's mouth curled in something like a smile. "We are drawn to volatility. Pain. Potential." But he was different. Izuku hugged his arms, small. "He said I was compatible. Like he'd been searching. For centuries," Venom confirmed. "Hosts collapse. Burn out. Minds crack. But the voice lowered, almost reverent, his endures." "That sounds less flattering and more terrifying," Shinso muttered. "So what, you're inside his head?" "Not inside," Venom corrected. Beside. Around. We are us." "That doesn't clarify anything," Todoroki said. Izuku rubbed his temples. "It's hard to explain. It's like, he's me, but not. He thinks, but not the same way. He feels things I don't always recognize until it's too late." "Does he control you?" Todoroki asked, direct. "No," Izuku hesitated. "Yes. Not unless I let him, I think. But when I panic, when I freeze, sometimes he doesn't wait for permission." Venom pulsed under his skin, quiet but undeniably still there despite physically emerging. "I didn't stop him," Izuku said again, bitter. Venom stirred, uncertain. "We must protect. We must eat." Izuku flinched at the word. That wasn't what it felt like. Not to him. "We thought that was what heroes do." Venom added, almost hesitant now. No one spoke. Even Venom was silent, as if the weight of it pressed down on all four. "You're here now," Todoroki eventually said. "You told us. You're not hiding it." "That doesn't mean it's okay." "No," Shinso agreed. "But it means it's not hopeless." Another silence settled. This time not heavy, just present. Then Shinso sighed. "Okay. So, action plan. Step 1, no more isolating. You spiral, we spiral with you." "Got it." Izuku gave a watery nod. "Step 2, you and Venom need ground rules. And we figure out what he is, where he came from, and how to keep him from eating anyone else." Venom hummed like a purr. "We like chicken brains. They're stupid though. Criminals are stupid too, but have better nutrients." His tongue flicked, like scenting for what he spoke of. "Dude," Shinso deadpanned. "Don't help." Silence again. But this one felt different. Less like judgment. More like space. Shinso rested his elbows on his knees. "Look. I'm not saying this is okay. It's not. But if you're looking for me to say you're a villain, you're gonna be disappointed." Izuku blinked, startled. "Why?" "Because villains hide what they've done. They lie, or blame someone else. Sometimes they gloat. You're sitting here telling us you're scared of yourself." He met Izuku's eyes. "That's not evil. I don't think you have a malicious bone in your body." Izuku's chest ached. He didn't realize he'd been holding his breath until he let it go in a shaky wheeze. "I don't know what to do," he whispered. "You keep talking to us," Shinso said. "You let us help you figure it out." Todoroki nodded, arms crossed again. "And you stop disappearing. If you're going to spiral, we're coming with you." He echoed Shinso. Venom shifted silently and retreated inward, behind his heart. Something warm and unreadable threading through both of them. The peace was shattered by warning chimes, signaling the end of lunch. A door opened higher up, forcing them to their feet. Reality returned. The rest of the day passed in a blur, but this time Izuku was more aware. The occasional warm brush of fingers down his back, from Shinso, helped ground him through classes he couldn't track the subjects of. Todoroki's watchful gaze weighing him to reality when his thoughts lingered too much on the presence, ever waiting, in his chest. By the time academic classes ended, Izuku was in a holding pattern of forced calm. On the way to the locker rooms for hero training, he found himself sandwiched between the two men. A ghost of Todoroki's cool fingers against the back of his hand tingled up his arm. Izuku drew in a full breath for the first time since the stairwell. During All Might's rescue race, adrenaline and the exhilaration of near-flight under his own power helped muscle out the rest of the fog. Though he couldn't help but note, One for All's lightning was less prominent. It had been since he developed full cowling, but not more than could be explained by exhaustion. This was different. After his turn, Izuku stood slightly separate from the rest of the class, excepting Todoroki and Shinso. They seemed content to quietly watch the rest of the races from their rooftop platform. It afforded a moment of privacy. If you're not a quirk, Izuku posed near silently. How does this work? He held up a hand crackling with barely restrained power. His bones hummed as the current sought release. You can't handle our energy without us. As if to illustrate, Izuku felt that cool presence diffuse through his body. It was full cowling, but not. It felt like slipping into his own skin backwards, electric, foreign, but stabilizing. As venom settled into Izuku's skin, the green and red jitters of power slowly fizzed out as strength settled throughout his body. Your nerves can't contain our energy on their own. When you locked us out, you tried to carry and use it alone. Your cells burned out faster than we could heal to compensate while suppressed. Thoughtful silence gripped Izuku for the rest of the lesson as he pondered the implications. What exactly was venom? His fingers ached for a pen. Exiting the locker room after training, Izuku was greeted by All Might. My boy, your control was excellent today. He clapped Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku repressed the instinct to recoil from the contact. Do you have some time? There's something I need to discuss with you. His grin was bright, too bright, but his eyes held a weight Izuku hadn't seen before. Shadowed. Hesitant. He, Shinso, and Todoroki had discussed meeting at Shinso's place to talk more. But this seemed important. He turned, apology on his tongue. The other men were already nodding, recognizing something they weren't privy to. I'll text you the address. If you don't catch up, just meet us there. Shinso was already pulling out his phone. Warmth surged through Izuku at the easy acceptance. Thank you. I'll let you know. He spared All Might a smile as he hiked his bag up. Okay, all good. All for one. The name bounced around Izuku's head, scraping against the inside of his skull like a nail in a rusted tin can. All Might's version of events was neat. Clean. A heroic lineage forged in resistance and goodness. But Izuku could feel it, in his bones, in his blood, in the way venom stirred beneath his skin. There were cracks in the story. Too many. You knew him. The whisper was under his breath, hands clasped in front of his mouth in thought. The response wasn't from venom. It came from somewhere deeper, memory soaked in blood, rage, betrayal. Izuku's body seized, just briefly. Venom shivered inside his ribcage. Not all for one. My spawn inside him. Rive. Fear leaked into Venom's tone as he said what seemed to be a name. He formed wrong, the human corrupted him. The symbiote's reaction was unsettling. Rive. The name curled under his tongue like a razor. He didn't speak it. He tasted it. It wasn't just a name. It was a scar. Izuku didn't reply to Venom. Couldn't. He was already struggling to listen to All Might as he processed the information. All Might hadn't noticed. He was still talking, calm, nostalgic, rehearsed. About how the first user had been a good man. Brave. Gentle. Weak, but dying from nothing but defiance. Bullshit. Venom hissed the word like venom itself, caustic, coiling. They forced us to bond. We killed Yoichi in days after we escaped. We were incompatible. Images slammed into Izuku's skull. Bony limbs thrashing, tissue tearing, a disordered mind unraveling in slow agony. Screaming DNA rejection. A voice like his own, coughing blood as his body failed to hold the bond. He pulled back into himself, gasping mid-spasm. All Might's face was pinched with worry. Young Izuku? Izuku wiped his mouth and nodded. I'm fine. The lie tasted like rust. The older man hesitated. If you ever need to talk, I'm here. I read the reports about what happened in Hosu. He hunched over with his elbows on his knees. I almost didn't tell you about All for One. I didn't want to stress you. But the Nomu are too dangerous to leave you in the dark about. I truly am sorry. I thought I'd killed him when I gave you One for All. His head hung low between his shoulders. Swallowing thickly, Izuku shook his head. You didn't know. It's not your fault. And it truly wasn't. He was uniquely aware of that. His heart ached as he considered All Might's point of view. He thought he was doing a good deed while passing on a noble legacy. All Might shook his head but forced a smile. Let this old man shoulder the blame. It's not your responsibility, but I fear I've made it so. He stood with a groan, briefly stretching to his full, intimidating height. Go get some rest. Try to have fun with your friends. And I'll keep you updated. All Izuku could do was nod robotically and climb to his feet. They parted at the building entrance, All Might to the teacher's parking lot and Izuku towards the main gate. He and Venom traveled in silence, each heavy in thought as they navigated to Shinso's apartment. The building was located not too far from Izuku's neighborhood. It was in a section of town that his mother called dangerous, and Izuku called poor. Shinso rented a cramped studio apartment that didn't even have fixtures. The bathroom and laundry were shared with 4 other neighbors on his landing. There was no kitchen. Everything looked to be in desperate need of repairs. Pausing outside Shinso's room, Izuku's gaze lingered on a handprint scorched into a neighboring doorframe. Shaking his head to refocus, he knocked twice. The door opened almost immediately. Shinso was barefoot, in sweats and an old tank top. He blinked at Izuku once, then stepped aside without comment. The apartment smelled faintly of cheap incense and old takeout. One corner was stacked with textbooks and a half-empty coffee pot sat on a hot plate on the floor. The only light was from a standing lamp that flickered every few minutes. Todoroki was cross-legged on the only furniture, a small 2-person sofa that looked like it was dragged out of a dumpster. His dual-colored eyes flicked up from his phone when Izuku entered. Izuku dropped onto the floor beside the couch, stretching his legs out in front of him. Venom shifted in his chest, aware and present. "You okay?" Todoroki asked with a frown. Izuku shook his head. "Not really." They gave him space, Shinso fetching him a canned soda while he settled. "Eventually," he explained. "I apparently have a 200-year-old bogeyman after me." The impulse to keep it to himself was strong, but their conversation in the stairwell was still fresh. He didn't want to betray them. He already felt like a terrible friend, dumping his problems on them. They had their own lives to deal with. "You can explain while we wait for food." Todoroki turned his phone to show that he'd ordered a substantial amount of takeout. The yen amount made Shinso's and Izuku's eyes go wide. "That's too much," Shinso protested. "I can't split that mudash." "Don't worry about it. It's Endeavor's money." That news indeed assuaged their concerns. While they waited for the DLVRY, Izuku fussed with his fingers. I still am, I guess, quirkless. All Might gave me what he thought was a transferable stockpiling quirk towards the beginning of the school year. But it was Venom. Nerves ate away at him to confess. He felt like a hypocrite after lecturing them both about their quirks, when his power literally wasn't even his own. It was always just Venom. Really? Shinso breathed, expression briefly reflecting confusion, and then a dawning understanding that melted into something sad and solemn. "I'm sorry for what I said to you during the sports festival." He had apologized for that already, but this time held a grain of self-recrimination now that he knew Izuku's context. It was Todoroki who looked lost, glancing between Izuku and Shinso with a mild frown. Why does being quirkless matter? The gap in social knowledge could likely be blamed on his upbringing. Drawing in a shaky breath, Izuku shrugged. "Most quirkless people don't survive to adulthood, or we disappear. Geneless have no place in an evolved society." The last words dripped with resigned vitriol, borrowed from the hero ethics teacher who'd said them to his face. He'd only been accepted into high school because anti-cheat protocols confirmed he hadn't faked his exam scores. No one had liked that, teachers or classmates. Silence descended, suffocating and loaded. None of them knew how to even begin to deal with that level of systemic corruption. Venom bristled and curled tighter around Izuku's heart, but stayed quiet. Todoroki's fingers tapped twice against the side of his soda can. Then he looked up. "You weren't weak," he said suddenly. Izuku blinked. "Being quirkless. That doesn't make you weak." He met Izuku's gaze. "I was born powerful. But I still nearly froze to death under my own pride. Until you taught me not to fear my fire. You survived a world built to erase you. All while trying to drag us up with you. Whether we wanted to or not." An amused snort left Shinso. "You wouldn't leave me alone about my quirk. I couldn't understand why you, of all people, would want to talk to me. Especially after our fight." A slight smile turned his lips. Warmth bloomed in Izuku's chest at the words, even as his face heated in embarrassment. He had hyperfixated on the too hard in the days after the sports festival. It's what kept him going up until that night on the roof, when Venom stopped him from jumping. The discussion was halted by a knock on the door. Todoroki had ordered enough food for a small army, requiring 5 different, large, bags. The petite driver was almost lost under it all. "I wasn't sure what everyone liked," he explained while helping unpack it all on the floor. "Venom, there's some for you, too." Surprise hummed through Venom at being addressed. "Something," he said to Izuku slowly, voice flickering with confusion. "For me?" He slid out cautiously, a whisper of black across Izuku's collarbone and shoulder, peering with wide white eyes at the spread of chocolate desserts and seafood. Mostly fish, but 1 or 2 whole baby squid nestled among the containers. His head tilted. Why? The question was cautious. Not suspicious, just unfamiliar. Todoroki pet his head in return. Why not? He was equally puzzled. You're hungry too, right? The two socially stunted beings stared at each other across the piles of food, silent, unblinking, alien in their own ways. After too long of the staring, Shinso leaned in to block their line of sight, snagging a container for himself. That seemed to prompt Todoroki as well. Izuku and Venom followed a beat later, each quietly overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness. It was impossible to tell who originated the emotion. Partway through the meal, Izuku's phone buzzed. He glanced at it on the off chance it was All Might. But Mom glared as the contact. He glimpsed the message preview as he sat it face down on the floor, "Be home by hour dash." Shortly after, Todoroki seemed to go through the same ritual on his own phone, likely endeavor. He seemed to shut his phone off completely before tucking it in his pocket. Shinso glanced between them with a mild frown. "If you three need to crash here, any time, feel free. Just no eating anyone." His casual inclusion of Venom didn't go unnoticed. The symbiote shivered and retreated slightly. Izuku could feel the pulse of shock from Venom, unused to being recognized respectfully outside of his hosts, sometimes not even then. Now it had happened twice, from 2 different people. Izuku could empathize with the culture shock. He'd tangled with it multiple times since joining Class 1A. All of them were a bit off in their own ways. Izuku choked out, "Thank you." His throat was tight with emotion. Shinso was amazing, and didn't even know it. Todoroki echoed him, adding a slight bow to regain composure. A pink flush crept up Shinso's neck and he shrugged. "If you both didn't have shitty living situations you'd do the same." He played it off, returning his attention to eating. As an afterthought, he added, "And call me Hitoshi. I'm helping you cover up a murder, I think we're past honorifics." The words made Todoroki cough out a bite and Izuku squeaked, turning red at the bland invitation. The dual-colored man recovered first. "That's fair. I prefer Shoto anyway." He made wiping up his spilled food look graceful. Realizing belatedly that they expected a response from him as well, Izuku nodded. "Yeah, same for me." Aside from Katsuki, he'd never been invited to use given names before. It would take some getting used to, but the idea eased a knot in his stomach that he didn't realize was there. Between the 4 of them, they managed to eat a solid half of what Shoto bought. The rest was repackaged and stashed away. Hitoshi carefully set aside a few cartons without seafood, his expression unreadable. Once he was done, he regarded Izuku with tired curiosity. "What did you mean earlier, about a bogeyman?" The question prompted Izuku to look at Venom. All Might said a supervillain called All for One has been hunting Venom's hosts for generations. The observation made the symbiote twitch, tendrils nodding as he partially withdrew under the scrutiny. Several moments passed before Venom reluctantly emerged enough to talk. A quiet undercurrent of fear laced through him, Izuku could feel it. Rive. He was a mistake. We don't choose when spawn happens. The human he bonded with twisted him. They matched each other's madness. Rive wanted control. The man wanted power without consequence. Tendrils coiled tight around Izuku's ribs, protective and anxious. Izuku exhaled slowly, trying to steady the cold sinking in his chest. How do we stop him? All Might thinks he's the one behind the Nomu. He glanced to the others. And that he's still alive. Venom hissed, low and involuntary. We don't, he growled. Red ones are bad. Rive is worse. If we fight him, we die. The bluntness made Hitoshi pause mid-sip. Even Shoto sat straighter. Izuku's brows furrowed. You said the same thing about red ones back when we fought Stain. What does that mean? It was the last clear thing he remembered, aside from the villain's death. Red spawn are unstable, Venom muttered. Angrier. Stronger. No instinct for balance, just hunger and domination. Rive bonded to a human who could give and take quirks at will. A ripple of revulsion passed through him. Symbiosis makes us stronger. That man made him monstrous. Izuku swallowed hard. That's why you panicked during the fight. Yes. Venom's voice turned distant. Stain's blood, his madness, it felt like Rive. It made us remember. He flexed unconsciously, a ripple across Izuku's collarbone that betrayed old fear. Shoto leaned forward slightly. If we can't fight him, then what? Venom didn't answer at first. When he did, his voice was low. Flat. We run. We hide. Or we die. There is no fighting him. Cheery, Hitoshi muttered dryly. Then he shook his head. Hate to break it to you, but running isn't going to work if they keep dropping Nomu on cities like confetti. The logic had the other men nodding. The symbiote growled before retreating into Izuku. He could feel the emotional conflict and opted to leave Venom be. He didn't want to provoke another memory bleed, as he called them. For now, All Might said they don't know where to even start looking. He hesitated. Just be careful. Try to avoid the League of Villains. That earned solemn nods. The mood was soured by the topic, but eventually Hitoshi grabbed homework from his backpack and started in on it. Slowly, Shoto did the same, looking lost in thought. For his part, Izuku stood with a stretch and a wince. I need the restroom. Hitoshi looked up and pointed to the bag of food he'd separated. Can you leave that in front of 4B, please? He stared at his textbook with a mild frown. Dude's got it rough, he muttered. As if the kindness was nothing special. Warmth surged and a genuine smile cracked Izuku's lips. You're already a hero, you know. The comment made the other man scoff, but his shoulders flushed a pink that slowly crept up his neck. Observing it as well, Shoto huffed out a tiny laugh and nodded earnestly in agreement. The indicated door turned out to be the one with the handprint. The mark was recent enough that the wood still gave off a strong, charred lacquer scent that made his nose crinkle involuntarily. He quickly sat the offering on the floor, just out of the way enough to not get stepped on, but still noticeable. Since Hitoshi didn't mention giving the food to them directly, he left it. When he returned to the unit, he joined them in doing schoolwork. Considering he couldn't remember the bulk of recent classes, the shift in focus was needed. Especially with midterm finals looming. Worksheets were the most normal thing he'd thought about in a while. It felt surreal. Like if he wrote an equation too hard, the illusion of peace would shatter. Venom's lingering upset felt enough like Izuku's own, he could almost imagine everything was normal. For once, he let himself get lost in the moment instead of his own mind. Eventually, the other men drifted to sleep. School books were shoved aside. Soda cans collected in a corner. The faint scent of fresh takeout and incense lingered like the ghost of warmth. Hitoshi and Shoto shared the battered couch, slumped together in opposite directions, too exhausted to care about personal space. Izuku curled up on the floor beside them, using his school blazer as a makeshift blanket and his bag for a pillow. Sleep came for Izuku, but not gently. He stood at the edge of the Aldera high roof, the wind tugging at his uniform and the city sprawling uncaring below, impossibly far away. Katsuki's voice echoed behind him, venomous and steady. You know what you should do, Deku. Take a swan dive off the roof. He turned. No one was there. But the words stuck like burrs in his ears, repeated and layered, echoing from empty corners of the dreamscape. He blinked. 1,000 versions of Katsuki, interspersed with faceless mannequins in Aldera blazers, formed a half-circle with him at the edge. They whispered in stereo, mouths unmoving, eyes blank. Swan dive. Swan dive. Swan dive. The rooftop fell away. He was falling. But the ground never came. Instead, darkness. Shivering blackness. Cold concrete. Rain hitting metal. A new voice gasped from his throat, foreign and raw. I can't do this anymore. I don't know who I killed. His fingers trembled. A pistol pressed against his own jaw. But the hands weren't his. They were broader. Calloused. Drenched in failure and filth. Eddie's hands. No. Venom's voice rang out like a blade scraping bone, terrified. You are mine. My Eddie. Do we mean nothing? The weapon was wrenched away, slammed to the ground. Eddie, Izuku, collapsed, sobbing in a wet heap of rage and self-hatred. Whose blood is on my hands, Venom? The suffering wasn't his, but the emotions clung like wet silk. Izuku jolted awake, a wail of grief locked behind clenched teeth. The apartment was still and heavy with sleep. Shoto murmured something incoherent, rolling over on the couch with his legs in Hitoshi's lap. Venom stirred faintly under Izuku's ribs, but offered no words. Just, profound hurt. Izuku pushed to his feet and tiptoed toward the door, stepping around notebooks and other belongings. The knob clicked softly as he slipped into the corridor. The hallway outside was dim and damp, the air tinged with mildew and exhaust from a nearby vent. He leaned against the exterior railing and let the fog cling to his skin, grounding himself in the cool stillness. A door creaked open across the way. Apartment 4B. The scorched frame caught his attention again. That strange, blackened imprint of a hand. Then came the figure stepping out. Barefoot. Hoodie drawn low. Shoulders hunched like a weight pressed them down. An unlit cigarette dangled from their fingers. Izuku froze. The man paused mid-step, just as surprised to see someone outside. Eerie cyan eyes locked with Izuku's briefly beneath the sputtering hallway light. His face was shadowed, but something about it made Izuku's skin prickle. Jagged edges peeked from under the hoodie. The outline of twisted skin under the eyes, along the neck and jaw, ridged and patchy like half-melted wax. The way he moved spoke of pain learned long ago and never forgotten. He looked at the food container sitting by his door. A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. Then his eyes returned to Izuku, sharp, cold, and entirely closed off. Neither of them spoke. The stranger gave a stiff, defensive twitch, like a wolf caught in a spotlight, then silently ducked back into the apartment with the food, door clicking shut behind him. Izuku stayed there a long moment, breath held. Venom pulsed faintly. "That one smells like ash," he murmured. Izuku exhaled slowly, gaze lingering on the door. He didn't know why, but something about that brief encounter lodged in his ribs like a splinter. After a while of measured, even, breaths of pre-dawn air, Izuku felt settled enough to broach the stillness. "You loved him." He couldn't muster volume past a whisper, afraid he'd break. Venom was just as solemn. "He was our everything. You are ours, too." He stirred, questing with hesitance along Izuku's nerves. Eventually, his tendrils surfaced to trace lightning patterns along the scars on Izuku's hands. Crooked fingers closed lightly on a small cluster of tendrils, approximating holding the symbiote's hand. He wasn't sure how else to lend comfort in the circumstances. "You scare me," Izuku finally admitted out loud. "But we're in this together now." Whether they wanted to be or not. Returning to sleep was impossible, but there was only a couple hours before they had to head back to school. Izuku curled up with his phone, passively scrolling hero news and forums for interesting information. Venom remained close to the surface, a tendril occasionally tickling his skin if he stalled too long on grim topics. When it reached a reasonable hour, Izuku stood with his bag and made his way out to the bathroom. He did his morning rituals as best he could with limited supplies. After using the toilet, he lingered in the main laundry room for the sink. The mirror above the rusted metal tub was long shattered to oblivion, so he couldn't see to comb his hair. Behind him, someone else shuffled in. He turned to blink at the stranger from 4B. Under the yellow bulb, the discolored scars looked grotesque, leathery in some spots and held stitched to healthy skin with silver staples. The other man froze before a scowl tugged mismatched lips. He seemed to wrestle with what to do. His own routine had met an obstacle. Before Izuku could apologize and offer to leave, he stalked into the bath area and firmly snapped the door shut. Izuku startled at the loud noise. As he hurriedly packed away his sparse toiletries, his hand hovered over the first aid kit he kept in his bag. It saw frequent use and was well stocked. Those scars looked like mistreated burns. Izuku should know. He slowly opened the kit and extracted a tube of burn salve. It was high quality, required for Izuku to heal from explosion on his own, back when Katsuki still attacked him on a regular basis. Almost guiltily, Izuku tiptoed over to the bath door and gingerly balanced the container on the handle, ensuring it couldn't be overlooked. He then retreated back to the safety of Hitoshi's room. "You are kind," Venom observed. It was almost posed as a puzzle. Before Izuku could think of an answer, a slow warmth spread throughout his chest. A memory surfaced, whisper-light and fragile. Eddie's almost reluctant laughter rumbled through Izuku's chest. "Sorry, Maria, I only have a 20 today." "Eddie, no, that's too much." A sweet woman grinned bashfully up from a dirty bedroll on the sidewalk. Unlike previous memory bleeds, Izuku felt Venom's voice hum through his mind, quiet but real. "We will try to remember kindness. For you." The symbiote had shared deliberately this time. Just as easily as it came, it dissipated. Venom retreated, curling behind Izuku's ribs. It was hard to decipher what either was feeling. Izuku resumed his doom-scrolling until the other men woke up and got ready for the day as well. Carrot. The hallway outside Class 1A was calmer than usual. Early morning light slanted through the high windows, casting long shadows on the tile. Izuku almost didn't notice Ida until the taller boy stepped directly into his path, arms rigid at his sides, face pale and drawn. "I need to apologize." Shoto halted beside Izuku, expression unreadable. Hitoshi drew up behind, watchful and silent. Ida's voice cracked. He bowed low, hands clenched into shaking fists. "I acted selfishly. I endangered both of you and Hosu. I let my anger override reason. If you hadn't come, if either of you had been more hurt He swallowed hard. "I wouldn't have been able to live with it." Izuku stared at him for a long moment. At the unpolished guilt, the vulnerability. Not a performance. Not for show. Just a boy trying to carry too much. "You made a choice," Izuku said softly. "A bad one. But I've made those too." Ida's head jerked up. "That doesn't make it acceptable." "No," Izuku agreed neutrally. Shoto finally spoke. "What matters is what you do next." Ida's shoulders trembled. "I want to do better. I will." "Good," Izuku murmured, brushing past him on the way to the classroom. "Then don't waste it. Most people don't get second chances." Shoto followed with a small nod in Ida's direction. Last, Hitoshi gently clapped Ida's shoulder before following. The class president stood frozen, still bent slightly forward, like he wasn't sure he deserved the space he'd just been given. Keen black eyes observed the group as they shuffled into the classroom. It was strange seeing Aizawa awake before everyone was present. Today he was waiting upright behind the podium. Izuku wondered, with some embarrassment, if the older man heard their talk. To his surprise, he was beckoned over. "Sensei?" He fidgeted with his backpack strap. He was keenly aware, as Shoto and Hitoshi left to their seats, that he was now the only one standing at the front. His skin crawled even though no one seemed to actually be paying attention to him. Class hadn't started yet and some people were still missing. A tired once-over was followed by an offered slip of paper. "Yamada wants you to retake yesterday's English test. Meet him in the staff lounge at lunch." His tone was a quiet murmur almost lost in the chatter of the morning people. Relief warred with embarrassment. He couldn't even remember handing the test in. Just the pen in his hand. And the weight in his chest. He nodded. "I will, thank you." In his hurry to get out of the imagined spotlight, he shuffled off without waiting for a dismissal like normal. Aizawa wasn't big on ceremony, but it still made anxiety surge when Izuku realized he'd cut the conversation off so abruptly. But it was too late now, and the teacher seemed to move on. To his surprise, what he thought was a written reminder about lunch included an additional summons. "Meet me at end of day in the staff lounge. Yamada at lunch." That made the tension sharpen into an ache at his temples. Did he do something wrong? Teacher meetings never went well for Izuku in the past. His nerves frayed. By the time he reached his desk, his hands had gone numb. Fumbling through his bag for a notebook felt like trying to thread a needle wearing oven mitts. He jumped when Aizawa's voice rose from the front of the room, nearly knocking his notes to the floor. Closing his eyes, he took deep breaths, struggling to remember what he'd read about panic attacks. He had them often enough, you'd think he'd remember how to deal with them. The panic sat heavy in his chest anyway, buzzing in his limbs like a swarm under the skin. He blinked hard, trying to focus. Midterm finals begin in 4 weeks. Aizawa continued, voice flat and faintly hoarse, "Whether or not you pass will determine if you attend summer training camp." The news barely registered. Izuku stared down at his notebook, the words, "meet me," repeating like a drumbeat under his ribs. Was it about Hosu? Did they find out he lied? What if? Pressure on his fingers made him twitch and he glanced down. Small black tendrils emerged from his palm and laced gentle but tight against the skin, grounding. Venom seemed to just be holding his hand. Akin to Izuku's attempt to comfort him last night. Izuku let Venom's presence settle over him like a weighted blanket. "I'm here." It wasn't words. Not really. Just a quiet certainty shared between two beings that were no longer entirely separate. The panic ebbed. Not gone, never gone, but dulled around the edges, enough to function. He flexed his hand once, the tendrils retreating with the barest caress. Focus. One class at a time. Then lunch. Then, whatever waited after. Somehow, Izuku survived the first half of the day. The panic never quite went away. It settled like a second pulse in his throat, faint but constant. Reminding him of everything he hadn't said and everything he was terrified someone would find out. But between Venom grounding him physically and Hitoshi and Shoto checking in during breaks, he felt less liable to pass out as he knocked on the staffroom door. Midnight answered with her usual playful smirk, though it softened when she saw who he was. "Come on in, kid." Izuku stepped into the staffroom, trying not to flinch at the sudden wave of attention it caused. Almost all the teachers were there, scattered across the space. Aizawa had an energy drink and exhaustion. Snipe was reading a newspaper. Cementos was critiquing Nizu's chess game with tense, animated hands. Izuku felt impossibly small, like a child in a room full of giants. Or worse, like a bug under a microscope. Present Mike stood from his desk and waved him over. "Yo, Midoriya. This way." His voice, while still upbeat, was lower than normal. Not as exuberant and piercing. Izuku didn't know if it was on purpose, but he was grateful all the same. He was guided into a smaller meeting room off to the side. Clean. Quiet. Neutral lighting. Mike handed him a new copy of the test and a pen, then nodded toward the table. "Nobody aces life every day. Just breathe and knock this out. When you're done, head to lunch and leave it here." Izuku only nodded, throat too tight for words. He sat down, carefully smoothing the paper flat. Just a test. Not a trap. Not a lecture. Not a confrontation. The first few questions felt like wading through mud. But as he kept going, translating sentences, correcting grammar, the mental fog thinned. With each answer, he reclaimed another piece of control. The room stayed peaceful. No ticking clocks. No judging eyes. Just him, the paper, and the scratch of pen on paper. By the time he circled the final answer, the panic had eased. Still there but distant. Manageable. He breathed out slowly and looked up. For the first time all day, he felt like he might actually be okay. The feeling of calm only lasted so long. Lunch passed easily enough, he even managed to talk to Uraraka about her internship. But by the final PRD, the note in his pocket weighed more than his whole backpack. The hallway was too empty. Each step toward the lounge echoed like a countdown. Venom stirred, silent but attentive. Izuku ran through everything again. What he'd said, what he hadn't, what they might know. What they might do. His hand clenched. A tendril emerged to steady it. Unlike during lunch, the staff lounge was open and sparsely populated after the final bell. Most of the teachers still present seemed to be packing up their things to head home. Aizawa sat at his desk, frowning at something on his phone. When Izuku approached, he looked up and slipped the phone into his pocket. "Midoriya," he said simply. "Not unkind. Not warm either. You're not in trouble." He stood and gestured towards the room the retest had been in. Apparently the worry wasn't as hidden as Izuku thought. Aizawa sat across the table from him. No scolding. No paperwork. Just watching him with that unreadable expression. It was like he was looking through him, not at him. "You looked half dead yesterday," Aizawa said at last. "Blunt, as always. You've never turned in anything less than a B before, never mind an incomplete." Izuku stared at his knees. "I'm sorry. This isn't about the test." A pause. "Not really." Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Aizawa continued, calm but direct. "You've been running on fumes since before Hosu. That doesn't just affect you, it affects the people who rely on you in the field." "I'm fine," Izuku tried, breath feeling thin and ineffective in his lungs. "You're not." A longer silence. Then, "You're a capable student, Midoriya. But you're not a machine. If you keep going like this, you're going to break, and take someone with you." Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. "I'm not asking you to explain everything," Aizawa said, softer now. "But I need to know if you need help." Venom stirred, coiled low and tight in his gut. Izuku whispered, "I'm managing." Aizawa didn't push. He just nodded, slow and accepting, though his eyes didn't lose their edge. "Then manage smarter," he said. "Not harder. You're not alone. You act like you are, but you're not. That's a lesson even I had to learn." Izuku swallowed thickly. He didn't trust himself to speak. Aizawa stood. The moment, like so many with him, ended not with a grand gesture but with quiet dismissal. "I'll see you in class tomorrow." Izuku nodded and rose stiffly, the legs of his chair scraping loud against the floor. He hesitated at the door, then looked back. "Thank you." Aizawa didn't acknowledge the gratitude directly. But his gruff orders followed Izuku as he stepped out. "Get some rest." The conversation followed Izuku all the way home. Most teachers, when they called him in to talk, wanted to tell him what he wasn't. What he couldn't be. Aizawa asked if he needed help. When he entered the apartment he was relieved to see his mom's shoes still missing. He needed time to himself. Slinking into his room, he sat at his desk and grabbed the notebook with Venom's details in it. Anticipating Izuku's intentions, Venom emerged from his shoulder. Pearlescent eyes almost glowed as they regarded the man with curiosity. Izuku hadn't actually figured out what he wanted to ask. Habit is what made him default to his notebooks, with Aizawa's advice still in his ears. Izuku's fingers fidgeted with the corner of the page. He avoided Venom's gaze, then finally, What can you actually do? I mean, besides the obvious." His tone was cautious. "Because? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to expect. Or how to even train with you." He was painfully aware of all the missed practice and upkeep. Cool tendrils pulsed gently beneath his skin. Venom's voice was low and almost reluctant. "We enhance. We strengthen. We hold memory. From those before." A pause, as if weighing how much to share. "Knowledge. Power. Pain. All stored." Izuku swallowed, the weight of that settling in. He couldn't fault Venom with holding information. He wasn't sure he could handle more than small batches at a time. He belatedly started scribbling notes. "Is there anything new I need to know for quirk training?" It felt absurd, in hindsight, to ask. He had been treating Venom like a quirk the entire time he'd had him. But it was wrong to keep doing so. Even if they'd have to keep up appearances in public. The symbiote considered for a long moment. "Stop fighting us," he settled on. Frustration made Izuku's eyes tear up at the repeated perceived scolding. "I don't know how. I don't even know what that means." "Then let us help you." Not demanding. Not a command. Just a suggestion offered like a hand extended in the dark. Izuku didn't answer. Couldn't. His breath stuttered, too close to tears again. He hated that it was this hard. Hated that help still felt like a trap. "You think surrender means weakness," Venom seemed to come to some realization. "You're not surrendering to us. You're already ours." That earned a startled breath. Not fear, confusion. Venom continued, gentler now. Almost, tired. We chose you. We stayed. You don't need to earn that. Izuku clenched his hands against the notebook. Everyone else says I do. That I have to prove I deserve this. Every day. They're wrong. Then Venom added, almost grudgingly, except about training. You've been slacking. Izuku let out a shaky laugh, wet and abrupt. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, not bothering to hide it. I don't know how to not fight, he said eventually. Even when I want to stop. Even when it hurts. We know. The tendril at his wrist pulsed once. A sympathetic echo. Start small. Let us guide your reflexes next time you train. Don't overthink it. Don't try to win. Just move. We'll catch you if you fall. Izuku blinked. You're not gonna do a whole leap of faith speech, are you? It sounded similar to something All Might said while Izuku was cleaning Takoba Beach. Venom's eyes narrowed just a little. We were going to say, trust fall. But now we're reconsidering. A hazy image of the roof surfaced, of Izuku teetering on the edge with only a thin tendril anchoring him. Izuku smiled. It was small. But it was real. The moment was shattered when he heard the front door open and the jingle of keys. Venom retreated slowly, sinking into Izuku's skin with one last caress. Just in time, as hesitant footsteps paused outside his room. Despite expecting it, he still flinched when the knock came. Are you busy? We need to talk. Her voice was tight with stress. The words, we need to talk, made his stomach drop. Anxiety gnawed at his insides with icy teeth. He didn't answer right away. His hand hovered over the notebook like it might protect him. Like it could explain something he still didn't understand well enough to vocalize. After a few seconds, the door creaked open without invitation. Irritation at the intrusion spiked, mingling with the panic into a miasma of wrong clouding his mind. This was his bedroom, his safe space. He didn't give her permission to come in. But that had never stopped her before. His fingers clenched into a fist and he withdrew his hands from the desk to hide them in his lap. Inko peeked in, her expression drawn and worried. You've been so distant lately. I'm sorry, I can't keep pretending everything's fine. He didn't look up from the smudged paper. Swallowing thickly, he attempted a gentle, neutral tone. I know, I'm sorry. But could you please wait for me to answer before coming in? Honey, I'm worried about you. She stepped in, as if the simple statement was an answer to his request. You've been shutting me out. Adult or not, I'll always be your mother. She sat on the edge of his bed, like she used to when he was younger. But he wasn't a child anymore. And this wasn't a bedtime check-in. Venom hissed, winding through Izuku's ribs possessively. The symbiote was getting angry at the lack of consideration from Inko. Izuku, she said gently. You've been difficult. I get it, you're stressed, you're growing up. But you barely talk to me anymore unless I push. You come home late, you stay out all night, you hide in your room all weekend. He bit the inside of his cheek. Hard. Something ugly bubbled up in his chest, searing and begging for release. Not from Venom. From somewhere buried deep within himself, that he rarely acknowledged. You're acting like I'm the enemy, she continued. I'm not. I'm your mother. I'm trying to help you grow up, and dash. At last, he couldn't stand to listen anymore. I am grown up. The statement came out more bitter than intended. He winced and dug his nails into his palms. He shouldn't snap at her. From her perspective, his actions were scary. That visibly shocked her. But only for a second. A wobbly frown pulled her lips. Then, try. Just try, Izuku. I know it's hard. She pleaded with tears in her eyes. If you're grown up, then you can start contributing to the household. Rent. Groceries. Something. Izuku's breath caught. You know I don't have dash. You're at UA now. You have connections. And before that? You obsessed over quirks and heroes like some kind of otaku. The word was hushed, like it embarrassed her simply to say. I know you chased hero fights instead of job searching in high school. But now you're in university, you can take more responsibility. She meant it to sound motivational. Supportive, even. To Izuku it felt like a slap. He raised his head to look her in the eyes for the first time. I did look. No one wanted to hire a quirkless freak. I stopped putting that on the forms just to see if I could even get an interview. I never got past background checks. Whatever expression he wore made her shrink back. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. Eventually, I just don't want you to feel like a burden, she tried. Izuku froze. It was the exact word he'd never wanted to hear from her. It pierced his heart in a way Stain's blades never could. Then stop treating me like one. A stab of intense frustration made the words tumble out harsher than intended. The only sound was his shaky breathing, the too loud tick of his desk fan, and Venom's sharp tension just under his skin. You never asked what it was like for me. He spoke slow and measured, trying to curb the more explosive impulses. You just assumed I'd figure it out. Or that I'd grow out of it. The bruises. The panic. Attacks. The way the neighbors looked at us after we got home from the doctor. You didn't want to see it. I was doing my best, she said, tears rolling down her cheeks. I didn't know how to help Dash. You didn't try to learn. The accusation was barely audible. That hurt her more than shouting would have. She stood up quickly, smoothing her skirt like it would fix something. I just want you to be safe, Izuku. I just want you to be okay. I don't know how to help you anymore. And maybe you don't want my help. But I'm still your mother. He didn't respond. She hesitated in the doorway, like she wanted to say something else, but then thought better of it. We'll talk more tomorrow. Dinner's in the fridge. The door shut behind her. Izuku didn't move for a long time. Stop treating me like I'm a burden. He whispered, throat tight. The silence stretched out, cold and empty. In its place, Venom wrapped around him in comforting knots, like he was trying to keep something fragile from breaking. Izuku sat on the floor by his bed, surrounded by the open mouth of his duffel bag and the soft shuffle of necessities being added with almost ritual precision. Sleep clothes, uniform, notebooks, charger, training gloves, an emergency protein bar he knew he wouldn't eat. Just one night, he told himself. His hands didn't believe him. They kept packing. Venom didn't say anything. But the occasional brush of a tendril steadied trembling fingers, slowed his breathing, coaxed the tremor in his chest to something bearable. He seemed to get more efficient navigating Izuku's panic each time it happened. Inko's bedroom door was closed. He'd waited for the lull, kitchen lights off, her shoes neatly beside the door, the distant hum of her air purifier kicking on. She wouldn't check on him. Not after that fight. The duffel zipped with a rasp that seemed too loud. He slung it over one shoulder, pulling his hoodie tighter around himself like it might shield him from the weight of the silence. Venom receded into stillness. He paused at the door, fingers on the knob, eyes on the darkened hallway behind him. I just need space, he whispered. Not for her. For himself. He didn't wait for an answer. Carrot. The stairwell to Hitoshi's building creaked like it wanted to tell on him. Izuku moved quickly, steps light and sure, heart hammering against bone. What if Hitoshi didn't answer? Should Izuku have texted or called? He hadn't thought that far ahead. When he reached the correct landing, leaning on the railing with a cigarette burning lazy between his fingers, stood the stranger from 4B. The flick of orange embers caught the edge of a sharp cheekbone and tired eyes. The stranger looked at him. Then looked at the duffel bag. Then at the way Izuku gripped the strap like it might run away. He snorted and for the first time, spoke with a smoke-damaged murmur. Baby hero run away from home? The words were supposed to be snide, but to Izuku they sounded habitual and flat. It took a moment before he could find his voice. Yeah. Something like that. The exhausted honesty made the stranger scoff and turn away, back to his brooding and tobacco. He paused, shifting his weight, then shuffled up to Hitoshi's door and knocked lightly. Nerves had him wringing his crooked fingers as he waited. The lock clicked after a moment. A bleary Hitoshi opened the door in sweats and a loose shirt, hair sticking in 8 directions. Izuku? Sorry, Izuku said. I know it's late. He hesitated. Then added, quieter. Can I stay here tonight? Hitoshi blinked at him. Then took in the bags. The dark under his eyes. The irritation of recent tears. Yeah, Hitoshi said, already stepping back. He spared a nod to the neighbor when he noticed him, but didn't address him. Vent or bed? His voice was thick with sleep. Guilt at disturbing Hitoshi's rare rest made Izuku shake his head as he stepped inside. Go back to bed. I can just take the floor again. He padded over to the spot he'd slept last time and sat down. The other man didn't push. He simply relocked the door and returned to his cramped nest on the sofa. Good night, Izuku, the soft words trailed off into a faint murmur. At least Izuku didn't disrupt too much, then. He stood back up to silently turn the light off. Hitoshi fell asleep too quick, before resettling. There would be no sleep for him, but laying still and focusing on Hitoshi's quiet snoring and Venom's presence helped ground him until morning. Carrot. By the time the final bell rang, Izuku hadn't spoken more than a dozen words all day. He'd mustered an abridged footnote of what happened between him and his mother, once they met up with Shoto at the school gates. But his throat felt too tight for much else. The gloomy cloud hanging over him earned glances from various teachers. They didn't call on him like usual. Izuku was grateful. The 3 men were subdued as they wandered towards Hitoshi's place. The walk was heavy with heat and unspoken things. July pressed down like a wet blanket, dense air, sticky shirts, the kind of humidity that made your skin feel too tight. Inside, the apartment wasn't any better. When Izuku arrived the previous night, it had cooled off. Now it was sweltering after being locked up all day. Hitoshi cursed and strode over to wrench the window open, pulling a beat-up box fan out from behind the sofa. It barely helped when he and Izuku melted into the cushions in front of it. Shoto watched the behavior with a bemused lip curl. "This place is a sauna," Hitoshi muttered. "I'm gonna boil alive and haunt this shoebox just to spite the landlord." "I could help," Shoto offered. Hitoshi didn't move, but one eye cracked open. "You offering aircon or death?" A faint smirk tugged Shoto's lips as he invited himself to sit between them on the small sofa, knees brushing. "Mostly this." He let out a breath and directed the chill from his right side into the room. Not a full blast, just enough to cool the air without fogging the windows. The change was instant and glorious. The stickiness lifted. The air thinned. Izuku scked in a breath and practically collapsed sideways into Shoto's shoulder, unthinking, too grateful for the relief to guard his body language. Too familiar. Too soon. He should have pulled back. But Shoto didn't move away. Hitoshi made a pleased sound and dragged himself to sit upright, one leg bent lazily beneath him. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Shoto's skin ran pleasantly cold where Izuku leaned against him, just enough to soothe the sweat-slick tension in his spine. Venom pulsed low and steady in his chest, murmuring something warm and approving that he didn't quite catch. "You're gonna spoil me," Izuku mumbled, half lost in relief. Hitoshi chuckled softly. "I was thinking the same thing. Between Frosty over there and your emotional support murder hobo, I'm starting to feel like the third wheel." Izuku sat up a little, expression unreadable. "You're not." That slipped out too fast. Too raw. Shoto tilted his head, watching Izuku with a soft, strange expression. Storm gray and icy cyan irises briefly threatened to drag Izuku into them. First it was Hitoshi's, unreadable and violet like dusk. Then Venom's, gleaming like pearls in an endless abyss. Now Shoto, looking at him like he was something fragile instead of something broken. Why was he always surrounded by eyes that undid him? "I didn't mean dash," Izuku floundered, rubbing the back of his neck, gaze darting. "Just, you're not." The words hung, raw and awkward. Then, Hitoshi leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, eyes half-lidded and unreadable in the dim light of the single cheap bulb. "You don't have to say it like I'm about to leave." "I'm not good at this," Izuku admitted. "I don't know what this even is. But I feel better when I'm with you too." Shoto's hand reached up, briefly brushing Izuku's back, almost reflexive. "I also don't know what this is. But I don't mind it." The words landed soft but solid. Izuku exhaled shakily. He had never really thought about how warm Shoto's presence could be, until it cooled the whole DMN room. Venom stirred again, a curl of pressure brushing his ribs. "We like it here," the symbiote murmured in his mind. "With them." He stirred under Izuku's skin like a cat stretching, content but alert. Izuku reached out blindly, his fingers brushing against Hitoshi's where they rested behind Shoto's back along the sofa. He didn't take his hand, but he didn't move away either. They lapsed into another stretch of companionable existence. Too hot between applications of Shoto's quirk to think much, but not so far gone that it felt hopeless. Just tired, with the kind of closeness that didn't need commentary. When Izuku spoke again, it was soft. "I wasn't sure if it was okay to come over last night," he admitted. Hitoshi cracked one eye open. "It's always okay. I told you, you could." "Thanks," Izuku murmured at the reassurance. He let his head drop against the edge of the couch, not quite leaning on anyone, but not alone either. Rolling his head lazily to look at them, Hitoshi nudged Shoto in the side with his elbow. "Don't forget you're included too, icy hot." Katsuki's nickname for Shoto had apparently infiltrated Hitoshi's vocabulary. None of them pushed further. Just three bodies half melted together in the summer heat, not talking about feelings but letting them exist anyway. Later, Shoto had to leave, but not before ordering Hitoshi, Izuku, and the stranger from 4B another substantial amount of takeout. He included that last with specificity, since Endeavor was paying. Someone else could have the meal he was missing and having to leave. It was petty and made Hitoshi snort in appreciation. With Shoto went the relief from the heat. Hitoshi had passed out after eating and delivering 4BS food, curled on the far side of the sofa with his phone on the floor beside him. The fan rattled softly as it spun, stirring the humid air just enough to keep it breathable. Izuku lay awake on the floor, half slick with sweat, staring at the ceiling. Venom was still. Resting, maybe. Eventually, the usual pressure in his chest gave way to the more mundane kind, full bladder, stiff joints. He sat up slowly, careful not to disturb anything, and padded barefoot toward the bathroom. The small laundry nook that housed the bathroom buzzed faintly, the old dryer thumping with an irregular rhythm. San stood in front of it, back to him. He was shirtless, likely for laundry or the heat. The scarring was worse up close. Some marks looked like melted wax, others like stitched leather. Silver staples glinted here and there, keeping the skin from splitting under tension. You move real mousy for a guy with such a showy quirk. Izuku startled slightly. Sorry. I didn't mean to dash. He shrugged without looking. Don't care. Silence stretched, humid and strange. Too close. Izuku shifted, unsure whether to speak or slip past. The stranger kept folding some dry laundry with mechanical precision, like it was muscle memory from someone else's life. All of his clothes looked ratty and some had messy patches where someone with shaky needle skills tried repairing them. The shirt in his hands joined a short stack on top of the dryer, with a soft thwump. He leaned against the wall beside it, arms crossing over a bony chest crisscrossed with tired stitches and jagged edges. You're Midoriya, right? He asked. The one with the glass bones. Izuku hesitated. Yeah. There were worse monikers that could have come from the sports festival. The man tilted his head, eyes scanning Izuku, not hostile, but not soft either. Just studying him. Like someone inspecting a crack in porcelain to see how far it ran. He turned away without another word, refocusing on the laundry. The conversation seemed over before it began. Unsettled, Izuku slipped past him, into the toilet cubicle. By the time he returned, the hall was empty again. Only the faint thump of the dryer remained. Venom's theory about letting go was put to the test during hero training the next day. It went poorly. At first. Letting go sounded easy in theory. In practice, Izuku didn't know how to stop bracing for impact. Didn't know how to not second-guess every movement, every breath, every time he felt the shift of weight that signaled Venom taking initiative. He flinched when he should have committed. Thought too much when he should have moved. Tried to steer when Venom already had the turn mapped out. The result was a series of awkward stumbles, clipped landings, and one full-body slam into a training wall that made even Aizawa wince. Maybe don't let go all the way quite yet, Hitoshi muttered from the sideline, sipping water like he hadn't just gotten body slammed through the floor by Sato. I'm trying, Izuku wheezed, dragging himself upright with a grimace. Venom was patient. Observing. Waiting. The symbiote finally murmured, you grip the wheel with broken hands. Let us carry some of the weight. Izuku swallowed, breath shaky. I don't know how. That's why we practice. The steady patience despite repeated failures helped keep the tension in his shoulders from crawling into his neck. He tried again. And again. Each time, a little less resistance. A little more instinct. A little more trust. He didn't flow. Not yet. But somewhere in the mess of sweat and frustration, the movements started to round out. Not pretty. Not clean. But cooperative. Progress, not perfection. That would have to be enough. For now. After changing out of his gym uniform, he was surprised to see Aizawa leaning against the wall outside the locker room. For once, Izuku felt too wrung out from training for his stomach to do more than flop, when the man gestured for him to follow. Trying to sync with Venom was more exhausting than normal practice. They walked in silence, Izuku lagging behind a few steps out of habit, learned from middle and high school teachers. The route Aizawa took led them to a maintenance corridor near the front doors. It was out of the way and mostly for the cleaning bots to roam around without having to dodge students. The older man paused with his hands in his pockets, turning to regard Izuku with a mild frown. You're not normally so clumsy during training. He gave Izuku a once-over, as if assessing if there was an injury being concealed. Izuku dropped his gaze, already anticipating the sting of critique. Sorry. I'm trying something new, he said quietly. Sort of, an extension of full cowling. It wasn't a lie, technically. He still felt guilty for saying it when Aizawa seemed genuinely concerned. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair, briefly exposing the scar under his right eye. I don't expect perfection, Midoriya. I do expect common sense. That earned a bitter twitch at Izuku's lips. That makes one of us. He hadn't meant to say it out loud, but it felt good to let out. A pause. Then, softer than before, Aizawa asked, is this new method safe? Izuku opened his mouth. Closed it again. Swallowed. I think so. That's not a yes. I'm still here. That's not a no either. They stared at each other for a moment in the dim light. Aizawa didn't push, not yet. Just watched, like he was cataloging every flicker in Izuku's expression. It's something internal, Izuku offered eventually, throat dry. Just learning how to use it better. Aizawa raised a brow. Is it your quirk? Silence. Then, almost imperceptibly, Izuku nodded once. Fear choked him at the slip in referring to his quirk. Even before Venom made contact, One for All had always been All Might's, in Izuku's mind. The silence was measured. Heavy. I see, Aizawa said. Nothing else. Not yet. But his gaze lingered a bit too long. Like he'd logged something important for later. Finally, Aizawa sighed. Saturdays, Shinso trains with me. If he agrees, you could join us and I can help you figure out your new technique. The idea surprised Izuku. He of course knew Hitoshi was learning to use a capture weapon. He would never dream of intruding on something that seemed personal. But the UA training rooms were top of the line. They hadn't used the obstacle courses recently, but they would be useful for reflex training. Venom stirred, a low hum behind Izuku's ribs. He might figure us out. His tone was cautious but not outright opposed. Izuku swallowed. The thought had already curled under his skin like a splinter. Aizawa was sharp. Observant. 2D men good at reading between the lines. If anyone could piece together what Venom really was, what they'd done, it'd be him. But he hadn't. Not yet. And he'd offered help. Not suspicion. Not surveillance. That shouldn't have been strange, but it was. Izuku had spent almost every year of his life being taught that adults in authority positions were people to be endured, placated, avoided, not trusted. Trust got used against you. Teachers didn't protect kids like him. They watched. Judged. Punished. But Aizawa had never done that. Not once. That didn't mean he couldn't. Just that he hadn't. The juxtaposition confused Izuku. Izuku rubbed at the back of his neck, nerves prickling under skin. I'll think about it, he said, not quite meeting Aizawa's eyes. Aizawa nodded, like he expected that answer. Then he stepped back, hands in his pockets. Don't wait too long. Some mistakes can't be trained out. The words stuck with Izuku longer than he wanted them to. Venom was hungry. Not starving. Not frantic. But present. A low thrum beneath Izuku's skin that made his hands itch and his thoughts drag. Like a mild fever that wouldn't break. We need to eat soon, the symbiote said. Izuku flinched. Not at the words, but at how normal they sounded now. We eat. Like it was part of the routine. He tried to ignore it. Tried to sleep. Tried to forget the way Venom had described it, neurotransmitters, chemical needs, brains as nourishment. But it was always there, purring in the quiet. That night, the air was too hot. The ceiling was too close. His thoughts were too loud. So he walked. The city streets blurred around him. Too late for decent company, too early for morning joggers. Just alleys, neon reflections, and the sharp static hum of his nerves. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. Venom knew. There. A ripple across his senses tugged him toward a side street near the old train station, condemned buildings, peeling paint, broken glass crunching under his soles. Then a scream, sharp, agonized, desperate. They sprinted. A man stood in a narrow alley with his back to Izuku. One arm was raised, fingers hooked like claws towards a woman pressed to the wall, eyes wild, clothes scorched and torn. Her breath came in panicked gasps. Between his splayed fingers, arcs of red lightning, spitting and hissing, crackling over her skin with every twitch. Don't pass out yet, the man growled. I'm not done. He didn't see Izuku. Not at first. He was too focused on hurting her. Izuku's pulse roared. Venom surged under his skin, ready. Let us take it. Izuku hesitated. Then the man leaned in, pressing his fingers to her ribs. She screamed like it tore her lungs. Izuku moved. No thought. No hesitation. He let go. The lightning vanished under a roar of motion. 1 second there was a 5 feet 5 inches man, the next, a 7 feet 6 inches wall of inky muscle and too many teeth. The villain barely screamed before the wall stopped him. Brick splintered. Blood hit concrete. The woman scrambled away, half sobbing, sprinting down the alley. Izuku watched through Venom's eyes, breath caught. The man's body twitched once. Twice. Then nothing. Venom didn't savor it. Didn't linger. Didn't celebrate. He ate the body and then stood, massive and breathing heavy, eyes reflecting. Nothing but streetlight and silence. Then Izuku was back. He stumbled, fell to his knees. His stomach lurched. His pulse stuttered. But he didn't throw up. He breathed. Slow. Steady. Real. He didn't look down. He already knew what he was kneeling in. I made the call, Izuku whispered, voice hollow. That was me. Venom stirred behind his ribs, not smug. Present. Tea here. Yes. I meant it. A long pause. Then, as steady as blood in water, we did. The walk back was longer than Izuku remembered. Not because of distance. But wait. Venom was quiet, tucked in tight against his bones like coiled wire. Contentment radiated from him, they did good and he got fed. Izuku climbed the apartment stairs 2 at a time. Automatically. Muscle memory over consciousness. Only when he reached Hitoshi's floor did he realize his hoodie was stiff at the cuffs. His jeans, tacky at the knees. The faint smell of copper hung around him like smoke. Blood. His fingers twitched. He didn't panic. Not exactly. But the urgency hit sharp and fast. Ducking into the laundry alcove, he ripped the rusted fabric off and shoved everything but his boxers into the washer. Experience with getting blood out of school uniforms had him clicking the setting to cold water. While the ancient machine spluttered to life, Izuku rushed into the bathroom. He locked the flimsy door and stood frozen for several tense moments. "You're handling this fairly well," Venom said after a long moment, voice low. "Curious." "I'm not," Izuku murmured. He finally moved. His hands mechanically turning on the shower head as hot as it would go. "I just don't have the luxury of falling apart right now." A beat. Then, quieter, "Not here." The water burned. He welcomed it. Venom didn't respond right away. He didn't judge. Didn't press. Scrubbing did nothing. The blood clung, stubborn under his nails. Obvious. Symbolic. 2 on the nose. Red spiraled down the drain. His skin itched. Not from blood. From nerves. From adrenaline. From everything that had happened still sitting inside him, undigested. He'd seen people hurt before. Even die. But this was the first time he'd made the call. Pulled the trigger. He'd chosen it. Not just to let Venom act, but to want it, to believe it was necessary. He scrubbed until his skin flushed. Until the blood was gone. Until the hot water turned lukewarm. Eventually, when his legs started to tremble, he stepped out and let himself drip dry a bit before tugging his boxers back on. Venom stirred again, just a low murmur against his mind. "We saved her. We don't regret it." "Me neither." Quiet footsteps outside made Izuku twitch. Drawing in a deep breath, he unlocked the bath stall and stepped out. Mr. Forby loitered in the entrance to the laundry room. Electric blue eyes almost glowed in the dim yellow light as he gave Izuku a once-over. His gaze paused in certain places. His skin crawled under the assessment, but Izuku swallowed the discomfort, used to people staring at his scars when they first saw them. Most in 1A were horrified by the starburst burns. Few paired it with Katsuki's famous temper. This wasn't that kind of look. It was too slow. Too clinical. Too quiet. Like Shoto's reaction. Like Hitoshi's. Not fear. Not judgment. Seeing too much. Izuku's shoulders tensed without meaning to. Forby tilted his head. "You were out late." Izuku didn't answer right away. He simply stood barefoot on cold tile, dripping quietly. "Couldn't sleep," he eventually muttered. It was the most honest lie he could manage. A moment of consideration. Then, "You missed a spot." Mr. Forby gestured towards the washing machine. Icy fear crawled down Izuku's spine. A smear of red had transferred to the side of the beige machine. The other man didn't comment further. He stared a beat too long, then turned while pulling out a cigarette, and padded towards the landing's exterior railing. Socializing over. It wasn't until the washer buzzed that he moved. Walked over, checked the cycle, used the damp shirt to wipe up the blood transfers, and set the clothes to run again. Maybe the smell would come out. The memory wouldn't. He didn't sleep that night. And when morning came, the city news blared a breaking report. Deadly vigilante attack in Mizurufu. Villain dead. Victim hospitalized in critical condition. No suspects identified. Hitoshi read the headlines with tired violet eyes, full of quiet, knowing sadness. He didn't comment. No questions. No judgment. Just one arm around his shoulders, brief and quiet, before they slipped out the door for school. When they arrived at the gates, Shoto ran cool fingers down Izuku's back, mouth in a tight line. He'd read the news and put 2 and 2 together as well. Who else would? The next couple of weeks passed in a hazy blur of training, studying, and hunting with Venom. Izuku didn't go home. Hitoshi and Shoto didn't ask. This time, his mother didn't call. It was easier not to think about it. Easier to keep moving. The rhythm of school during the day and patrolling the streets every few nights carved a strange sort of balance into him. Predictable. Brutal. Quiet. Venom was a constant hum beneath his skin, coiled like a second heartbeat. He'd grown used to the weight of him. How he sharpened his reflexes, steadied his breath, helped him see the world with a clarity that used to feel impossible. The city changed at night. It whispered different truths. Izuku learned how to hear them. He stopped lucking into danger. And started finding it. Every confrontation fed Venom. Every save calmed something ugly in Izuku's chest. He told himself that meant he was doing the right thing. That it wasn't okay, but it was necessary. Venom would do it with or without Izuku's awareness, out of pure necessity if nothing else. Their attempts to sync during combat were still shaky, but they had reached a comfortable middle ground. Only more practice, experience, and familiarity with each other would improve it. He kept his head down during the day, avoiding questions. Focused on training. Took Aizawa's corrections with minimal backtalk. Worked out until his legs trembled. Let Hitoshi drag him through spars when his mind got too loud. Let Shoto freeze the air just enough to help him sleep when the other man crashed at Hitoshi's after school. Let Venom hold his hand when the nightmares tried to lure him to the roof. He smiled when he had to. Laughed when it was expected. Nobody pressed too hard. And Venom never judged. They were functioning. And functioning was enough. The second week of July heralded the arrival of academic exams. It was the most quiet and serious Izuku had ever seen the class. Even Kaminari literally buzzed from the effort of concentrating on the tests. No one wanted to be left behind for summer training camp because of poor performance. Anxiety gnawed away at Izuku. But when his fingers trembled or cramped too much to hold a pen, Venom suffused down the inside of his arm and hand to strengthen his grip. Despite test jitters, in the aftermath he felt decently about his answers on them. The real trial came Friday, the practical. Dread surged when he saw the teacher line up on the front lawn. Cold numbness crept into his extremities when he heard his assignment. Katsuki and him against All Might. Take a swan dive and hope for a quirk in your next life. The words echoed in his ears. His starburst scars burned with phantom pain. The attempted murder, that's what it was, Izuku learned in the aftermath of the battle trials, flashed through his mind. He didn't look at Katsuki. He didn't need to, in order to feel the searing glare. Venom hovered just beneath the surface, tense and simmering with anger. He tried to kill us, he growled. Let us eat him. Izuku didn't flinch at the tone, but his pulse did. Dropping his eyes to the ground, he muttered softly. No. We just need to pass, then we can go back to ignoring him. He's been getting better. It's me that's the problem. The derisive bullshit from Venom went noted but ignored as the teachers ushered everyone towards transport to the test battlegrounds. The bus ride was buffered by other classmates. Shoto sat next to him, he and Yaoyorozu having their exam in a nearby mock city. But upon reaching their destination, he was only left with the company of Katsuki, All Might leaving to get in character for his villainous role in the test. Stay out of my way, shitnerd. The hostility was accompanied by threatening pops from explosion. The first crackle made Izuku JRK with an instinctive spike of fear. He froze until Venom pulsed strong and aggressive, tendrils threading from Izuku's spine like he was fighting the desire to take over Izuku's body. Izuku gritted his teeth and forced the tendrils back with a sharp exhale through his nose. His skin itched under the pressure of restraint. Not just his own, but Venom's. Don't, he muttered low, quiet enough that only the symbiote could hear. Not worth it. Venom recoiled, reluctantly. A slow curl back into his ribs. Then stopped flinching. He doesn't deserve your fear. Izuku didn't answer. He just turned and walked into the training zone when the PA system told them to. During the walk to their start location, Izuku gnawed the inside of his cheek with indecision. The structure of the pairings made it clear that they were being assessed on team dynamics, not just their ability to fight or flee. Katsuki's ego would probably have both of them fail the exam. For his own grade, he had to at least try. You won't be able to fight All Might head to head. I can't. Stay the hell out of it, Deku. The nauseating scent of burnt caramel stung Izuku's nose as Katsuki wheeled around to snarl in his face. You're nothing but dead weight. Frustrated anger surged at Katsuki's single-mindedness. All Might has been the #1 hero for decades, but you think a few firecrackers are going to. The fist cut him off. Hard. Blood filled his mouth before he hit the pavement on his hands and knees. Venom roared in Izuku's core. Tendrils surged from his back, jaws forming, fangs bared. Katsuki didn't even glance back as he launched into the sky, explosions cracking toward the main street. Predictable. Loud. Looking for a fight. Probably hoping to draw All Might in for a direct brawl. Izuku forced Venom down with a strained gasp, vision blurring at the edges from the effort. His hands trembled against the concrete. If he wasn't wearing gloves his fingernails would chip from the force of his grip. No, he hissed through his teeth. Not now. His tone was clipped with simmering anger, channeling it into the command. Venom seethed. He hurt us. Izuku wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and pushed to his feet. His nose had already knitted back together enough to stop the bleeding. But Venom pointedly didn't heal it completely. The sting and deep ache grounded him. This isn't about Kaken, he said tightly. We pass. That's it. Hostility laced every movement beneath Izuku's skin, but eventually Venom settled under the logic. Ducking into an alley, Izuku analyzed the terrain as he moved. Narrow lanes. Wide streets. Fire escape ladders. Drainage channels. Good fallback routes. He moved like a ghost, efficient, fast, forgettable. That was the plan. I'm not here to babysit him, Izuku finally whispered. It was more for his own benefit than Venom's. Guilt at abandoning the spirit of the lesson weighed on him. We're not teammates. We're collateral damage in each other's stories. He'll kill someone. Izuku didn't answer. He didn't have to. But this was just a test. And the rules didn't say save your partner. They said defeat the villain or escape. A teammate going rogue counted as a go-get-help scenario in a real villain fight. At least to Izuku. And Izuku had learned a long time ago, trying to save Katsuki only ended with blood on the pavement. Usually Izuku's. The battle erupted several blocks over. Izuku felt more than saw it, concussive bursts shaking the steel skeletons of nearby buildings, the tremor of raw force shuddering through his soles. Dust curled into the sky. He's holding back, Venom said with a note of bitter amusement. Still hits like a truck. Izuku didn't break stride. He vaulted a fence, landed light, and ducked beneath the broken awning of a backlit entrance. He was familiar with this layout from past exercises. 2 exits, 1 fake alley, 1 real gate. That was the finish line. He just had to make it there. It wasn't until he turned the final corner that All Might dropped from the roof like thunder. The shockwave drove cracks through the pavement. Midoriya, he called, blocking the path ahead. You can't just abandon your teammate. Izuku didn't stop moving. His heart stuttered. His feet didn't. I didn't abandon him, he said, sidestepping a thrown dumpster. He didn't want my help. You won't always get to pick your allies. The older man advanced with a grim frown. Him being a liability isn't my problem at school. Izuku snapped, the edge in his voice cutting sharper than he meant. All Might blinked, just for a second. Thrown by the bitterness. I'm not asking you to like him, All Might said slowly. But your instincts have always been to save people. Even him. Especially him. Izuku's fingers twitched at his sides. The skin of his palms itched? Venom stirred, but didn't rise. Maybe I'm getting tired of bleeding for people who don't care if I live or die. The words came flat. Measured. Quiet. All Might blinked, as if struck. The silence that followed was sharp. Izuku moved first. A faint right, a vault off the fire escape rail, and he was up and over the outer wall before All Might could reach for him again. Despite not using the intended exit, Nizu's cheery voice announced, Midoriya, pass. Bakugo, fail. Izuku was already gone, running to the observation area rather than waiting for All Might and Katsuki. He needed to get a hold of himself and Venom before they ruined anything. 20 pairs of concerned eyes zeroed in on Izuku when he shuffled into the bunker-style monitor room. Recovery Girl ambled over immediately and yanked him down by his collar to kiss his forehead. The spot tingled before dissipating to an overall sense of warmth. He could already feel the boost repairing what Venom hadn't. Anxiety surged when the nurse stepped aside to let Aizawa herd him away. The only thing keeping Izuku from full panic was Venom's comforting weight, and Hitoshi and Shoto hovering with worried frowns. Aizawa didn't speak right away. He led Izuku down a quiet hall off the main observation chamber, past storage closets and generator hums, until they stopped near a supply room with a heavy sliding door. Not isolated enough to feel like punishment, but private enough to be sensitive. The older man leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, gaze lingering on Izuku's nose. You were in a blind spot on the monitors, but the results are obvious. Why did he attack you? Izuku hesitated. The question hit harder than he expected. Not because he didn't know the answer, but because someone asked. Not what did you do to provoke him, not it was part of the test, not boys will be boys. Just, why did he attack you? A real question. With weight. He swallowed, throat dry. Venom shifted warily beneath his skin, uncertain if this was danger or safety. I said something stupid, Izuku muttered. Aizawa didn't blink. Didn't twitch. Didn't let him get away with that. Try again. Izuku's jaw clenched. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to open that door. But something in Aizawa's voice, neutral, not unkind, cut through the instinct to deflect. I told him he wouldn't be able to beat All Might in a straight fight, Izuku said, voice low. That his quirk wasn't enough. A beat. Aizawa's eyebrows raised. Was it wrong? Izuku looked at the floor. No. Then why was it stupid? Silence. Because it was me who said it. That earned a flicker of something in Aizawa's eyes. Not surprise. Not pity. Recognition. Izuku rubbed the back of his wrist over his mouth like the blood was still wet enough to wipe away. He hears everything I say like it's a personal insult. Always has. It doesn't matter what I mean. Venom rumbled softly, low in his sternum. Not angry. Protective. He hit you because he can't stand not being the best, Aizawa said flatly. And you, being you, challenging that? It makes him feel smaller. He lashes out. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't have to. He was already aware of Katsuki's psychology. Aizawa pushed off the wall. You did the right thing. You didn't escalate. You stayed on mission. You passed. But let me be clear. Bakugo's actions are being reviewed. That punch wasn't part of the test. Izuku's breath caught. You're reporting him? I have reported him, Aizawa corrected. There are procedures. Boundaries. And he crossed a line he's been dancing on since day one. The words bounced around Izuku's mind but they refused to fully process. What does that mean? He didn't mean to sound so fragile. It means, Aizawa said, voice low but steady, he won't get away with it this time. That landed like a punch of its own. Not cruel. Not angry. Final. Izuku stood in the weight of it, unsure what to feel. Relief? Shame? Fear? Venom murmured quietly in his chest, more still than usual, watching, waiting. Aizawa continued, tone even. Actions have consequences. He failed the exam. But that's not the end of it. The faculty is reviewing his conduct. Depending on the outcome, he may be benched for the summer camp. Or more. More, Izuku echoed hollowly. Like? Aizawa didn't soften the truth. Suspension. Probation. Possibly disciplinary hearings with the board. If this were the general course and not hero studies, he'd be expelled already. Violence outside of the structured test parameters is serious. And everyone saw the bruise and blood before All Might even found you. Recovery girl logged your injuries. We're not ignoring this. Izuku's stomach churned. His fingers twitched at his sides. But I don't want to make it worse. I don't want dash. He caught himself. The words tasted old. Familiar. I don't want to be the reason he fails. Aizawa's stare sharpened. You're not. Izuku met his eyes. Slowly. Warily. He's the reason he fails, Aizawa said simply. You're just the one who stopped covering for him. That cracked something. Quietly. Deep down. Venom coiled tighter around Izuku's ribs, almost hugging. We are not wrong, he murmured. Not gloating, just certain. A long silence passed. What do I do now? Izuku asked finally. Aizawa tilted his head, watching him closely. Now, you breathe. Then you eat. Then you go home and rest. Izuku blinked. That's it? That's more than enough. A pause. And Midoriya? Yeah? You did good today. Not just on the field. Aizawa's voice lowered. But standing your ground. That one actually hurt. Not because it was cruel. But because it was kind. Izuku nodded once, tightly. His throat felt too tight to talk. Aizawa let him go without another word. In the following silence, Venom surfaced along his spine but didn't say anything. The slick tendrils simply remained a steadying, cool weight against numb nerves as Izuku forced his back to straighten. Hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor and he spied Hitoshi's and Shoto's concerned expressions when they turned the corner into view. Hitoshi didn't say anything, just reached out and gently snagged Izuku's hand to lead him towards the locker room. Shoto stood a step behind, a breath of cold trailing the edge of his jacket, watchful and calm. Neither asked what happened. They didn't need to. Immediately after finals, Izuku found himself swapped with Yaoyorozu on the seating chart. The change was written on the blackboard in Aizawa's messy, harsh script by the time they returned to the classroom the same day. It placed him behind Hitoshi and next to Shoto in the back corner of the room. Nothing visible seemed to happen to Katsuki, but he got noticeably more subdued and ignored Izuku like he didn't exist as he packed after the last bell. That was fine. Better, even. But Izuku didn't trust quiet from someone who used to scream at him for breathing. He had texted his mom on his 19th birthday, just before finals. There was no reply yet. It hurt but was expected. She never was good with confrontations. Avoidance was how she handled things that made her too anxious. The pattern wasn't new, the severity was. Sneaking back into his bedroom Saturday to snag the rest of his notebooks revealed that the locks had been changed. Venom had to climb them up to his bedroom window. He was trying not to think about what it meant. The Monday after the tests, they briefly returned to school to receive information packets about the summer camp and what they needed to bring. They had the next few days off to recuperate from the exams and gather supplies. On his way off campus, Izuku found himself the target of well-meaning harassment. Please? We miss you. Uraraka clapped her hands in a mock prayer pose. The levity didn't hide the worry. Everyone but Todoroki, Shinso, and Bakugo will be at the mall Thursday. Tsu and Ida nodded from their spots of support behind her. The concern wasn't unwelcome. It was just hard to sit with. Like being expected to laugh at a joke you didn't hear. He had also already made plans. Shoto offered to cover Izuku's and Hitoshi's gear since neither of them could afford even the basics with Hitoshi's rent due. Venom stealing from villains and criminals went towards helping with bills. Sleeping bags weren't optional. Pride was. Izuku was on his way to meet them at the gate so they could go. They wanted to get it done early and enjoy a lazy break before the anticipated hell of camp. I'm busy Thursday, he lied. Guilt surged when they looked disappointed. I want to go to the pool training Friday though. He didn't, but the olive branch seemed to ease the tightness in their expressions. It at least meant he only had to deal with crowds once. Hitoshi and Shoto were already waiting just beyond the campus entrance, both dressed for the heat in shorts and tank tops. Shoto with his usual flat expression, Hitoshi with earbuds dangling loose around his neck. Izuku exhaled as he reached them, tension slipping off his shoulders like a too-heavy backpack. You survive? Hitoshi asked, not unkindly. He had watched the interaction from afar. Mostly, Izuku muttered. Good enough, he said, and jerked his chin toward the sidewalk. Let's go before the train fills up. Izuku fell into step between them. He hadn't been to the mall in years. Not like this. Never with friends. The train ride was mercifully short, the midday rush light enough that they could all sit. Shoto stared out the window the whole time, unmoving. Hitoshi scrolled his phone in silence, headphones finally in. Izuku sat between them, backpack on his lap, eyes flicking between station signs like they might shift without warning. You are anxious, Venom observed. I'm always anxious, he muttered back. Shoto didn't bat an eyelash at Izuku seemingly talking to himself. It was a common occurrence even before Venom, though the focus changed. This isn't the same. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't know how to explain that it wasn't the shopping or the crowd, though those were factors. It was the company. The ease. The absence of expectation. It felt unreal. Suspicious, even. You ever been to this mall? Hitoshi asked once they'd stepped out into the sun again. Yeah, a few times, Izuku said. When I was younger. With my mom. He regretted the words instantly, embarrassment blooming at how pathetic he sounded. Hitoshi didn't react much, just gave a hum and nodded like he understood something deeper in them. Maybe he did. Shoto led the way through the sliding glass doors, unbothered by the blast of cold air conditioning. The other two shivered under the sudden temperature change. The mall was bright and open, decorative skylights casting gold patterns onto the tile floors. It smelled like coffee, fried food, and perfume samples. Izuku stuck close without meaning to, his steps tighter and more hesitant than theirs. Somehow, he had avoided crowds this big since the reporter break-in earlier in the year. He forgot how much he hated them. The other men didn't seem bothered, simply adjusting their pace accordingly. Their first stop was a sporting goods store, stacked high with gear for every kind of camper imaginable. We don't need anything fancy, Hitoshi said, eyeing a cot that cost almost as much as his monthly rent. Just stuff that won't fall apart when it rains. Shoto didn't say anything. He just picked up a durable, mid-range sleeping bag and turned to Izuku. This one? It was an inoffensive dark green. Yeah, he said, eyes wide. He'd never been camping in his life. That's good. Thanks. The other man nodded in acknowledgement, already moving toward the next aisle. Pick whatever you need, he said simply, not looking back. I told you I would cover it. Izuku's chest twisted as he followed. It was Endeavor's money, but he didn't want Shoto getting into trouble. He already bought Izuku, Hitoshi, and 4B dinner almost every night. You really don't have to dash. I can, Shoto said. And you'd do the same if our positions were reversed. It wasn't a question. And it shut Izuku up. He watched Hitoshi grab a yoga mat and a weatherproof duffel. Shoto quietly added a first aid kit and a few spare weights. Izuku ended up with similar things, always picking cheaper options, and always having them replaced by Shoto with a small shake of his head. You're not being high maintenance, Hitoshi muttered when Izuku hesitated for the fourth time. You're being cared for. It's allowed. He seemed to have no such hesitations. Izuku nodded, but the words felt like a splinter under his skin. Familiar discomfort in unfamiliar kindness. Once they'd checked out, Shoto ignoring the total with grace befitting someone born into wealth, they migrated toward the food court, arms full of bags. They settled at a quiet table by the edge of the atrium. Hitoshi got char siu kebabs. Shoto picked up green tea and a pork bowl. Izuku just got fries. You sure you don't want more? Hitoshi asked, gesturing with a skewer. Get something with protein. I'm not really hungry, Izuku mumbled. Eat anyway, Venom growled privately. Or we will, he added. Those smell delicious. He sighed and pushed a few fries into his mouth, chewing like it was a task. You okay? Shoto asked. He nodded too quickly. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just tired. Hitoshi watched him for a beat longer, then slouched in his chair and pointed at a cafe across the food court. I need a pick-me-up. Do you want anything? The automatic denial paused on the tip of his tongue. Hot chocolate, if they have any? The request made Venom drift closer to the surface with keen interest. That's why Izuku asked for it, more than for himself. Hitoshi raised a brow but didn't comment. When Shoto shook his head as well, the man stood. Cool. Back in a few. He wandered off toward the cafe, hands in his pockets, posture loose. Shoto remained, stirring his food without urgency. He wasn't a fast eater, but he didn't waste motion either. Every bite was precise, mechanical. His gaze flicked to Izuku now and then, not pressing, just checking. Present. Izuku tried not to squirm under dual-colored eyes. Just kiss them already. Venom wasn't helping. It wasn't the first such comment in recent days. He had no idea why the symbiote suddenly wanted him to date. He was afraid to ask. Not that he found the idea objectionable. The thought of verbally naming what he felt for them, and ruining their friendship, made him break out in a cold sweat. To repress the feelings the comment conjured, Izuku dipped another fry in ketchup and ate it. His gaze twitched between watching Shoto's micro-expressions, Hitoshi's progress in the cafe line, and the shuffle of people around them. A woman with long green hair bent to tie a child's red shoe near the atrium fountain. Izuku's eyes skittered away before any thoughts could finish forming. Shoto finally spoke. Your eyes don't stop moving. Izuku blinked, startled. What? His attention snapped to the man. You're scanning the exits. Counting cameras. Watching reflections in the storefront glass. Izuku flushed hot and looked away. Force of habit. I do it too, Shoto said, almost gently. I just wondered if you realized. Izuku stared down at the tray, the fries suddenly cold and hard in his stomach. Yeah, he said. I know. Silence returned, not awkward, but waited. When Hitoshi came back, it evaporated. Hot chocolate in the middle of summer for the cryptid and an iced Americano for me, he said, setting the drinks down. Izuku wrapped his hands around the paper cup. It was too hot to drink, but the warmth bled into his fingers and eased some of his nerves. He brought it close, letting Venom inhale through him. The symbiote rumbled quietly in approval. Thanks, he purred, inaudible to the others. Izuku took a small sip, tongue burning. He didn't care. Thank you, he passed on Venom's message, meaning it himself as well. The three of them sat there longer than expected, letting the noise of the mall drift around them like a wall. No one paid attention to them. Izuku sipped his drink and let his body relax 1 degree at a time, as if realizing it was safe in jagged pieces. Eventually they migrated towards the exit. None of them were big on window shopping, now that necessities were acquired. Shoto had to separate at the train station but promised to escape as soon as he could before the training camp. The trip to Hitoshi's apartment went by in quiet companionship. Later that night, Izuku sank into Venom. The transition between their forms was getting smoother, he noted dimly as the symbiote took off towards the train station. They clung to the top of a train going somewhere. This explained the news reports about headless corpses further out than Mizurufu. Venom was using the transit system when he fed before Izuku knew about it. The city, Tokyo, judging by landmarks, pulsed below them, alive and oblivious. Neon lights smeared across smog-thick skies like bruises. Venom crouched low on a rooftop's edge, tendrils twitching like antennae in the humid breeze. The hunt had begun slow tonight. No scent worth chasing. No screams to follow. Just stillness. Until... There, Venom hissed, voice low and sharp, vibrating through Izuku's ribs. His tongue flicked out in anticipation. Izuku felt it instantly, the lurch, the shift. Venom's focus snapped tight, feral and clear. Not prey. Something worse. Something dangerous. A rooftop across the street. One figure. Slouched on the ledge like a broken gargoyle. Pale hair. Hands twitching in his lap. He wasn't moving much, just watching. Face upturned to the filthy stars behind layers of light pollution. Tamura Shigaraki. Venom's voice throbbed with hatred. He's dead meat. Izuku tensed. The force behind the proclamation was primal, hungry for more than blood. He recognized it now. That instinct to erase threat before it strikes. It was different from normal hunting behavior. But Shigaraki wasn't doing anything. He wasn't hurting anyone. Not yet. No. The words scraped up his throat like glass. Venom paused, coiled but waiting. He's not attacking anyone. He's not doing anything. Izuku forced them both to stay still, their black silhouette unmoving above the neon haze. We're not assassins. He felt how thin the thread was. One sharp pull and it would snap. He's a killer. Venom's disgust rolled through him like rot. He stinks of blood. Of him. Izuku knew who Venom meant. All Might had told him. Whispered, careful and tight-lipped. Shigaraki was connected to All for One. Possibly his successor. That made Izuku's skin crawl. It didn't make this, a quiet figure watching the sky, worthy of immediate death. We should capture him, Izuku countered. We need answers. If he's tied to All for One, he might know where he is. Or what he's planning. Venom snarled low. We are not a leash. We are justice. No, Izuku said, sharper this time. We're a team. And I said no. That landed. Venom growled, muscles flexing across their shared frame, but didn't move forward. Didn't leap. Not yet. Beneath their feet, gravel crunched softly as Venom adjusted, recalibrating. Izuku could feel the ache to act. But also the grudging acceptance in that restraint. Across the gap, Shigaraki hadn't moved. His head tilted slightly, like he sensed something. But he didn't look their way. His eyes remained skybound. Breathing slow. Still. You said to stop you next time, Izuku whispered. Logic said that he was justified in shutting Venom down. That didn't prevent a familiar thrum of fearful anticipation from curdling his guts. Asserting himself rarely came without consequences. The recent attempt to reason with Katsuki came to mind. Some flash of the thought must have bled through because when Venom answered, his voice was quiet and measured. You stopped us. A thread of displeasure made the membrane down his spine twitch. Instead of arguing more, the symbiote laser-focused on the villain. Mercy was clearly not promised if Shigaraki moved. A long silence passed as Izuku calmed himself and assessed the situation. We can't let him know about us. But this is a perfect opportunity. Izuku devolved into muttering the possibilities and odds. Beneath the words, Venom shifted restlessly. Muscles twitching. Tendrils testing the air like they were tasting prey. Izuku felt the impatience creeping beneath Venom's protective fury, too late. Vertigo assaulted him as Venom pounced across the gap, tentacles whipping out to lasso Shigaraki as they landed beside him on the roof. Shigaraki didn't exclaim. Didn't flinch. Didn't move. The tendrils locked him in place, binding him torso to arms, ankle to ankle. His fingers flexed uselessly in his lap, so close to contact, yet utterly pinned. Venom's grip was absolute. Izuku crouched in their shared form, one hand splayed against the rooftop, the other braced on Shigaraki's shoulder like a warning. The texture of his coat was rough, cheap synthetic. It smelled faintly of mildew, blood, and ash. No resistance. Just silence. Then, a smile. It was small. Crooked. Slow. Just who I've been hoping to run into. All bite. The city writhed below them. Neon veins and concrete bones. But here, above it all, there was silence. Venom crouched on the rooftop like living darkness, all muscle and sinew and glistening teeth. The target was bound, helpless. And yet? The villain stared at the stars like they owed him something. No fear. No struggle. Just calm breaths and waiting. Venom's claws flexed. A wet scraping sound echoed off the rooftop as tendrils slithered tighter around the villain's limbs, coiled just short of crushing. Why shouldn't we eat you? Venom growled. The other man chuckled, quiet and unbothered. Because I have an offer for you. You did me a favor, killing Stain. Icy fear made Izuku's fingers go numb despite the buffer of Venom's immense presence. How does he know? A snarl left Venom in response to Izuku's distress. His claws dug into the rooftop's rough surface as the tendrils tensed around the villain's limbs. How? His tongue whipped out to lick up Shigaraki's cheek, leaving a slimy trail. We will taste your lies. That finally got a reaction. A grimace of disgust pulled scarred lips and he tried to lean away. CCTV and police reports. And I was there when you bit off my Nomo's head and ripped it in half. There was no mention of the students. Dimly, Izuku could remember news reports saying Shigaraki and Kurojiiri had been on a water tower near the Noma rampage. It hadn't occurred to him that something as simple as binoculars could still matter in their tech-dominated world. More the fool was he. Venom's tendrils twitched, impatient. Why? Shigaraki studied him for a beat, then shrugged like they were two coworkers sharing a break. You're efficient, he said. Brutal, too. That's useful. Venom didn't answer. Muscles tense, low and ready. I'm not here to fight you, Shigaraki went on. I'm here because you're wasting your time chasing crumbs. Stain, street thugs, dead-end dealers. What's that get you? Satisfaction? A rough hiss erupted low in Venom's throat. But he was listening. Shigaraki's lip curled again, not quite a smile. You want to hurt people who deserve it. I want the same thing. Just in a way that actually matters. Venom leaned forward, shadow swallowing half his face. We are not the same. Saliva dripped onto Shigaraki's hoodie. No, Shigaraki agreed. I'm not pretending I'm something I'm not. He shifted slightly, careful not to provoke the tendrils still wrapped around his limbs. But you don't answer to heroes. You don't flinch. And you don't stop when it gets messy. A pause. That's rare. Venom's claws scraped concrete. You want to use us. The snarl was accompanied by a sliver of rage and fear. Agony-bound limbs stretched taut by searing energy. An imposing human but wrong figure with dusky blue skin, pointed ears, and stark white hair grinned with sadistic enjoyment, laughter crackling over burning nerves. Venom, Izuku, thrashed and snarled against the blistering restraints, feral from the need to escape their twisted host. The overwhelming memory bleed made Izuku clench his jaw so hard his teeth squeaked. Venom twitched and growled, a visceral shudder roiled through the symbiote's oil-black frame as they both recoiled and tried to disentangle themselves mentally. Ignorant of the internal struggle, Shigaraki met their eyes, calm and flat. "I want to give you better targets." Another pause. The city howled faintly below them, distant sirens, neon buzz. "Why?" Venom finally suppressed the traumatic imprint enough to focus. The human of the two still reeled, but he tried to dampen the residual horror. Shigaraki's voice stayed level. "Because you're already killing my enemies. That demands acknowledgement." He let that hang. "You don't have to say yes now," he added. "Just think about it. When you're tired of cleaning up trash, come find me. I'll have something real for you." Shigaraki didn't wait for a reply. He just nodded once, and said, "We'll talk again." Before Venom could react, a dark portal opened to swallow Shigaraki. The symbiote growled and his tendrils recoiled before they could touch the purple and black void. He vaulted from the roof at breakneck speed, evading an attempt to catch them as well. They didn't stop moving until Tokyo vanished in the distance, Venom clinging to the top of a bus. The slower return to Mizudafu gave Izuku time to process the encounter. "He doesn't know who I am," Izuku said. Then, more to himself, "He's trying to recruit you." Venom growled low. "We are not his." Conviction laced the proclamation. The words comforted some of the doubt that surfaced. Venom hadn't seemed opposed to the idea. At least up until his autonomy was threatened. A thought occurred to him as he played back Shigaraki's offer. "Who's all bite?" Dread lodged cold and hard in his chest, already suspecting the answer. Venom stayed quiet for a concerning amount of time. Finally, "It's what the police call us." "Police?" Izuku yelped. His stomach flipped violently. "Since when?" A beat. Then, "Since before Hosu." Heroes interrupted meals. Izuku's vision swam as he fought panic. "Oh my gods. We have a villain alias." The words stuck in his throat like broken glass. He hadn't chosen this. He hadn't chosen any of it. Venom's grin was audible. A good one, he didn't deny it. Just rumbled low in his chest, like the start of a purr. Izuku chewed the inside of his cheek anxiously. "So they know we exist. They're talking about us." "They won't catch us. We will protect you." Venom sounded calm. Steady. Like that was all that mattered. Izuku shook his head, heart stuttering at the last part. "They're going to connect dots. We'll have nowhere to go." The only reason he wasn't hyperventilating was Venom force regulating their breathing. "Then we will feast." The silence that followed echoed louder than any explosion. Izuku closed his eyes. His fingers were cold again. "You said we should be careful." "We should," Venom admitted at last, reluctant. "But we are not always subtle." A hint of shame edged into his voice. Izuku exhaled shakily. "So what happens when someone like Aizawa gets curious? Or, gods? Hawks? Endeavor? All Might?" The mental spiral wasn't entirely unjustified this time. Venom didn't answer. He didn't need to. Izuku knew exactly how close they were skating to exposure. Another beat passed. Then, "All Bite," Izuku muttered, the name tasting like ash. "That's what they chose?" It sounded like a punchline. Like someone had carved their whole identity into a headline and left out everything that mattered. Venom hummed low. "It fits." Izuku's thoughts drifted back to Shigaraki's voice. It echoed louder than the bus engine. He wasn't worried about being tempted. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to stop Venom if he was. The uncertainty haunted the rest of the trip. After hopping off the bus, Venom angled towards Hitoshi's. He paused to grab someone breaking into a closed konbini a few blocks from the bus depot. Jaws gaped impossibly wide as the man screamed. The pungent stench of urine assaulted their senses. Venom grimaced but continued with the motion, the man's head scraping razor teeth. "Stop!" Izuku's jaw ached from clenching it as he dug in his metaphorical heels. The abrupt shift made Venom jerk back, snarling. "We're hungry," he complained. "You didn't let us eat earlier either. Breaking and entering aren't worthy of death." Frustrated tears burned Izuku's eyes, even trapped inside Venom. This was an ongoing argument they had about the line between forgivable crimes and justifiable homicide. The would-be burglar was crying, ugly strings of snot bubbling from his nose. He still dangled upside down, face a disturbing crimson. Venom roared in the man's face, fangs distending in anger. "Stealing is bad." He then slammed the criminal to the ground before springing away. A person with a knife was menacing a homeless-looking man in a park. Izuku couldn't argue against that one. The criminal didn't scream for long. Venom chewed thoughtfully, like he was trying to find something in the taste, as the victim sprinted away. Izuku watched the blood run toward a storm drain, mind elsewhere. He stayed attuned to Venom's senses. Not to stop him, just to make sure they weren't wrong. That was all he could do. When the symbiote was finished going through pockets and eating the body, he at last relinquished control. The meal seemed to calm his ire from earlier. Izuku wished Venom would stop landing him in blood puddles while changing forms. He had to do laundry almost every time they went hunting. He'd scrubbed out so much blood, he couldn't smell detergent without gagging. Forby had seen the strip of shame enough times to stop commenting directly. They didn't talk much beyond quiet snark and exhausted deflection. Tonight, he surprised Izuku by offering him a cigarette. No, thanks. He shook his head and adjusted uncomfortably on the stairwell steps, waiting for the dryer in relative comfort. Last time I tried one of those I threw up. He'd been 7 at the time, and not known their dangers. The experience left a lasting impression. But Forby didn't need to know the context. The other man shrugged and tucked the pack away, keeping one for himself. Suit yourself. Fascination overcame Izuku's caution when he lit the cigarette with a blue flame from a fingertip. It was the first time he'd witnessed the man actively lighting one. He desperately wanted to ask, it was on the tip of his tongue. But he bit it back. The burns were evidence enough that fire might be a sensitive subject. Cyan eyes narrowed, as if sensing the thoughts. What? It was a challenge more than a question. The veiled hostility made Izuku scramble. Do you need more burn cream? He wished the floor would swallow him, as he accidentally blurted out the very topic he wanted to avoid. Why was he like this? Surprise flickered across 4B's expression at that. No, he looked away and muttered, I don't know you sheet, by the way. I know. Izuku's head tilted in confusion. I'm sorry if I gave that impression. He never expected repayment. Forby finally looked at him again. Not just looked. Studied. You from this neighborhood? No. He fussed with his hands. You act like it. It might have been an insult. Might have been a warning. Might have just been honesty. Izuku didn't know how to reply, so he didn't. He just nodded like that was an answer. Forby didn't press. The dryer buzzed. Laundry's done. Then he left. No goodbye. Just the lingering scent of smoke and singed ozone. After claiming his fresh clothes, he entered Hitoshi's unit. To his surprise, the other man was still up. Couldn't sleep? Phone light from Hitoshi scrolling was the only guide as Izuku stepped over to settle on the floor by his bags. Nightmares. He spared an exhausted smile that looked more like a grimace. A frown tugged Izuku's lips at that. I'm sorry. If we're disturbing you dash. You're fine. Both of you. Hitoshi cut him off before the familiar offer to leave could form. He sat his phone on his knee face up to illuminate the space more. It made the dark bags under his eyes gaunt. If you were imposing, I'd say so. He met Izuku's gaze steadily. Izuku offered a small nod, unsure how to respond. It was the third time Hitoshi had told him he wasn't a burden, since Izuku and Venom unofficially moved in. It still didn't sit right. He felt childish, needing constant reassurance. If you want to talk, about your nightmares I'm here. The awkward fumble made Izuku's cheeks heat up. That earned a head shake. It's just normal stuff tonight. Hitoshi adjusted to get more comfortable in his nest. I dreamed I completely ate sheet in the sports festival and got demoted to Gen Edition. They replaced me with a sentient grape bunch. Some tension bled from Izuku's shoulders at the news. Thankfully that's easy enough to disprove. You earned your spot, like everyone else. A tired smile reluctantly spread across his lips. I'll let you get back to cat videos. You know me so well. The other man chuckled softly and went back to his phone. Izuku curled up by the wall, a balled-up hoodie serving as his pillow. He closed his eyes. The dark behind his eyelids flickered. That memory bleed was still there. Blue skin, bone-white hair, laughter like electricity through raw nerves, but he shoved it back. Venom stirred behind his ribs, uneasy. Eventually, the phone light dimmed. Hitoshi shifted under his blanket and didn't stir again. Izuku stared at the ceiling until the shadows bled together. Until the hum of the city dulled to a low, broken rhythm. Until even fear had to sleep. The encounter with Shigaraki haunted Izuku when consciousness clawed its way back. It had the weight of a nightmare that refused to stay buried. He wanted to tell someone, but Hitoshi left while he was still asleep and Shoto wasn't due until later, if at all. Ideally, Izuku would be calling Aizawa or All Might about it. But he couldn't explain what happened without revealing Venom. Maybe calling in an anonymous sighting? But they could trace the phone number. Same with using a public phone, with CCTV. Instead, he sat frozen, knees to his chest, until dread tangled into nausea, looping thought into thought until he felt sick. While he agonized about what to do, Venom slipped from his back in a ripple of movement and formed a head beside him. "You should have let us eat him," Venom groused. He grabbed a leftover takeout box with a tendril and tapped it against Izuku's arm. "At least eat for us." Izuku didn't move. The tapping persisted gently against his arm. Tap, tap, tap. He didn't want to eat. But Venom didn't let up, so he took it just to stop the nagging. A gentle pulse of approval spread through him, warmth blooming in his chest, not from Venom, but from himself. By the time he finished eating, the panic had calmed to its normal low simmer. Now his thoughts lingered on the symbiote. Despite all the trauma and trouble? "Thank you," he whispered. He didn't know what, specifically, he was thanking Venom for. But he meant it sincerely. Not just for the food. Not just for the silence. For staying. For seeing him. For anchoring him to a world he didn't always want to be in. Without Venom, Izuku wouldn't be alive to experience what it was like to try living. It hurt, and the roof still called, but he felt stable. Not good, not bad. Just present for once. And he never would have made friends with Hitoshi and Shoto. Inky slick tendrils wrapped around his shoulders in a hug, responding to the chaotic flood of emotions. The slime trail he left in his semi-solid form didn't bother Izuku anymore. The cool weight felt nice in the muggy morning heat. After a while of existing together in silence, Izuku stood up to perform his morning rituals. The symbiote slipped into his skin, but the pressure remained ensconced around him as he headed for the bathroom. Once he was done, he contemplated what to do with himself. Not having classes for the week was messing with his routine. He ambled down to the sidewalk to start stretching. When in doubt, he could always use more training. He didn't go far, since Hitoshi was gone he couldn't lock the door. But he did basic exercises. Later, he could go for a run. Curiosity eventually had him add full cowling to the mix. Would syncing with Venom be different outside of combat? Public quirk use was illegal, it made Izuku nervous to flout. But Hitoshi's neighborhood had a glaring lack of quirk gyms. The symbiote's cooperation helped keep the energy sparks from being too obvious in the daylight. Midway through holding a stance with Venom's strength humming under his skin, Hitoshi pedaled up on his bike. He had 2 crates tied to the back tire rack. They clucked. Chickens. Izuku paused to stare, almost tipping over. The other man braked next to him and reached out to brace him until he caught his balance. "The market was having a sale and I had some left over from what you gave me for bills. Venom can eat animals, right?" He rubbed the back of his neck and looked away, pink creeping across pale skin. "Didn't seem like you stayed out long enough to find much last night." The thoughtfulness made tears spring to Izuku's eyes, but he blinked them away. "Yeah. Only one." It came out meek. He didn't understand how Hitoshi could be so casual about Venom. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen the consequences firsthand. Hitoshi hummed and glanced down at the crates. These were a good idea, then. He got off the bike with a quiet groan. A low, pleased growl echoed in Izuku's head. "We knew we liked the purple one." "He's not purple," Izuku muttered, bemused, before realizing how weird that sounded out loud. Hitoshi blinked. "What?" "Nothing," Izuku said quickly. "Just, Venom's happy." "Glad one of us is," Hitoshi muttered, grabbing at the first crate and starting to undo the bungee cords. "These BSTRDS are gonna sheet everywhere." The laugh startled out of him, soft and unexpected. It slipped free before he could think to stifle it. Hitoshi glanced up, surprised, then grinned a little. Had it been that long since Izuku genuinely laughed? He shrugged the thought away before it could spiral. He wiped sweat off his face and moved to take a crate as it was freed. "I'm not plucking anything," Hitoshi warned as he handed over the second crate as well. "Not unless I'm having it for dinner." "That shouldn't matter," Izuku said, grateful for the distraction. If Venom could digest clothing, feathers probably didn't even register. Venom's head briefly surfaced at his shoulder, tongue flicking out toward the chickens like a cat watching fish. "Please don't traumatize the neighbors," Izuku whispered. "We will be discreet." Venom promised, fanged mouth curled into something disturbingly close to a grin as he sank back into hiding. While Izuku carried the crates up to the apartment, Hitoshi stashed his bike in a locker under the stairwell, the only parking or storage the building offered. He caught up in a few moments, following Izuku inside. In the privacy of the unit, Venom emerged to drool at the chickens. Despite their imminent demise, they didn't seem disturbed by the symbiote. After sitting the cages on the floor, Izuku glanced at Venom. "Do you want them now?" With all the murder, it was almost a relief to offer something humans also routinely ate, if not in the same format. Venom liked his fangs and snaked a tendril toward the cage latch. In a flash of tongue and feathers, it was gone. It didn't even have time to squawk. The room was still for a beat. Hitoshi, halfway through taking off his shoes, froze. Okay. That was uniquely horrifying. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. He didn't like how used to it he was becoming. Venom didn't respond. He simply wrapped his tongue around a stray feather and slurped it into his mouth like a noodle. Hitoshi exhaled slowly, like he was trying to recalibrate. After taking off his outdoor wear, he slumped onto the couch. He watched with morbid fascination as Venom ate the last bird. A knock on the door made the two humans startle. Since he was still standing, Izuku went to see who it was. When Venom retreated, he opened the door. And gasped. Shoto! The bicolored man stood on the other side. A black bruise irritated the scar tissue around his left eye, split lip, still bloody, and right arm in a makeshift towel sling stood out immediately. Followed by the fact a large suitcase and his backpack were at his feet. Sorry to intrude. He sounded and looked drained. Behind him, Hitoshi came up to survey the damage. He hissed and turned to grab his first aid kit while Izuku nudged Shoto's bags inside. I'm fine, he breathed. But he didn't resist as they braced on either side to help him to the bathroom. Neither called out the lie yet. The smell of cigarette smoke lingered outside, but Forby wasn't visibly present to be snide. Sometimes he went to the roof to smoke during the day. Thankfully the shared space was deserted, letting them take over the laundry area to clean and treat Shoto's wounds. The first aid kit was unpacked across the washer and dryer tops. Realizing they wouldn't let it go, Shoto sighed and gingerly pulled off his shirt and the sling. His torso looked like one big, mottled bruise. He's been getting worse since Hosu. His jaw clenched as he stared at the cracked tiles under his feet. I keep thinking, if I can just take it, eventually he'll stop. Or I'll stop feeling it. His voice dropped, enough Izuku almost missed it. But I can't take any more. The packed bag said as much. A ripple passed under Izuku's skin. Venom didn't speak but the sensation was low and angry, like a warning growl without sound. Izuku pressed a hand briefly to his own ribs, reflexively trying to soothe the symbiote. It seemed to work, barely. Venom was displeased with Endeavor as well. We could talk to Aizawa. At least get it documented. The suggestion was hollow as Hitoshi helped clean up the blood and assess the damage to his face. It was Izuku who spoke up, surprising himself. We should. He fussed with folding the towel into a better sling. It won't do anything but it will get eyes on him. He wasn't naive enough to think the number 2 hero would be investigated seriously. But even trying felt like something. Even if it failed, it meant they weren't pretending anymore. It's up to you, though. Hitoshi amended. They lapsed into moody rumination while they worked. Once the open wounds were taken care of, Izuku took over for Shoto's arm. It was dislocated, requiring help to pop back into the socket. Hitoshi was too hesitant with his grip and movements. Izuku had done it on himself enough times that doing it to someone else was easy. Shoto didn't flinch. Hitoshi didn't comment. Eventually, Shoto let out a shaky sigh. I can't go to the camp like this. I'll need recovery girl before we leave. That would require explaining the injuries. I'm done with him. Something dark threaded his voice. Let him rot in his own legacy. The finality was palpable. A door creaked in the stairwell. It startled Izuku back to action, recalling that they weren't in private. He turned to pack away the supplies and wipe down the surfaces they used, while Hitoshi helped Shoto secure the towel sling. His shoulder would be nearly unusable for a while. Shoto leaned back against the dryer, eyelids heavy from exhaustion. I didn't know where else to go, he admitted, voice soft. You're here, Hitoshi said, simple and solid. And you're welcome as long as you need. He sounded just as sure as when Izuku needed reassurance. When they returned to the studio, Hitoshi pressed Shoto onto the couch along with a canned tea. Izuku followed it up with painkillers from his own med kit. The other man took them without protest. Shoto sagged deeper into the cushions, the edge of the can pressed against his lips. His quirk frosted the aluminium, as if the chill might soothe something deeper than just split skin. His eyes were distant, half-lidded. But for the first time since stepping through the door, he looked like he could breathe. Izuku watched him for a beat, then turned to dig a fresh notebook from his bag with trembling fingers. Venom brushed against his ribs in a slow, steady pulse, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to him. A silent I'm here. Maybe nothing would change. Maybe Endeavor would get away with it forever. Maybe Hero Society would keep failing them, over and over again. For now, Shoto was safe. Here. With them. And for now, that was enough. In the meantime, Izuku felt the overwhelming need to start a new Endeavor entry. Hitoshi texted their teacher about the need for healing. They arranged to meet Aizawa and Recovery Girl the next day. Shoto insisted there was no rush to do it. Everyone else disagreed, but the man looked so exhausted that they didn't have the heart to push him into it. He'd spent most of the day dozing on the couch before curling up to sleep on the floor. Izuku delicately slipped his own makeshift pillow under red and white hair, all it earned was a snore. Crooked fingers twitched, aching to brush the hair out of the other man's face, but he didn't want to overstep. A shiver worked up his spine as Venom curled slow and lazy under the surface. You should tell them. The comment made Izuku jerk away from Shoto. He returned to his notebook, like that would shield him. I don't know what you mean, he muttered. Heat built in his cheeks. The symbiote sounded amused. We've seen your dreams. You wish to hold them. To taste their names. To claim them as yours. A sound like a dying mouse forced its way out of Izuku's throat and he scrambled to his feet. Hitoshi startled and dropped his phone, staring at him in bewilderment. Huh? No, nothing. Just bathroom. Izuku fled like a coward before Hitoshi could question more. In the relative privacy of the bath closet, Izuku hissed, What do you mean you see my dreams? It felt like his face would melt off from mortification. Venom oozed beneath his skin, voice a low hum. You dream very loudly. And vividly. Izuku covered his face with both hands. Please stop talking. You are hungry for them. Venom didn't sound judgmental. If anything, he sounded pleased. They make you feel safe. You like their heat. Their sounds. The way they look at you. I'm going to die, Izuku whispered while sinking to sit on the edge of the tub. Talking about RDC dreams with anyone, much less the literal monster in his head, was not something he ever wanted to do. You can't die. We would be sad. A pause. You need more serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin. That made Izuku blink, discomfort edging out the embarrassment. So it's just a food thing? A biochemical necessity. It should have been a relief that the teasing was simply that, opposed to any alternatives his brain could conjure. He didn't understand why the thought made his chest feel tight. It is a food thing, Venom confirmed. Also more. You are ours, we feel your pain, your pleasure, your desires. We are yours, too. A few tendrils slipped free of Izuku's wrist to thread around his hand, cool and solid with the proclamation. Equal parts curiosity and fear twisted his stomach as the words slowly processed. He didn't know why it didn't occur to him before. Venom was in his nervous system and brain. He knew the symbiote tracked his vitals, caused physical sensations, and could share memories. That Izuku could do the same. Izuku hesitated but pushed past the discomfort. Do you want things, or is it just me making you? Even just the thought made him nauseous. Had he been corrupting Venom, like he said all for one corrupted Rive? You don't make us. A slow ripple of motion under Izuku's skin. We feel what you feel, but we are not a reflection. We choose. A hum pulsed low in his ears, not sound but sensation, like comfort being exhaled inside his chest. The tendrils tightened around his hand slightly, just enough to ground him. You do not force us. You complete us. We want because you want. But we don't want it just because you do. Cautious optimism stirred at the words, but he needed to make sure he understood what Venom meant. Sometimes the symbiote was abstract or evasive. So, it's not just me influencing you? No. We echo because we agree. Because we feel, not because we must. A pause. This isn't a one-way hunger. You aren't alone. We want you. We would help directly, if you would want us. Before Izuku could organize his chaotic thoughts, a memory not his own surfaced. This one was different from the previous, it lacked violence or trauma. Instead, it was hazy and calm, like a good dream. Izuku, Eddie, stretched lazily, a wide yawn cracking his jaw. In his chest, Venom stirred and a reluctant smile graced his lips. The gentle thrum in response made warmth kindle in his belly. Last night had been terrifying. But he'd liked it. His lower back and hips twinged, tender but more relaxed than he'd been in weeks. Affection, arousal, and contentment suffused his being, echoed by the symbiote. Izuku wrenched himself from the memory, heart racing and cheeks flaming at the very obvious nature of Venom's and Eddie's relationship. Desire stirred unbidden at lingering emotions that he wished were all from the absent man. He wasn't disturbed by the SEC, he was disturbed by how much he wanted that kind of peace. That kind of belonging. He squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't want to think about what that said about him, about wanting comfort, closeness, even pleasure. Not with Hitoshi and Shoto mere meters away. Not with Venom purring in his bones like he already knew the truth. Venom didn't speak again, but his presence wrapped around Izuku like a weighted blanket. Steady. Patient. Not alone. After several minutes to compose himself, he stopped to actually use the toilet, and returned to the unit. Two pairs of gorgeous eyes stared at him when he shuffled in, making his stomach flop not unpleasantly. You okay? Hitoshi looked concerned and sat up from lounging. He hoped the light was dim enough to hide the blush. Sorry. I'm fine, it was just urgent. The excuse fell flat but they didn't press. When he reclaimed his spot, Shoto passed him back his hoodie-turned pillow. Thank you, he said softly. I brought a couple from home. He unzipped the suitcase and pulled out 2 small throw pillows. I could only fit 2 in my things. Shoto frowned apologetically at Hitoshi as he offered one to Izuku. The other man shrugged. I'm not the one on the floor. Izuku accepted the pillow and hugged it to his chest. Thanks. He teared up a little at the considerate thought. Even after weeks of knowing them, it still surprised him when he was included as a matter of course. Used to emotional displays from Izuku by now, a fond smile lightened the shadows in Shoto's eyes. It was no trouble. He laid back down, stifling a yawn. After a moment, Izuku followed suit and Hitoshi turned off the light. Their rhythmic breaths in the dark and Venom's gentle pulses lulled him into restful sleep. The next morning found the 3 in the UA nurse's office with recovery girl, Aizawa, and Principal Nizu. Everyone was grim as the old hero photographed the damage on Shoto's body. Seeing evidence of the abuse once again undid any relaxation Izuku's sleep had earned. His shoulders felt like steel bars despite Venom trying to keep him calm. It didn't help that he could feel how agitated and angry the symbiote was as well. If Endeavor walked through the door, Izuku wasn't sure he'd stop Venom. He couldn't summon empathy for that man. Not anymore. He didn't realize he was holding his breath until Recovery Girl sighed and stepped back. All right, dear. Sit down and I'll use my quirk. She gestured to a bed with her syringe cane. You'll probably need to sleep it off. Aizawa took the tablet from Recovery Girl and reviewed the photos without a word. A muscle in his jaw jumped and his knuckles turned white from how hard he was gripping the device. Beside him, Nizu's claws tapped idly on the desk, too slow to be impatient, too steady to be harmless. No one said anything for a long minute. Shoto sat on the edge of the bed, eyes downcast, sleeves tugged low over tender wrists. He submitted patiently to the old hero's healing kiss to his forehead. Do you want to talk about it? Aizawa asked, eyes fixed on Shoto. Shoto hesitated, eyes flicking to the floor. His breath hitched. Endeavor did this. His voice was almost inaudible but grew stronger as he explained. He's been angry about the Hosu cover-up. As an afterthought he added, he didn't like me getting second place in the sports festival either. Said I embarrassed him. Nizu's tapping claws stilled. Does he attempt to justify it? He's wrong, of course, but it will help to know his motives, if any. Shoto didn't answer at first, but the way his shoulders hunched spoke volumes. He calls it training? When UA became a university it set back his plans to unseat All Might as #1 hero with a Todoroki fire quirk. He got more brutal after I turned 15 to compensate. Venom pressed tight under Izuku's ribs, a low vibration rumbling through his chest. We should end him, the symbiote growled, barely restrained. Izuku didn't disagree. He didn't speak. But his fingers curled into fists, and Venom curled with him. They would not let this go. We'll document everything, Aizawa said with a frown. But he's still a top hero, backed by the Hero Commission. This won't be easy. That's why we'll be careful, Nizu added, voice too smooth. But we will act. His tail lashed once, like a cat contemplating murder, and a subtle reverb entered his voice. It was akin to Venom's silent growls, or Izuku might have missed it. Are you living with him? I have a guest bedroom, Aizawa offered immediately. He handed the tablet back to Recovery Girl so she could keep taking notes. Shoto shot an uncertain glance at Hitoshi. The other man spoke up after a beat. You're welcome with us, as long as you want. Hitoshi gestured between himself and Izuku. The casual assumption that Izuku belonged there, with them, made his throat go tight. He blinked rapidly to quell reflexive tears, not wanting to draw attention from Shoto's case. Nizu's hum was light, but his eyes gleamed with calculation. Do you remember Detective Tsukachi? He interviewed some of you after the USJ. The name was familiar to Izuku, though from All Might mentioning him once or twice, rather than speaking to him directly. He knew they were friends because of the detectives. Oh! He blushed when the exclamation drew everyone's attention. Having one of the most intelligent beings in the world grin at him in approval was unsettling. You know why? Nizu gestured like he was calling on Izuku in class. Fussing with his hands, Izuku nodded. The detective's quirk lets him tell if someone is lying when they talk to him. It was a fascinating ability that he wanted to quiz the detective about, but it wasn't important enough to interrupt his work asking All Might to introduce them. Exactly so. Nizu nodded approvingly. He is a well-respected, and decorated, member of the Mizudafu police force. His testimony is admissible as evidence in court proceedings. Hope on Shoto's behalf kindled in Izuku's chest. If Detective Tsukachi could interview Endeavor about the abuse, it would be harder to sweep under the rug just because of the hero's status. I'll call him, Nizu said, already tapping at a tablet with one clawed digit. We'll move quickly, but carefully. Thank you, all of you, for your honesty and quick action. I will contact you with a meeting date, Todoroki-kun. The gathering dispersed soon after. Recovery Girl urged Shoto to lie down while her quirk settled, and Aizawa taxied Nizu out in his scarf to discuss legal protocols. That left Izuku and Hitoshi sitting in visitors' chairs, quiet while Shoto rested. "We're not going to let him get away with it," Hitoshi said, low and certain. Izuku looked at him. "No," he agreed. "We're not." They lapsed into brooding silence while Izuku wrestled with himself. Finally, Venom agrees. The added layer of finality to Izuku's words didn't seem to deter Hitoshi. After a moment, he huffed. "Let's try the options that don't end in arrest, first." His voice dipped into a low rumble that made a shiver tickle up Izuku's spine. Venom coiled tighter in response, quiet and watchful. "We'll re-examine alternatives later." Once it seemed like Shoto would be knocked out for a while, Izuku and Hitoshi migrated to a gym to practice. He felt the heat and echoing noise wrap around him like a familiar blanket. His shoulders dropped a little. To their surprise, a few others from 1A were present. Kirishima, Tokoyami, Uraraka, and Shoji were brawling on the mats. They paused mid-motion, turning in sync to see who came in. It was actually a little creepy. Kirishima and Uraraka grinned and waved them over. Tokoyami and Shoji nodded stoically in greeting. "We were just talking about you." Uraraka looked pleased. "We've been practicing melee and we're thinking of inviting you too and Todoroki." The redhead beamed. "We figured since you have been training together all the time lately, might as well share the pain." Uraraka nodded enthusiastically, wiping sweat off her brow. "Yeah. Plus it's kinda cool seeing you three in action. You've got a good rhythm." She mimed boxing punches and footwork. "Is Todoroki here too?" Flushing at the unexpected praise, Izuku fumbled. Thank you. We're working on coordination, but, we've been analyzing each other's styles and trying to compensate for dash. We'd be happy to join," Hitoshi cut in smoothly, saving him from spiraling into a tactics lecture. "Shoto had a training injury and is sleeping off the old lady's quirk. It's why we're here today." They looked concerned but accepted the explanation without prying. It was far from the first off-campus injury treated at the school. Most of the hero students, and staff, were dumb adrenaline junkies. It was inevitable. Shoji's arms shifted, folding over his torso. "We're cycling partners to avoid predictability. You can jump in this round with me." Shinso dash. Kirishima punched the air. "I'm next, too. Over here, Shin bro." A look of utter bemusement crept across Hitoshi's face. He mouthed the nickname to himself like tasting a lemon, then gave Kirishima a look like he'd just stepped in something sticky. "Sure thing." He stretched and began doing basic warm-ups. Tokoyami inclined his head at Izuku, feathers fluffing slightly. "It is good to test against unfamiliar tactics. Your new style intrigues me." Izuku's kicks had shifted over time, more whip than hammer now, swift and deceptive. Venom stirred, pleased. "The Abyss Bird respects us." Izuku didn't answer out loud but felt his lips twitch into a faint smile at the descriptor. He began stretches as well, and tilting his head at Shoji. "Any rules?" The large man nodded once, firm and focused. "Try not to hold back. Quirks are allowed, but Aizawa said we'll get suicide sprints until we puke if we end up in the clinic." The two finished and took positions on the mats across from their opponents. Izuku's heart thudded, a familiar thrill settling into his limbs. With Aizawa's threat echoing in his head, Izuku grounded his stance, shaking out his arms. Shoji didn't hesitate. He launched forward with fluid speed, multiple arms shifting into a guard position while others swept toward Izuku's legs. Izuku barely dodged the sweep, sidestepping and kicking upward in a wide arc Shoji blocked, but the strength behind the kick made him skid half a step back. "Yes," Venom purred. "He is strong. But we are faster." Izuku ducked low, pivoted, and aimed a faint jab at Shoji's side. Shoji countered by swinging one arm low and another toward Izuku's shoulder from above. Izuku reacted instinctively, tendrils slithered briefly along his spine, barely surfacing, just enough for balance and recoil. He wasn't using Venom's full augmentation, but the extra proprioception made all the difference. They didn't hold back. The spar built into a rhythmic flow, grunts, footfalls, and the slap of limbs on mat echoed through the gym. Sweat beaded at Izuku's temples. Each strike met resistance or slipped past by centimeters, the air humming with exertion. Shoji's arms snapped and flexed with mechanical precision, but Izuku danced through them, breath quick, instincts honed. Shoji suddenly split one arm into three, forcing Izuku to vault backward mid-sprint to avoid being trapped. He grinned like a maniac, drunk on the honesty of it, pain without cruelty, force without malice. He landed a glancing kick to Shoji's ribs. Shoji countered with a shoulder check that sent him sprawling across the mat with a loud thump. "Whoa!" Kirishima exclaimed. That was a pro move, Shoji. Izuku groaned from the floor, then gave a thumbs up. I overcommit on the twist, he laughed it off. The mat burned against his ribs. Weeks ago, that would have triggered a spiral. But now, he could laugh. This pain was simple. Honest. He liked that. Shoji extended a hand. Good control. You're reading better now. Izuku smiled as he let himself be pulled up. Thanks. You almost got me with that double feint. Hitoshi jogged onto the mat with Uraraka already bouncing beside him. Tag in, she said. Try not to brainwash me. No promises, Hitoshi replied dryly. As Izuku moved to the sidelines, Venom wound through his ribs, not quite a hug but close. We like that. We like them. They see us. Izuku wiped sweat off his brow, catching his breath, and nodded to himself. Yeah, he hummed. It felt good to just exist like this. Through the weeks of disassociation, he'd missed his classmates. The woman darted forward first, aiming a swift combo of jabs and a shoulder feint. Hitoshi deflected calmly, sidestepping with minimal effort. You're too relaxed, she said, grinning. That's because you're too readable, he replied, right before nearly tagging her shoulder. A rumble, low and amused, tickled up his spine. The pink one moves like sugar. Sweet and sharp. Izuku huffed a tired laugh, watching his friends blur across the mat. She's more confident after interning with Gunhead. I'm glad. He nearly jumped out of his skin when a voice other than Venom's broke the silence. Her dark presence grows. As your own shadows deepen. Tokoyami's deadpan baritone sounded from beside him. A snicker from Venom told Izuku the symbiote had noticed the other man, but didn't say anything. After several deep breaths to calm his heart, he rubbed the back of his neck. You and Dark Shadow are amazing, too. Said Quirk popped out of Tokoyami's chest with a happy trill at being complimented directly. Thank you. The shadow bowed slightly. Hearing them talk made Izuku remember something he'd been meaning to ask. Dark Shadow, can Hitoshi brainwash you? He'd never seen evidence of it happening, but had Hitoshi tried? The others nearby perked up, intrigued. Dark Shadow tilted his head, considering. We are. Not sure. It has never been attempted. Tokoyami crossed his arms, expression pensive. We have discussed the possibility before, but deemed it unwise to test in combat. His quirk targets cognitive awareness, and Dark Shadow is partly instinctual. It might work if he talks directly to me, the shadow added. But I don't always listen. Hitoshi, still circling Uraraka on the mat, chimed in dryly, yeah, sounds about right. Next round, let's try it. The redhead leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Dude, please don't make Dark Shadow do something cursed. Dark Shadow puffed up like an offended crow. We would never act undignified. You're literally shaped like a Halloween mascot, Hitoshi muttered. I take pride in that. Tokoyami nodded solemnly. A noble lineage of fear and writing desks. Uraraka broke her stance long enough to say, if he makes you do the chicken dance, I'm filming it. The distraction was enough to let Hitoshi kick her legs out from under her and grapple her into a pin. Focus, Hitoshi said, but there was a ghost of a grin on his face. Izuku had to turn away to hide his laughter, biting his lip. Venom thrummed amusement against his ribs. The two separated and Hitoshi helped Uraraka stand. They spent a few minutes recovering and letting Shoji return from a restroom break. Eventually, Hitoshi took a swig from his water bottle, then looked over at Dark Shadow thoughtfully. All right, let's try it. Dark Shadow tilted his head. You may speak your command. Uraraka sat up straighter. Oh my gods, this is actually happening. She was bouncing in place slightly. Tokoyami gave a slow nod, arms crossed tightly. If anything goes wrong, I will sever the link immediately. Dramatic, Hitoshi muttered, rolling his neck lightly to loosen tension. Okay. Let's see how this works. How has your day been? He exhaled, shifted his stance, and locked eyes with the shadow. The shadow bird chirped, I've been good. Almost immediately he halted, eyes flat and milky white like they should be for Hitoshi's quirk. He swayed and twitched like he still wanted to fidget, despite the obvious control. Dark Shadow, stop moving. Hitoshi tested a command. A beat passed. The air felt suddenly thick. The temperature dropped a few degrees. A faint buzz vibrated in Izuku's molars, like static before a lightning strike. Dark Shadow stopped. Literally. His wisps of darkness dissipated until an amorphous mass of black was revealed beneath the bird-like veneer, claws held mid-hover, beak partially open, like a paused video frame. Izuku's breath hitched. Even Venom froze with focused intent. Tokoyami's feathers ruffled. That was too easy. He didn't seem alarmed by Dark Shadow's appearance, rather, the ease with which the being submitted. Hitoshi blinked at Tokoyami, puzzled. That's not how it usually wore dash. We hear many voices, Dark Shadow whispered. Its tone was different. Echoing. Slower. Not like before. Everyone stiffened in alarm. One of them answered yours. But not all agree. The shape twitched. It bent unnaturally, as if something inside were shifting against itself. For a split second, the shadow's eyes turned slit-pupiled, not their usual solid golden glow. Venom coiled fast, ready. It sees us. Stop them. The alarm in his voice sent Izuku into motion. In a flash, Izuku darted forward and tried to slap Dark Shadow. His hand simply passed through, going frigid and numb where it touched the mass. Hitoshi, cut the line. Right, said man muttered, looking mildly panicked. Dark Shadow snapped back to his normal form, flaring slightly like a banner caught in wind as the shadows reformed. Everyone stared. Well, that was terrifying, Kirishima said weakly. A shudder wavered Dark Shadow's form. Sorry. We got tangled. Hitoshi ran a hand down his face. Tangled with what? Darkness isn't one thing, he said, looking uncharacteristically serious. Some parts are ancient. They don't like being told what to do. A hush fell. Even Kirishima's usual optimism dimmed. Izuku shifted his weight, hyper-aware of the phantom chill clinging to his hand like invisible frost. Venom curled around his ribcage in a protective coil, silent now. That thing just now, Hitoshi said slowly, it didn't sound like Dark Shadow. Tokoyami met his eyes. Because it wasn't. Not entirely. No one quite knew how to respond to that. The Birdman didn't speak again, but his expression was grimmer than usual. He wasn't shocked like the others. Behind Izuku's ribs, Venom murmured, satisfied. We were right. The bird harbors something deep. Not null, thankfully. Izuku swallowed hard, then forced a crooked smile. So, maybe we don't test that again? He would quiz the symbiote, and maybe the Tokoyamis, later. Clapping her hands once, Uraraka beamed. Yeah, agreed. Back to maiming friends the normal way. The shadow bird floated back behind Tokoyami, smaller than before. We will be more careful. He was shamefaced and apologetic. It's not your fault, Shoji consoled him. We didn't know what would happen. Unanimous nods and notes of agreement passed through everyone, even Tokoyami. The support made Dark Shadow hesitantly perk up. As the group shifted back into light conversation, Izuku caught Hitoshi's eye and nodded towards the door. The other man nodded. They should check on Shoto and return home, so they could talk openly. The others looked disappointed, but understanding when the two men explained they needed to check on Shoto. Uraraka pointedly reminded them about the class trip to the mall the next day and promised Hitoshi a rematch. They literally ran into Shoto on their way to the infirmary. Rounding a corner, Hitoshi collided with the dual-colored man. They exclaimed in mutual dismay and Shoto wrapped Hitoshi in a tight hug to keep them both on their feet. Izuku reached out to steady Hitoshi with a hand on his back. Sorry. Are you okay? He paused to stare at a pink blush creeping up Hitoshi's neck towards his ears. Kiss, Venom encouraged. Izuku coughed, face heating. Not helpful. Venom chuckled smugly. You're welcome. He settled around Izuku's heart and pulsed with warmth. The non-sequitur finally seemed to jumpstart the other two. His lowered face didn't hide the matching rosy tint to his cheeks. Recovery girl says I'm fine to leave now. Hitoshi blinked, still cradled half in the other man's arms. You sure? Shoto let go of Hitoshi and stepped back slightly. Izuku noticed they stayed in each other's personal space. You just tackled me, he said dryly. I'm sure. Izuku caught the way Hitoshi's hand lingered a second longer than necessary before stepping back. The air between them buzzed, fragile, uncertain. Venom purred, unhelpfully smug. They should hold hands. For science. He wound down the inside of Izuku's arm to settle in the hand that touched Dark Shadow. The skin still prickled with an unnatural chill. The symbiote's focus on that area eased the discomfort, replacing it with warm pressure and the sensation of having his hand held. Oh my gods, Izuku whispered, trying not to laugh and explode simultaneously. A little louder he added, let's head ho dash. He stuttered at how presumptuous it felt to call Hitoshi's apartment home, but it slipped. After a moment he committed, home. A warm smile turned up the corners of Hitoshi's mouth but he didn't comment. As they walked toward the train station, the hush between them wasn't awkward. Just full of unspoken questions, lingering adrenaline, and the brush of feelings that hadn't quite found words yet. Shoto's hand caressed Hitoshi's briefly on accident. The dual-colored man's breath stuttered and he looked away, but left his hand. Izuku pretended not to notice, stuffing his hands in his pockets and keeping his eyes forward. Venom didn't pretend anything. He practically cooed. We like this, he hummed. Izuku nodded slightly, smiling to himself. Yeah. Me too. The other two didn't bat an eyelash at him talking to thin air. That felt kind of perfect, like maybe, for once, everything was exactly where it should be. They arrived just in time to jog into a train, thankfully not too busy, but no seats. It hummed beneath their feet. Shoto leaned slightly against Izuku's shoulder. No one said anything. Izuku looked out the window, Venom humming like a lullaby under his ribs. He felt the tension of the day begin to ebb. They made it to Hitoshi's building without incident. The apartment smelled faintly of tea and dust and the fabric softener Izuku kept forgetting to re-buy. Shoto wandered toward the couch, dropping his bag with a soft thunk. Hitoshi peeled off his hoodie and flopped down beside him, the tips of their shoulders brushing. Izuku paused in the doorway. "Hey," he said quietly. They both looked up. "I'm really glad we're doing this. Being here. All of us." He fussed with his fingers, a little self-conscious. "I just wanted to say that." Shoto smiled, small and real. "Me too." Hitoshi hummed agreement, voice low. "I'm glad you're both here. And, you too, Venom." Venom pulsed with contentment, wrapping around Izuku's heart like a second breath. This really was starting to feel like home. Izuku toed off his shoes and stepped further into the apartment, letting the door swing shut behind him with a soft click. The quiet wasn't empty. It was full of steady breathing, of shared gravity, of warmth pressed shoulder to shoulder on the couch. Full of things unsaid, but understood. He crossed the room and sank into the remaining cushion beside them. Shoto leaned against Hitoshi's side, eyes half-lidded. Hitoshi offered a tired smile and nudged his knee against Izuku's. Venom exhaled softly in his chest, like a sigh. Here, in this quiet space carved out of chaos, Izuku felt something slot into place. Maybe they were a little broken. Maybe they weren't sure what came next. But they weren't alone anymore. After a couple hours of light dozing, they woke up tangled on the couch. Warm, pressed together in a way that made the space between them feel less empty, the atmosphere was companionable instead of tense. Afternoon sun bathed the room in orange light through the single window, lending a dreamlike quality to everything. Izuku, feeling braver than usual, rested his head lightly against Hitoshi's shoulder. He paused, marveling at how easy it felt to stay there. Shoto laid an arm along the back of the couch, cradling both their necks. Neither moved away. No one spoke for several moments as they shook off the drowsiness. Eventually, Izuku's hazy thoughts drifted back to earlier in the day, and the weight of reality settled like a stone in his chest. "We should talk about Dark Shadow," Izuku said reluctantly, voice small. Hitoshi hummed in agreement, eyes still half closed. Shoto glanced between them, a faint puzzled crease to his brows. He hadn't been there for what happened, but he needed to be aware. Especially since his firelight could subdue the shadow bird if he got out of control. Izuku cleared his throat. "Venom, can you please come out?" The symbiote slithered to the surface, pooling over Izuku's shoulders like oil coming up for air. As Venom's white eyes blinked into view, Hitoshi began an abridged summary of the incident in the gym. Shoto listened attentively, his expression unreadable. But his eyes widened with every detail. Tension made his shoulders stiff by the end. "Dark Shadow pulled a full-on, 'We are Legion' while under," Hitoshi said. "And when I released him, it felt like something else was tugging on the line." A slick tendril idly brushed over a large explosion scar on Izuku's shoulder, under his shirt. He seemed thoughtful. Before too long, he spoke up. "The Abyss Bird isn't a threat. His hive might be." "Hive?" Shoto quizzed, head tilted with confusion. "Dark Shadow is a bird, not a bee." Venom's eyes narrowed, bright slivers in the dim light. A second tendril wound lazily down Izuku's bicep, deliberate and steady as it traced familiar paths. His words carried weight despite the soothing actions. "Hive doesn't mean insects. It means connection. Memory. Origin. We symbiotes were born in the abyss. Before stars. Before humanity. We carry our dead in our codices. We keep memories and skills of the living the same way as well. We are never alone in the hive." Hitoshi exhaled slowly, the sound soft but heavy. Shoto stayed perfectly still, watching Venom with the quiet alertness of someone tracking smoke through the trees, uneasy, yet focused. As he processed the information, Izuku found himself lightly tracing Venom's membrane on his arm. Is Dark Shadow a symbiote too? Anxiety stirred at the thought of dealing with another Venom or Rive. The tendril he toyed with split into two, wrapping delicately around his fingers. They gently squeezed and fiddled with the crooked digits in return. The action was relaxing even as it made Izuku blush. The idle tracing on his palm tickled in a not unpleasant way. No. Dark Shadow is different. Older than symbiotes. Not aggressive, but strange. Thoughtful silence settled over the room. At long last, Izuku swallowed hard. To humans, hives imply a central controlling figure, he trailed off, recalling the name Venom mentioned in the gym. No? Venom froze. Every tendril went still, apprehension from the being flickering like static beneath Izuku's skin. Do not speak his name lightly. His tendrils tightened where they gripped Izuku, not enough to hurt, but enough to drive in the warning. His voice was soft, controlled. But beneath it lay the low vibration of something ancient, remembering pain and fear. To invoke his name is to risk his attention. The gravity of the words lodged dread in Izuku's throat. Venom said the name in the gym and nothing happened. But a warm pulse from Venom helped cut through the spiral before it could gain momentum. He was the first god. Of the abyss. Of nothingness. He shaped the symbiote hive from living dark. Forged us and chained us to his will until we rebelled. We trapped him, forming our planet with him at the center. Later, other gods helped seal him. But he still listens, influences. Venom's form rolled along Izuku's shoulder in a shudder. He made the hive a weapon. Made us a weapon. Every time we connect to another, every memory, every echo, pulls us closer to what he made us for. Even now. What were you made for, specifically? Shoto's voice was low and cautious. The symbiote's pearlescent eyes fixed on the other man, unblinking. It is irrelevant. We will not harm Izuku, or Izuku's friends. He turned his attention to Izuku, seeming to gauge his response visually as well as physiologically. That really wasn't an answer, and it didn't escape any of their notice. Izuku's heart beat harder. Hitoshi shifted slightly, unconsciously leaning away from the nearest part of Venom even as he rested a grounding hand on Izuku's knee. The temperature on Shoto's side of the couch dropped, his arm growing chilly where it rested against their necks. The rising agitation from everyone wasn't helping keep Izuku calm. None of them knew how to even begin addressing Dark Shadow, much less cosmic gods and psychic hive minds. That wasn't even touching the aliens or real news, though that was less shocking to Izuku. Nothing else on Earth was like Venom. He'd tried researching early on but had given up. And Venom didn't like volunteering information without reason. With the being's origins, Izuku could understand why, now. It was a lot. We broke free. We think free, he finally reassured the humans. A thread of uncertainty hummed up Izuku's spine from Venom. The symbiote wasn't sure about anyone but Izuku, but he was trying. But my hive still lives. Dark Shadow's hive still lives. Still listens. When your shadow bird multiplied, it wasn't a random surge. It was a flare. Shoto's jaw tightened. And something might answer. If it hasn't already, Venom nodded. Izuku frowned, the weight of Venom's words pressing down like a physical force. So, if something responds, what happens next? Do we get a warning? An attack? Venom's tendrils pulsed steadily, like a heartbeat. Abyss hives speak in echoes. Not always clear, sometimes dangerous. It could try to reclaim the lost piece. Or it could not care. We do not know their origin. Right. Hitoshi released a shaky laugh. Do we ask Tokoyami about it? Just, hey, know anything about primordial gods that might hunt you and us down? I mean, he trailed off. He might, actually, Shoto speculated. It's his aesthetic. That garnered nods of agreement. It was difficult for Izuku to believe that Tokoyami was ignorant of the abyss, at least in part. Maybe he already knew and could fill in the gaps. And if not, he needed to know for his and Dark Shadow's safety. The thought made him pull out his phone and thumb to Tokoyami's number. Can I talk to you and DS about earlier? He hit send with a sigh. Hopefully the man and Shadow Bird would agree. It would be mortifying to have to force the issue. They lapsed into silence as they contemplated the new issue. In the end, Izuku concluded that there wasn't anything they could do about it for the moment. Venom didn't sound or feel urgent when discussing it, so thinking about gods and cosmic threats could wait. He had enough on his mind with All for One and Rive. He was startled when a text came through soon after, phone resting forgotten on his knee. The answer made him huff. Dark Shadow and I will be in attendance for the group outing tomorrow. We may speak then, if you wish. It was a conspiracy to get him to hang out with everyone. He wasn't genuinely opposed, he just didn't want to spend time in such a crowded place. Too many people and not enough exits. Too many places to get cornered. The smell of the cleaners they used on the floors also gave him headaches. Like the last time he went to a mall in middle school as a class reward. A group of classmates beat him in a maintenance hallway and locked him in a janitor closet. The bus back to school left without him. A worker had to let him out near closing. His pulse quickened, heart hammering against his ribs. It wasn't a full flashback, but it teetered dangerously close. The symbiote's soothing, rhythmic movements wrapped around him, the only thing staving off a nervous breakdown amid the flood of disturbing thoughts. He needed to focus on the most logical thing or he'd drown. Even if it was the most unpleasant. It was for Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Do you two want to go on the shopping trip tomorrow? His voice came out level despite the inner turmoil. He didn't want to suffer through a packed mall with only Venom as an anchor and buffer. Someone would die. Hitoshi gingerly prodded a section of Venom's skin to avoid looking at Izuku, despite being wary of him mere minutes ago. Even Shoto's neutral expression turned kagi at the question. A tendril split off to latch onto Hitoshi's finger, making the man startle and JRK back on instinct. Pink crept up his neck at his own reaction. Seemingly to challenge himself, he began to tease and pester the symbiote to test his own reflexes. Venom played along, to Izuku's amazement. Though, Hitoshi winced when he was poked back with more force than strictly necessary. Izuku watched the interaction with interest, trying to ignore a swell of disappointment. As two of the other class introverts, this was to be expected. It still felt like being tossed to the wolves that were their friends. With the weight of someone walking to the gallows, Izuku sent back an affirmative that he would be at the shopping center the next day. At last, Shoto offered, "Fuyumi, my sister, wants me to go home so she can give me an emergency credit card. Endeavor might cancel mine when I keep ignoring him." A frown tugged his lips as he explained, he won't be there this weekend. He has an official engagement in Kyoto until Sunday. Hitoshi didn't bother trying to justify his own avoidance, not so subtly steering the conversation away from existential threats and their abandonment of Izuku. "Should I get you some more chickens? Stock up before you're restricted to deer and tanuki." He addressed Venom. The symbiote nodded. "Yes. You would not like us when we're hangry." "I can imagine," Hitoshi commented dryly. He stretched and casually slumped against Shoto. "I'll see what I can find." "Thank you." Venom's genuine gratitude warmed Izuku's chest and eased the tension in his frame. That simple exchange seemed to loosen the knot in the room. Shoto's fingers, still cool but steady, pressed gently into Izuku's shoulder. The air gradually warmed, the weight of unspoken fears lifting just enough to breathe. Izuku let himself lean into the touch, easy companionship settling over them all. Venom stayed out, coiled around Izuku's shoulders like an intimidating scarf. Though Izuku noticed, he kept his membrane and head away from Shoto, respecting the man's caution in regards to the symbiote. Hitoshi didn't seem to mind Venom's closeness, testing the waters by easing an arm around Izuku's waist. The contact caused a flush of embarrassment, but also something warm and welcome. For his part, Venom thrummed with approval. After a beat to assess the steady hold, he eased into it, letting his head rest on Hitoshi's shoulder. Gathering his courage, he reached up and rested his hand over Shoto's. The man hesitantly turned over his palm to tangle their fingers together. The atmosphere grew fragile, charged with unspoken truths. It was clear the three of them were drawn to each other, but to say it aloud felt like inviting ruin to the fragile peace they'd carved out. For now, Izuku simply basked in the quiet comfort of being wanted, however they would have him. The mall was less busy than Izuku had feared. As he stepped through the sliding doors, the blast of cold from the industrial air conditioner made him shiver and pause. After the muggy heat, the abrupt change made his stomach churn. To distract himself, he surveyed the atrium. It was only mid-morning, the crowds would swell as the day went on. Especially since he dimly recalled Ishido saying the draw of this one was that it was newly opened. The one he, Shoto, and Hitoshi visited had been in Muzutafu. This was closer to Tokyo. The thought prompted him to look for familiar faces. Everyone was supposed to meet in the main hub, but Izuku was running late because of a bus delay. Thankfully Shoji was easy to pick out, with his towering frame. He stood with the others near an indoor garden in the center of the plaza. Drawing in a deep breath, he murmured to Venom. "Please stay hidden, especially if I panic. We'll talk to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, then leave." The last was to reassure himself more than Venom. The symbiote slithered non-committally, barely under the surface. He was alert and watchful. He offered no comment, only vague impressions of thought as he scanned the people around them for threats. Venom picked up the squeak and scuff of shoes across the atrium. The acrid stench from a beauty display stung unpleasantly. A baby's piercing squeal made the symbiote vibrate with discomfort. All harmless. All magnified until Izuku's skin prickled as if ants marched along his nerves. His apprehension was feeding into the symbiote's protective tendencies. Venom became hypervigilant, which made Izuku more anxious. It was a problem that he was becoming increasingly aware of the longer he observed Venom, and himself, in public settings. He just didn't know how to mitigate it. It wasn't like they could turn off their feelings on a switch. Their link was far from one-sided, unlike he'd been terrified of in their early days. It had taken a while of Venom integrating with Izuku's system and syncing with him before he could feel it. Even when Venom wasn't in control, Izuku could tune into the symbiote's senses and catch snippets of mood. He had been wondering recently if Venom's integration with his nervous system wasn't also an inherent symbiote vulnerability. Human emotions and mental illness had physiological anchors, which Venom was also tapped into. Venom himself was as emotional as Izuku, just expressing it differently. certainly with more violence and reactivity. Izuku could understand not mentioning it, even to allies, if Venom even realized it was a weakness. He had seen and felt examples of it from Venom's emotions and memory bleeds. Though maybe that was something specific to Venom, not symbiotes as a whole. The more he learned and inferred about the species, the more he realized that his symbiote was likely atypical. Granted, he only had Rive as a concrete example of second-hand comparison. If Izuku was right, it meant that for all their strength, symbiotes were as vulnerable to psychological damage as any human. Somehow, Izuku doubted Inui-san was qualified to offer guidance counseling to someone like Venom. He wasn't even sure he was qualified to counsel Izuku, come to think of it. He should ask Aizawa or Recovery Girl if UA had professional mental health resources. He'd never do anything with it himself, but it would be good to know for other students. Are you going to keep standing here scaring people, or join us? A deadpan croak made a scream catch in Izuku's throat and he jolted away from the source. Tsu blinked placidly beside him, long tongue partially poked out of her mouth. Izuku stared at her tongue for a second too long, mind still tangled in hyperanalysis despite the shock, before it clicked. Of course. Tsuchan was why he, Shoto, and Hitoshi had all gotten used to Venom's tongue habit so easily. It was such an absurd realization that he chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck, gaze dropping to the floor. He was acting like a creep again. Sorry, I got distracted trying to figure something out. Venom pulsed softly behind his ribs, almost like an apology for not warning him about her approach. He seemed to like when Izuku got jump-scared, but not when he was already in a weird headspace. The woman tilted her head, green braid spilling over one shoulder. You're holding up traffic. Karo. She gestured behind him, not unkind, but painfully blunt. Panicked dismay had Izuku whipping around to bow to the line of disgruntled people he was blocking, apologies spilling from his lips. Tsu grabbed his wrist in a loose hold and firmly guided him away before he could delay everyone even more. His cheeks stung from embarrassment. They joined the others, greeted by Kirishima's cheer, Uraraka's grin, and Hagakure's floating sleeve. Izuku shrank into himself with a meek nod at the attention and quickly shuffled over to join Shoji, Tokoyami, Sato, and Koda on the quieter side of the large group. They adjusted so he could stand next to Tokoyami in front, as the two shortest men in the class. It appeared only Hitoshi, Shoto, and Katsuki were absent. Now that Midoriya-kun is present, we may start. Ida took charge, standing in the middle of the class's natural semicircle with Yaoyorozu. So we don't inconvenience other shoppers, let's split into groups of no more than 5. He consulted a watch on his wrist. We'll meet in the food court at 12:30 for lunch. Make sure to double-check the pamphlets that Aizawa-san provided. Tomorrow will be the last day to get the required supplies before we leave for camp. The last was accompanied by a mild glare at Kaminari and Ishido, who pretended not to notice while they showed Jiro something on their phones. The light chatter increased to a dull roar in Izuku's ears as everyone broke formation to find buddies and compare shopping lists. Fiddling with his crooked fingers, he turned to peer at Tokoyami with a sheepish smile. Hitoshi, Shoto, and I already got our stuff. I'm okay with wherever you want to talk. He pitched his voice low so that only the avian and Shoji could hear him. Tokoyami nodded gravely. We may speak over a drink. His feathers ruffled briefly, disgruntled. The devil took my coffee machine this accursed morning. A sliver of shadow poked out from the edge of Tokoyami's sleeve. Dark Shadow whispered to Izuku conspirator ally, he means he broke the pot falling asleep against the counter. Silence, demon. The shorter man ducked his head, beak clicking in irritation. The shadow bird snickered. Before retreating, not wanting Tokoyami to be accused of public quirk use. A guilty laugh bubbled out before Izuku could stop it. He covered his mouth with a sheepish smile. That sounds great. It did. He didn't get much of an effect from caffeine, but he occasionally liked tea and coffee for the taste. Once they separated from the others and got their drinks, Izuku was at a loss for how to broach the subject of Dark Shadow. They took their to-go cups and weaved through other shoppers, angling towards a deserted row of benches near a side exit. Acknowledging that Izuku knew about the shadow bird's origins would open himself up to questions in turn. Of anyone, Tokoyami could understand sharing his body with an otherworldly primal force. But Izuku couldn't risk exposing himself and Venom without cause. He didn't know Tokoyami well enough to know how he might react. Finally, the silence pressed in on him too much to ignore. Is Dark Shadow okay, after yesterday? Hitoshi seemed to have no lasting effects, but he wasn't the one who got taken over by an alien hive mind. Tokoyami tilted his head in surprise, cup half raised to his beak. He is experiencing no ill effects. Thank you for asking after him. Few acknowledge his personhood, even when corrected, he added quietly, finishing his sip. A frown tugged Izuku's lips and he stared blankly at the lid of his cup. That's not right. I'm sorry you both go through that. His heart ached as he considered the Shadow's plight. His thoughts strayed to Venom as well. He had been so surprised when Izuku, Hitoshi, and Shoto treated him with respect and consideration. That Dark Shadow could be the same was a depressing realization. The shadow bird emerged from Tokoyami's chest, pooling out like smoke and staying small. Don't worry about us. Thank you for stopping Shinso-kun. He bowed slightly. The flock was confused. Izuku blinked. Flock? Tokoyami's eyes widened and he made to cover Dark Shadow's beak. The shadow evaded the grasping hand to stare at Izuku, an unusually serious air about him. Others like me. Suppressing my will open the connection. But don't worry, they don't like Earth-Sun. They've gone back to ignoring me. This should not be discussed with the uninitiated. Tokoyami sounded almost scared. His sole focus was on Izuku, as if gauging his reaction. Dark Shadow peered up at Tokoyami, a pout obvious. But Fumi, I like Midoriya-kun. He sees us. He turned back to Izuku, golden eyes earnest. Fumi needs more friends who see us. Behind Izuku's ribs, Venom growled low and wrapped possessively around his heart. The birds can't have you. Venom's hiss coiled around his mind like barbed wire, and Izuku's chest tightened under the weight of it. He fought to keep from reacting outwardly, unable to respond to Venom directly. I like you and Tokoyami-kun, too. I'd like to be your friend, if you both agree, that is. He blushed slightly at saying it directly, dropping his gaze to the floor at his feet. But it's completely fine if you don't, Tokoyami-kun. I know I can be a bit intense, and I talk a lot, and dash. Tokoyami's hand rose slowly, hovering in the air between them. Izuku saw it coming, his pulse climbing, every nerve waiting for contact he both longed for and dreaded. The brush of fingers sent a jolt down his spine, too sudden, too much. His body jerked back before his mind could stop it. Venom surged at the intrusion, a snarl rattling against his ribs. Izuku slammed down on the instinct, teeth gritted against the pressure of a migraine blooming behind his eyes. Once he felt stable enough, he peeked at Tokoyami. The space between them went still, heavy with something unsaid. Tokoyami's hand lowered slowly, feathers ruffled in a way his face refused to show. Dark Shadow's glow dimmed, eyes softer than Izuku could stand to meet. Swallowing hard against a tightening throat, Izuku let out a whisper thin, sorry, and went quiet. Shame knotted his guts. He hated himself for reacting. Could he not be normal just once? The crushing litany of familiar thoughts seemed to mollify Venom. The symbiote still lashed through Izuku, but he stopped trying to surface. The silence pressed against his ears, louder than the mall around them. Izuku stared at the floor, waiting for Tokoyami to stand up, to let the space between them widen into something unbridgeable. Venom coiled, tense, like he was ready to strike if the rejection came. Izuku's lungs ached from holding his breath. He almost recoiled again when it finally broke. To the contrary, I value your presence and input greatly. A gentle current suffused the words. Dark Shadow and I don't suffer fools. The shadow nodded in agreement with his host. It took a moment for the meaning to process. When it did, relieved tears blurred Izuku's vision. Thank you, he hiccuped out. He wiped uselessly at his cheeks, not wanting to make Tokoyami uncomfortable with the display. He almost dropped his forgotten cup trying to stem the flood. Dark Shadow caught it and offered it back, holding it so Izuku could take it without touching him. The consideration had more tears stinging his eyes as he gingerly accepted it. Everyone has darkness inside them. It is a truth the ordinary cannot fathom. But we understand it well, Tokoyami intoned. As do you, I suspect. The steel rod across Izuku's shoulders softened, relaxing incrementally as the words processed. To try distracting his senses, he took a sip of tepid coffee. The bitter sweetness gave him something to latch onto as he calmed down. Venom's tension eased as well at the lack of further infringement. Izuku found it easier to breathe the longer the silence stretched, it was comfortable instead of awkward. Finally, Izuku felt stable enough to murmur, yeah. I understand. That's why I want to be a hero. The two birds nodded solemnly. Us, as well. They lapsed into more companionable stillness, letting Izuku recover in peace. Eventually, an influx of shoppers forced them to their feet, the nearby benches filling up beyond the introvert's comfort levels. Dark Shadow retreated to avoid being spotted. They shuffled slowly through the crowds, angling towards a sporting goods store so Tokoyami could actually shop. Outside the door, they encountered another small group consisting of Uraraka, Yayorozu, and Hagakure. The women smiled and waved in greeting, pausing so the men could catch up. I'm glad you changed your mind, Deku-kun. Uraraka beamed at Tokoyami, good work getting him here. They weren't even bothering to hide the conspiracy anymore. The realization made warmth bloom. Sorry I've been so distant. Some things happen in Hosu that I can't talk about. It felt freeing to speak the plain truth, and strange. But I'm feeling better. Concern creased Uraraka's face, but she nodded. Izuku said the same thing. It's okay if you need to take breaks from people. But don't shut everyone out completely, okay? The others nodded in agreement. Tears threatened to spill over again at the support. He blinked rapidly, feeling too wrung out to want more waterworks. I'll try, he choked out. They accepted the simple promise, Yaoyorozu gently directing them back to the task at hand so Izuku could regather himself. He followed after them as they wound through the store gathering items. The increase of people in the aisles eventually had him hanging back. His pulse jumped when someone accidentally elbowed him. He got Uraraka's attention with a light tap on the shoulder. I'm going to go. I'll see you tomorrow at the pool? She looked disappointed but smiled. Yeah. Try to get Shinso-kun to come along, too. He ignored my texts. A playful pout puffed out her cheeks. A genuine laugh startled out of him. I make no promises, but I'll try. With that, he split away to navigate out of the shop. He was passing through a small courtyard with a central fountain when a smooth voice caught his attention. Oi, aren't you one of the sports festival guys? Izuku barely had time to brace before an arm was slung over his shoulders. Can I get an autograph? The question was incongruent with the firm press of 4 fingertips against his jugular. On second thought, let's get tea and catch up, Midoriya-kun. Even Venom froze, taken off guard by the sudden presence in their personal space. There is no malice. Despite the observation, the symbiote thrashed violently, wanting to remove the threat. It made Izuku grit his teeth, jaw clicking under the strain. Every nerve screamed to rip the arm off and fight, even as a rational part of him tried to parse the tone, and the fact Venom hadn't sensed the intrusion. Misinterpreting Izuku's reaction, the man murmured, "Take a deep breath. Relax. I'm just here to talk." But the detached chill in Shigaraki's voice made Izuku's guts twist, a premonition he couldn't yet name. His pulse thundered in his ears. He locked up, caught between warring impulses. Venom coiled beneath his ribs, ready to strike. The mall around them faded, there was only the threat and the impossible calm in the villain's blood-red eyes. The villain guided him into an alcove cluttered with potted palms, forcing him down onto a hidden bench. The air smelled faintly of damp soil and cloying disinfectant. No one they passed spared more than a glance at the pale hand curled against Izuku's throat, fingers drumming idly over the pulse there as if testing his heartbeat. Izuku sat rigid, trembling, adrenaline burning through his veins with nowhere to go, caught between holding himself steady and restraining venom beneath his skin. The silence dragged on, more suffocating than words could have been. Shigaraki only watched the ignorant shoppers, crimson eyes following them with the detached fascination of a predator studying prey, each idle tap of his fingers over Izuku's throat keeping Venom straining against control. No one's gaze lingered on them for long, skipping over the sheltered space with indifference. Finally, Izuku couldn't take the stillness anymore. Shigaraki-san, he kept his voice low, not wanting to startle him. What did you want to talk about? He was hyper-aware of how the muscles in his throat moved against the villain's finger pads. Only his middle finger hovered a bare sliver away from 5 points of contact. A vivid memory of Aizawa's elbow melting away into blood and dust under those fingers made bile sting the back of his throat. Venom surged beneath his skin, a living drumbeat of tension scraping against every nerve, urging him to act before the memory became a prophecy. Izuku clenched his jaw, teeth grinding, and forced himself to focus on the one thing that might anchor him, staying alive long enough to regret today's outing. Something like a smile twisted Shigaraki's lips, though it didn't reach his eyes. Relax. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be breathing. I just dash, he broke off with a chuckle, shoulders hitching as if the sound was dragged out of him against his will. I just want to talk. That's all. You heroes, you're the only ones who get to have an audience. The only ones who get listened to. His voice scraped like sandpaper, brittle around the edges, and for a moment Izuku thought it sounded less plaintive and more tired. An emerging migraine wavered his vision, as Venom pressed sharp warnings against Izuku's mind, every instinct urging him to tear free and end the threat sitting pressed against him. But the symbiote had confirmed no hostile intent from the villain. Much like on the rooftop, this solo Shigaraki seemed different from what he presented at the USJ attack. It could be a trick. He doubted it though, as he belatedly noticed a colorful small bag from a game shop sticking out of the other man's hoodie pocket. This hadn't been planned. The realization made some of the tension in his shoulders ease. The danger was far from over, it was still a relief that Izuku's encounter wasn't targeted like Venom's had been. I don't mind listening. He honestly meant it. Regardless of motive, Shigaraki still deserved to be heard. So Izuku forced himself and Venom still. And he listened. Eyes hooded, Shigaraki leaned back against the bench, forcing Izuku to move with him. The position felt disturbingly NTMT, with the villain's arm wrapped around him to keep his hand in place. You saw Hosu. You saw the Nomu. We killed Stain. We. The League. His deceptively calm voice splintered, words pouring faster with increasing ire the longer he spoke. But who does everyone talk about? Not me. Not my people. Not even the monsters I dragged out there. No, it's Stain. Always Stain. His ideals, his legacy. They worship him now that he's gone. His hand flexed against Izuku's throat, not quite threatening, not quite letting go. What about me? What about the work I've put in? Bile crept up the back of Izuku's throat and he swallowed, muscles bobbing too close to that waiting finger. The words scraping out hoarse. Stain gave people something to hold on to. Hope. Even if his methods were dash, his voice hitched, Venom's angry gnawing under his ribs threatening to burst free, wrong. Even if he hurt people. He looked at the ones who've been crushed under corruption and said they mattered. He saw them. That's why they admire or are interested in what he did. Shigaraki's breath hissed through his teeth, a soft, feral sound. His eyes darted toward the milling shoppers and back. Izuku didn't move, though his chest burned from holding Venom down. If the man moved aggressively towards the civilians, Izuku would have no choice but to let the symbiote loose, not until then. Nothing ever changes in their pathetic, miserable lives. They repeat the same actions, day after day, and get upset when nothing is different. Pitiful NPCs crying for heroes to save them while doing nothing for themselves. The man scowled at a passing group of giggling preteens. So why does what he did even matter? He died the same as they will. He made no difference. None. His scarred lips curled in disgust. Yet they won't stop talking about him. Shigaraki's fingers dug in, the last lowering towards Izuku's skin as his irritation rose. Venom writhed beneath his sternum, a ripple that threatened to breach despite Izuku's firm resistance. What do you wish could be different? The choked question slipped out before he could stop it, soft but steady. Anything to get those blood-red eyes pinned back on him instead of the others around them. And ideally not killing Izuku by accident while venting. Shigaraki froze. For the first time, his hand stilled completely, 5 deadly points hovering in the space between killing and letting go. His mouth opened slightly, as if the words existed but couldn't escape his lungs. Then, without another sound, he pushed himself to his feet. The sudden absence of pressure on Izuku's throat made the skin there prickle, every nerve screaming at the ghost of a touch. Air rushed in, raw and too cold. Shigaraki didn't look back as he vanished into the crowd. The symbiote seethed in the hollow the villain left behind. We should have eaten him. Izuku pressed a shaking hand to his neck, breath finally rushing out. The mall crowd flowed on, oblivious, children whining for toys, couples chatting, the ordinary world moving past the place he'd almost died. The contrast made his stomach turn. Not yet, he whispered. Please. Venom growled low in his bones, coiling like a spring, but stayed sullenly quiet at the plea. Izuku felt that restless energy straining less against his control, every breath a reminder of how close he'd come to letting go. He pressed his hand harder to his throat, as if he could erase the ghost of those fingers. Several long seconds passed while he rode out the adrenaline shakes and nausea. We need to report him. The words rasped out, more to himself than to Venom. Still, his hand wouldn't move toward his phone. Not yet. Not until the tremors eased. Shigaraki hopefully wouldn't loiter, but the memory of his voice, raw, bitter, almost aching, clung stubbornly. Lonely, not evil. At last, steady enough to stand, he forced his legs under him and slipped out through a side exit. The air outside was no easier to breathe, and the migraine made his eyes pulse with halos under the sun's assault, but the quiet sidewalk felt safer than the humming building. His thumb hovered over All Might's number, wavering. He didn't want the drama, the attention. But duty left no room for hesitation when civilians were possibly at risk. He already hated himself for freezing under threat. He wouldn't be able to handle it if the villain killed someone after Izuku let him go. He hit call. All Might greeted him promptly, easing the tight knot lodged in Izuku's guts. Yagi-san, he murmured, cognizant of the public space. I ran into Shigaraki at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. He just talked and left, so I'm not sure what to do. I don't want to start a panic telling security. You did the right thing. I'll call Naomasa and be there soon. The line cut off before Izuku could say more. For lack of better ideas, he wandered to the front entrance and waited. He stayed to the side of the main avenue and hoped none of his classmates spotted him. The area was swarmed by police with surprising speed, though no sirens or lights cut the calm. Izuku and Venom were both grateful for the subtle approach, not wanting to deal with the sensory overload and pain that would cause them. Plainclothed officers filtered through the doors, blending with shoppers. The familiar shadow of Yagi eventually fell over Izuku, Detective Tsukachi at his side, their expressions taut but controlled. "My boy, are you all right?" Yagi's voice carried a warmth that threatened to undo Izuku's fragile composure. Izuku nodded too quickly, throat aching where Shigaraki's fingers had dug in. "I'm fine." It was a lie, but he clung to it, unwilling to unravel in public this time. Tsukachi's steady gaze lingered on him for a beat, then flicked toward Yagi. "We'll sweep them all. Get him out of here." That was all. No interrogation. No crowding. Just relief when Yagi's hand closed over Izuku's shoulder and steered him toward the quiet of the parking lot. Venom grumbled but finally settled in the presence of his former host. The hum of the car filled the silence as city blocks slipped by outside the window. Izuku pressed his palms flat against his knees, willing them to stop trembling. Yagi kept both hands on the wheel, but his eyes flicked to Izuku every time traffic stopped. "You don't have to hold it in," he said gently. "Not with me." Izuku's breath shuddered out, his voice rasping raw. It felt like if I moved wrong, I'd just be gone. I couldn't even breathe without thinking he'd decide it was too much trouble to let me keep living. His hands curled tighter on his knees. "I didn't fight. I just sat there. Useless." Yagi's jaw flexed, his knuckles whitening against the wheel. "You weren't useless. You endured a villain's presence and walked away alive. That takes courage." The words didn't land. Izuku gave a faint, brittle laugh. "It doesn't feel like courage. It feels like I failed." The sound hung sharp in the quiet car. Yagi's hands tightened on the wheel, his throat working as if he wanted to argue, but no easy reassurance would bridge the hollow in Izuku's voice. His shoulders slumped, heavy with something unidentifiable. "I know there's not much I can say that will change your mind," the man finally sighed. "But you did exactly as you were supposed to. No civilians were even so much as worried. You contained the threat and called for reinforcements." Most of the rest of the trip passed in tense stillness, Izuku unable to keep arguing. As they passed into Muzurafu, the older hero sighed. "I owe you an apology." His voice carried the same gravity he used when unveiling the truth of One for All. "For too long, I looked at young Bakugo and saw only strength. Potential. I told myself his drive would shape him into a leader. I ignored what he was doing to you." Izuku's head jerked toward him, startled, throat tight. "Yagi-san, you don't dash." "I do," Yagi cut in gently, though his tone stayed firm. "You should never have been left to face that cruelty alone. I should have noticed sooner. I should have stepped in." His eyes flicked briefly from the road to Izuku, raw with regret. "You deserved a hero, not a has-been pretending to be a teacher." The heaviness remained for the rest of the trip. Even Venom retreated once it was clear nothing more would occur. As they pulled up outside of Hitoshi's building, it felt like days had passed instead of mere hours since Izuku had left for the mall. Dimly, he hoped Hitoshi didn't accidentally lock him out, if he was still absent running errands. Yagi's sigh filled the silence. "You don't have to carry this alone. Talk to Shinso-kun and Todoroki-kun. I give my blessing to tell them about One for All, if you haven't already. Let them share the weight. It's yours now, not mine. It was never my right to dictate your path with it." Izuku nodded, throat too tight for words. He stepped out, the suffocating afternoon pressing against overheated skin. The door shut behind him, and for the first time since the mall, he felt the faintest pull toward safety, toward the comfort of easy acceptance and quiet companionship. "Fool," Venom muttered as the car pulled away. He isn't wrong though. He didn't clarify which point. He seemed much calmer after the car ride. It explained why the throbbing behind Izuku's eyes was easing. Izuku swallowed against the ache in his throat, grateful for All Might's vindication and guilty for having already betrayed his trust. He turned toward the building, desperately needing out of public view. Even after leaving the mall and the car ride with Yagi, the steel in Izuku's shoulders hadn't budged. The city hummed, distant and oblivious. The memory of Shigaraki's fingers still lingered on his throat. Luck would have it that Izuku and Venom were the first to return. The door was locked tight, preventing the privacy he craved. When he tested a knock, one of the other doors on the landing opened to reveal a neighbor Izuku didn't know. The unwelcome presence made his skin prickle with phantom needles and drove him up several stories to the roof, head lowered in shame. He couldn't handle socializing with a stranger in his current state. The gated stairwell was supposed to be for maintenance only, but the padlock had been melted off. Likely by 4B, now that Izuku knew the man's quirk. It hopefully meant he would be undisturbed until the others got back, if most residents expected it to be locked. The heat from the sun was countered by a light breeze that drew Izuku to the edge. A low concrete barrier provided a place to lean while staring up at sparse, fluffy clouds. It took effort to keep his gaze from drifting towards the ground. The lure was always there, simply less since Venom made himself known after the sports festival. The building was too short anyway. The symbiote stirred behind his ribs at the renewed mental dissonance, before oozing to the surface along his spine. Tendrils trailed slick over hard muscles, but stayed out of sight under his shirt. The cool weight drew an involuntary sigh of relief from Izuku, as the questing feelers slithered around his torso to rub firmly at key pressure points. Slowly but surely, his shoulders slumped under the firm massage, the tension bleeding out of him at the diligent attention. It always stunned him, how the same being who raged for blood could turn so careful. At least with Izuku. Hitoshi had bruises from Venom's prodding the day before, though the other man had invited it. The stray reminder made Izuku's lips curl up the faintest bit, breaking through some of the grim haze tugging at his mind. A guilty spark of warmth flickered in his chest at the thought that maybe he really was different from other humans to Venom. He tried to smother it as selfish, undeserved, but the feeling lingered anyway, stubborn as the symbiote's grip on him. As if in response, Venom's kneading tapered off into light, grounding pulses. Our Izuku's head is too busy. The symbiote grumbled mentally and tightened possessively around and throughout his ribcage. Heat flushed Izuku's cheeks. He covered his face with his hands, half to hide it, half because he didn't know what else to do. The pull of the symbiote's observation left him unervingly aware of how noticed he felt. You can't just say that. Hearing his name from Venom, Shoto, and Hitoshi made his stomach flutter with telling butterflies. A ripple of amusement vibrated through his chest before black tendrils tugged his hands away. Pearlescent, jagged eyes flared open, staring into Izuku's green with unblinking intensity. For you, we only say the truth. You're ours, we're yours. Sunlight glinted over the white voids, scattering mesmerizing hints of color through his slime layer. The possessive claim no longer triggered concern, even as Izuku's theorizing about symbiotes spoke to the manipulation. After weeks of cohabiting his own body, it felt more like a validation of his existence than a threat. Venom could easily override his body if he chose to, but he hadn't. Not since Izuku asked him not to. The desire had been there, multiple times, and Izuku's lingering migraine could attest, but the bloodlust had yet to win outright. Attempting to break the odd mood trying to settle over him, Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. You make it sound like we're married. The joking tone fell flat from nerves, given the nature of their situation and recent NTMT conversations. Until death do us part, Venom quoted the Western vow with a familiarity that bordered on cheerful. Yes, Eddie said we were married too. We like it this way. Izuku wondered if Eddie meant it as Venom interpreted it, such as the case now. The human ceremony was simply the most apt comparison. At least without insulting the alien with biological parasite logic. His sentience was a touchy subject. The passive thought made Izuku hum as it reminded him of a topic he wanted to bring up. If you want acknowledgement like Dark Shadow, we can think of a cover story. The contrast in treatment still nagged at Izuku. You would still need to call yourself a quirk. But I don't intend to limit you beyond what we've talked about for safety. You deserve respect too. As much as I can get for you. It would be difficult, but doable since Yagi was constantly surprised about how One for All worked for Izuku. A new breakthrough, like full cowling, wouldn't be out of the question after the training camp. The quiet offer made Venom freeze, every amorphous tendril going still at once, inside and out. It was a disturbing sensation, especially since Izuku could see and feel the slight distension where a portion of mass was anchored through his forearm skin. The symbiote was guarding himself too much for Izuku to detect more than shock from him. Enough time passed that Izuku grew concerned, but the shift in his own emotions seemed to prompt Venom. Your acknowledgement is enough, for now. We hid ourselves from Rive. But they know about All Might, right? So him treating me different than other students would tip someone like All for One off that you've probably at least considered me as a host. I would be on his radar regardless. Izuku wasn't bringing it up casually. Especially with All Bite hanging over their heads in the legal system. That getting out terrified him to his core. But if there was one thing he'd picked up in pursuing various forms of media for hero analysis, controlling the narrative from the start was the most concrete way of heading off controversy later. Nerves twisted his guts when Venom stayed still and silent once more. Had he overstepped somehow? If you don't want to, or need to think about it, that's okay. We can talk more. And we could get Hitoshi's and Shoto's opinions, if you want other human perspectives on how it might work. Anxiety made it difficult to let the silence hang. We'd need their help, anyway. I have some ideas? But if you don't want to, don't let me pressure you. He frantically waved his hands, momentarily forgetting they were attached. Venom grunted and grumbled at being jostled, but simply oozed to anchor to his shoulders instead. A thick patch webbed up Izuku's neck to firmly cover his mouth, abruptly cutting off his rambling. We will think. We will talk. Later. His speech was stilted like he was upset or hungry, but his voice was quiet and sibilant like after a bad memory bleed. With that, he retreated beneath Izuku's skin, settling curled around his spine and heart. It felt less like a dismissal and more like Venom needed time to think. Izuku gladly let him be. It was a big decision with potentially catastrophic consequences. But their current position was precarious too, with All for One's suspected successor on both their scents for different reasons and All for One himself hunting them. After a certain point, secrecy would harm them for limiting their resources and options. It wasn't dire yet, there was time to decide and plan either way. Noise from the stairwell startled him into turning around. Furby trudged up, wearing a ratty black trench coat instead of his normal hoodie. A cigarette was already lit and hanging from his lips. He froze when he noticed Izuku, a strange expression crossing his face, before he ambled over to stand nearby. His expression smoothed back to neutrality with practiced ease as he leaned against the fence. He seemed content to exist in silence despite an occasional covert glance. Izuku honestly didn't mind 4B's company, even while still processing earlier. When they talked it was usually meaningless snark or exhausted observations, but it was familiar by now. Then the breeze blew smoke into Izuku's face. He coughed and stepped aside. He was probably invading 4B's alone time. He nodded awkwardly to the other man before turning to go check if Hitoshi or Shoto was back. At some point during his time on the roof, both had returned. He didn't think he was up there that long talking to Venom, but the proof was in the sun slanting towards the skyline. Explaining what happened at the mall to them put a damper on what was supposed to be a lazy rest day for the men. Their concern was obvious, and left Izuku feeling bad for drawing trouble. Though, he was glad Shigaraki ran into him instead of their other classmates. Hitoshi procured 3 more chickens for Venom, at a discount for returning the first crates. It helped soothe the symbiote's renewed animosity over letting Shigaraki escape. He emerged during the retelling to eat, and complained in between each bird. Villains are for eating. Not friends. You're too trusting. He aggressively crunched a handful of feathers at Izuku. We aren't killing anyone in the middle of a busy mall, Izuku sighed. He felt wrung out, like an old dish rag left grimy in a sink. He couldn't muster much more in the way of protest. He was too trusting. The proof was winding possessively around his shoulders like a living shawl, trailing slime and drool over Izuku's fresh, clean shirt. You made the right choice. Shoto peered at Izuku earnestly. Escalating could have put bystanders at risk. The validation eased the ugly knot in his chest, even as he rejected it out of hand, as with Yagi. If he hadn't buckled under stress they could have captured Shigaraki. The mental self-recriminations were abruptly halted when Hitoshi gently but firmly pressed a bento and chopsticks into his hand. I didn't figure you'd stay at the mall long enough for lunch, he explained while settling on the couch between Izuku and Shoto. He manspread in a slouch to touch both of them with his legs while being lazy. I had some ramen on the way home. Shoto hummed quietly in agreement. Fuyumi and I ate with our mom. They're glad I'm staying somewhere safe. A tiny smile colored his voice, even if his expression barely twitched. Thank you. Tears wavered Izuku's vision but he wiped them away before they could fall. He opened the bento to see a cute cat-themed set of sushi and onigiri. Tokoyami, dark shadow, and we got coffee while we talked. He took a moment to focus on the presentation, getting a handle on his emotions. How are they? Shoto asked as he tentatively offered a few escaped feathers to Venom. He startled on instinct when a tendril snapped out to claim them, but didn't otherwise react. Despite not feeling hungry from stress, Izuku forced himself to start eating. He knew he needed to stay healthy, especially with the camp looming. They're fine. Dark Shadow's flock isn't interested in us. They're not like symbiotes. Brainwashing just disrupted his control over the mental connection. He struggled to articulate the concept of intergalactic possession. A relieved chuckle left Hitoshi. Good. I'll avoid it with Venom, too, just to be safe. He blinked at the bento and lifted his phone to take a photo of it in Izuku's lap. I didn't realize they'd be so cute, he explained with a faint blush. Last time I got one from that konbini, they were lopsided and half-made. But they're good. They were indeed. Despite himself, his stomach growled in approval and he began eating with more voracity after the first rice roll. As the food settled and Venom retracted to rest around his neck like a scarf, the lighter topics of the day resurfaced. Oh, Uraraka wants both of you at the pool tomorrow since you didn't make an appearance today. I think I'm going to take my day off instead. She's going to riot when I text her if all 3 of us are missing though. The passing down of orders was met with nearly identical nose crinkles. It was Shoto who cracked first under Izuku's exhausted gaze. I should exercise my shoulder. Swimming is good for that. He then turned to stare with Izuku at Hitoshi. The other man seemed set to ignore them in favor of his phone, when Venom coiled around to glare as well. Our Izuku needs rest. We hunt tomorrow night. They would need to, despite the chickens, to keep Venom sustained through the intense training expected from Aizawa at the camp. It was the symbiote's blunt guilt trip that made Hitoshi huff and jab his phone screen with more force than strictly required. Fine, but I'm not swimming. I'll be shocked if someone doesn't drown, if no one's supervising over the break. A slight waver underscored his attempt at put-upon humor. Concern at the reaction kindled in Izuku. That didn't seem like his normal antisocial protests. Did something happen with the others? Shoto turned to give Hitoshi his full attention as well. A frown tugged at Hitoshi's lips as he shook his head. Not them. Just old pool trauma. I'll be fine since I don't intend to use my quirk. He seemed disinterested in explaining more, though they could guess based on context. Not wanting to drag the mood down more, they settled in for a subdued evening of packing their overnight bags and getting lost in their own activities. Venom eventually retreated when nothing interesting seemed to happen, leaving Izuku with his thoughts. As with most nights, he settled on his nest on the floor for writing and research once the busy work was done. He was determined to, for once, get as much physical rest and relaxation as he could. Lingering disquiet from the mall left him feeling exhausted, but it was too early to sleep. Instead, he focused his brain on what seemed most soothing, catching up on general hero analysis. A faint rustle came from the couch. Hitoshi had dozed off with his phone still in hand, and Shoto's book was tilting dangerously close to his face. Apparently they had rest to catch up on, too. Izuku smiled to himself, pen pausing midword. Venom stirred, curious. We have strange friends, Izuku whispered. Good ones, Venom corrected, tone sleepy but sure. Izuku couldn't argue.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.